Skibidi Toilet has arrived. New Skibidi Toilet object. Powerful enemies. Thrilling battles. Protect the base. Use WoW's powerful creation tools and build defense towers to your heart's content. Engage in intense battles. Various defense towers. Earn points in battle. Unlock more defense towers. Tons of strategies. Epic battles. Play now.
Hello, welcome, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to PUBG Mobile Super League Europe 2025 Fall Split. My name is Dude Sandstrom, this is John Allen, and today we embark on another journey. 24 teams fighting for the opportunity to qualify for the PUBG Mobile Global Championship. And it all starts here today with, of course, a massive prize pool.
Absolutely. We've got a lot of money on the line. We've got a lot at stake coming through for all of these teams competing. We are going to be splitting them up into groups and stuff like that, but we'll get that out of the way in a minute with some graphics. Yeah, it's great to be back for another season. Coming into this one, we're hoping that people can change their tune, a couple of roster swaps, that sort of stuff. It's all exciting stuff.
That it is, and not just we also have a couple of updates when it comes to the maps. That's the first thing that I want to jump into. But again, we'll get there, and I'm very excited to see what the European region has to offer when it comes to those changes coming into this season.
Absolutely, I think that I'm going to be very interested how the new map will impact us. Right, that is a really big element, and we'll be diving into that more a little bit later on. But it's a place for teams that maybe weren't doing so well before to maybe get a little bit of an edge. So we'll be looking out for that. Maybe for some newer teams on the scene as well to have their chance to step into that spotlight. So we'll see what they've got in store for us. What they're going to unload from the can.
Yeah, and we do have a wide variety of teams that are going to be participating, so we'll give you guys exactly an idea of what they're going to be going through over the next couple of days. Of course, it's going to be 3 days over the next next week or so. I want to say 6 matches per day for the league stage. As you can see, we have 3 groups of 8 teams, and of course 20 teams out of the 24 will make it from the league stage to the knockout stage, where they will be playing 5 matches a day, split into 5 groups of 4 teams each. And at the end, 16 teams make it to the offline finals in Turkey, in Istanbul, where they will be fighting for the top 4 spots that get them to PMGC, or rather top 3 spots to the PMGC gauntlet. That's what they're all going to be fighting for. And of course, there's going to be the smash rule, John.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see here when we go into our grand finals, that will be later on. So we've got a little way to go before this. But when we get into the grand finals, the first day of games will be played as per normal, so as everyone is used to. And then after that day has finished, we'll take the top score at that current moment. So let's say that a team has 80 points and is in first place. It'd be phenomenal if they were able to get 80. The bar would be set at 90 points going into that final day. Now, on that final day, they would need to surpass 90 points. In fact, any team could surpass 90 points. And if after surpassing that point threshold, they find a chicken dinner, no matter what else is going on, they win the tournament. So you can come from behind and win via that smash ruling. Adds to the excitement on that final day.
Yeah, that it does. And I mean, we've seen it happen once or twice so far. Specifically, it happened last split of PMSL EU, and it was Falcons that were able to clinch it on match 17. So they were able to wrap it up just 1 game ahead of the end of the day. But still, the possibility is there for every single one of these teams. And now we're going to have a look at the schedule over the next 3 days. And this is specifically for the group stage. And yep, there's the change. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're starting with Rondo. That's it. Sandhawk is out. Rondo is in 3 Erangels, and of course the double Miramar to wrap up the day. But John, we got Rondo.
Absolutely. I'm going to miss the jungle a little bit, man. But Rondo is a massive map. It's got a lot of diversity in terms of terrain. It's got elements from a couple of the other maps involved as well. So we'll have to wait and see just how our teams are going to take it on. I think the most important part of Rondo is the respawn beacon.
Yep.
It is going to change things.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how those changes are going to be coming in. I mean, we already talked about this yesterday. The idea of having more eliminations per game is definitely going to be possible, but we'll get into that once we jump into the first game of the day. But for now, we want to introduce the teams that are participating, and you can see at the very bottom how they made it through and how they were able to make it to PMSL EU. And personally, just because I covered PMCO Eastern Europe, I am looking at the teams that qualified from there. I'm looking at BOARS. I'm looking at the Noisy Boys specifically. I want to see how those teams are going to perform coming into PMSL EU.
I mean, BOARS, they've had a run in Europe before. Ozarox as well, a well-known name, coming in as an organization from that Eastern Europe region. So I'll be interested to see if they can step back up to play with the big boys. Obviously, coming into this one, there are a couple of notable names. I feel like Regnum Kai is always worth a mention, as well as Falcons. These 2 teams obviously representing on the biggest stage. IWNRX as well, also having a big global presence. I mean, sorry. Speaking of global presence, S2G.
I was going to say just a little bit.
also very, very notable. I mean, all of them are notable, right? But yeah, it is a pretty stacked roster when it comes to notoriety, but we do have some outside chances, I think it's safe to say.
When it comes to those teams, a lot of them, like you mentioned, they're all very, very experienced. A couple making it for the first time, I want to say, in PMSL. So there's a lot of different levels of skill coming into this competition. And definitely want to see the ones that are having, let's say, like a breakout year, first time making it to PMSL. How are they going to perform? And how are they going to, what are their numbers going to look like compared to the big boys? Specifically when we're talking about S2G, Regnum, Carya, and of course, last splits champions in Falcons.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you seem to be a big fan of the Noisy Boys. That seems to be your favorite team in the world, probably. And apparently they've got Mazzaro on side, who does have a little bit more of a history, of a pedigree within the PUBG Mobile esports scene. So hopefully he can lead them to make some more noise. But speaking of making noise, these guys made plenty last time around, where they were able to find that chicken dinner and get that smash rolling in the fifth match of that final day, and they were able to take home the trophy. Unfortunately, their performance on the global stage wasn't up to snuff, so this time around, they're looking to go again. They've kept everything the same. They've got the same coach, the same roster, everything coming on back for this one, and I'm excited to see what they can bring to the table and see if they can keep that pace.
Yeah, if they're able to keep that pace, get a back-to-back, that would definitely boost the team's morale going into PMGC, because we have seen them time and time again on the global stage make it top 3, top 2. It seems that they just keep inching closer and closer when it comes to the grand finals. But in more recent times, I would say like PMWC specifically was not the best performance, was not the best showing for them. So let's see how they're going to be able to wrap up at the end of the year. And of course, this second split. Can they do a back-to-back? That's the question.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. Here are the points as they'll stand. It goes left to right and then down a row, in case you're confused. It doesn't go first, then third. I've been tricked by that before. 10 points, 6 points, 5 points, 4 points, 3 points, 2 points, 1 points for 7th and 8th, and then nothing below 8th place. And of course, one elimination means 1 point. That is how we'll be breaking down our point system. If you've been watching PUBG Mobile for the last while, this is what you're used to. You'll be familiar with it.
And this point system is going to be sticking it out with us until the end of the year, and who knows how much longer as well. But you know what? I like it. Ever since we got this point system, things seem to be kind of balanced in a way, and I love the balance I kind of see when it comes to eliminations and placement points sometimes. And definitely love seeing like a massive difference, like 80, 90 eliminations, 40, 50 placement points. I want to see those kinds of discrepancies as well.
Hey, I mean, back when, right at the start of PUBG Mobile Esports, it used to be 30 points for a chicken dinner.
Oh,
which is insane. Absolutely crazy. I don't want to get into it, but it was not healthy, I think, overall. And I'm very, very glad we've zeroed in on this system. Our prize pool for the league stage stands thusly. First place, $4,000 right at the top of those tables. Obviously, the lion's share, the money, going to be happening in those finals. And you can see what sort of bite they're going to be able to take out of that $200,000 overall prize pool.
That's right, all the way towards the bottom 21st, 24th. You only get to participate in the league stage. You get $250 apiece, and then that's about it. But, of course, the further you make it into the competition, the bigger the bag you get at the end. And don't forget about that chicken dinner prize as well. $250 for every single one you secure. League stage and onwards, it seems. But now we get to welcome every single one of you watching at home to Rondo. And yes, there are indeed 2 flight paths that can happen at the same time, at the same game from the start. So that's definitely one thing that we are going to be looking at. Definitely curious to see how the teams are going to be using the recall system and the EMP as well. I definitely want to see how that's going to impact rotations and whatnot.
Yeah, I think that we're going to see a couple of impacts from these items. I think the Signal Jammer backpack is interesting. Obviously, eating a little bit of blue damage away from stepping out into the blue zone, because it can give you a little bit more flexibility. Only has a capacity of a tier 2 backpack, though. But the big thing is that recall system, right? That recall system is absolutely huge. The bunker drop is also fairly impactful, but I think that it's worth talking about this recall system because it is going to add. I mean, I've been looking at some of the other regions that have already played Rondo in the esports format, and it's adding about 20 elimination points per game to the lobby. So in general, you'll see somewhere around 60 elim points on a standard map, so on your basic Erangel. Coming into Rondo with recalls, we're seeing that increase by 20, which means that the amount of points that you can earn on Rondo in general and on average, of course, there will be exceptions, is a lot higher. The thing I'm most interested in that comes actually in the finals, where it could potentially impact the smash ruling a little bit earlier. And I think on average, we may see a few more of those.
Yeah, that's definitely the main point that I was waiting for you to bring up when it comes to the smash roll and having it be the first game of the day. It is going to make it's going to be an opportunity for every single one of the teams that is within that smash, let's say, point threshold. Yeah,
yeah.
the smash point threshold. Teams close enough to that are definitely going to be the ones that need to benefit from that first game. And I like the fact that Rondo is going to be that first one of every single day. But we'll see when it comes to the finals if that is going to be the same schedule, or maybe we're going to change things up on the viewers. You know, it is completely within our power. This is all something that we have complete control over.
Yeah. It's all me. I think the bunker drop is also pretty important as well. Being able to deploy your own terrain is going to change the flow of fights. So we'll have to wait and see how that is going to impact us. Here are our groups at the moment. You can see we have distributed them across 3 groups, red, blue, and green, or aptly named A, B, and C. Not groups 1, 2, and 3, though. Not sure about that. Either way, I'm looking at Group B with Falcons of Regnum Carya. I'm thinking, oh, that's quite interesting. That's quite a heavy hitting group. But then you got representatives that are super, super strong in all groups. I feel like notably that the group without big names here is Group A.
I'm looking at it, yeah, and I agree because you already have like 3 out of the 4 teams, for example, from PMCO Eastern Europe in that group. So not the strongest one, but I also like thinking about the rest of the groups. I wouldn't really pick one as a group of death or anything like that. They all seem fairly balanced enough at the moment. Should be okay, but moving on, ladies and gentlemen, we have the matches of the day. Of course, as you can see, it is going to be Rondo game number 1, Erangel for games 2, 3, and 4, and then ending it with Miramar to see what is going to happen on that desert. 6 maps today, tomorrow, and the day after. And a reminder, 24 teams split across 3 groups. 20 will make 2, then of course 16 to the final 1. Game number 1 should be starting very, very soon. So make sure that you show your support for your teams, for your players. Show them in the chat. Let us know, who do you think is going to be taking game numero 1?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see who is going to take that first Rondo, right? Who's going to be able to use those respawn beacons appropriately? Who's going to be able to sort it all out? I think that it's going to be very interesting to see how teams strategize around those respawn beacons as well. I was talking to Neptura, who's been following a bunch of these different regions as well, and she was saying that a lot of teams have taken this sort of this first approach of going 3-1 split, leaving someone back to go for a beacon and go for that. I think that might mature as time goes on, and I think that we could potentially develop into a position where people are kind of like just camping out over respawn beacons potentially to try and guard out teams from getting those respawns. Is it more favorable to go for a 3-1, and then if someone is going for a 3-1, is it more favorable then to go for a 4 against them? Like, there's all sorts of dynamics at play here when you talk about this early game. In general, though, I'm going to be interested to see how it exacerbates hot drops, right? Because in general, not a good idea, right? From what we've seen before. Now, maybe not so bad.
Yeah,
I think at the end of tournaments is going to be really interesting.
Yeah, it's definitely going to have an impact. And I too am curious. I want to see if, like you mentioned, will a lot of teams actually stick to that 3-1 kind of split, or are they going to be more committed? Just go for, knowing that some teams might be going for that 3-1 split, would you then gamble and go for the whole squad fighting or not? Camping around the beacons as well. That's definitely, I would say some teams might adapt that strategy. I don't see a lot of them going for it, though, considering it's just the one map. Especially, I guess it depends on how many are left in the zones or the terrain around every single one of those drops. Is there a possibility for you to even camp it in the first place? A lot of things I'm interested in seeing in that first game, and a lot will be told in that first game of the day. And hot drops, yes, please, bring it on. I want to see action. I want to see fighting. I want to see skirmishes from the very beginning of our first game.
I'm very interested to see, and this is something I hadn't thought about before the show, how Rondo is going, and the respawn beacons are going to affect games towards the end of the tournaments, right? Are we going to see teams in second place who are chasing that first place team immediately go for a 3-1 hot drop, right? Go for, just send 3 of their guys at wherever the first place team is playing and leave a guy on the respawn, right? Because even if you lose, if they're ahead by a certain amount, right, obviously game state matters and tournament state matters, but I feel like that is going to become a real weapon in the arsenal of teams chasing. Whereas before, it was a massive risk because then you just lose 3 players right off the rip. There is still a downside because, of course, you come back with reduced equipment, with reduced loot. But if you're going fast, you might just be able to extract a huge chunk out of this team that you're trying to chase down and get some points in the process.
Yeah, you're right, because usually players are thinking, no, can't hard drop in this game. Definitely don't want to be losing any players. But now with that risk kind of alleviated, yeah, definitely might find some teams going for the hunt. And you know what? Can we just skip to like day 3 already? I know we haven't even started like game 1. I just want to see all the different strategies. And I think every single day, Rondo is going to be different. I don't think we're going to be seeing the same strategies from those teams every single one of those games. I think they're going to be trying out different ones in the rondos. And the fact that it's only 1 per day, you only get 1 opportunity at it then. Then outside of that, just go back to the regular strategies that we're used to seeing on Erangel and on Miramar.
Yeah, it is maybe. Well, I mean, we're obviously focusing a lot on Rondo here because it is the new shiny. It's the new shiny toy.
It is.
But you're right. The lion's share of these games are on regular season maps that we've been playing for years. So obviously those places will probably see something similar. Wow. I mean, there's all sorts of theories that you could spin, right? If you're trying to maths it out, right? And maybe I'll have to sit down and run some real numbers.
We need a large enough sample size, no? I'd say we'd need a couple of games on multiple regions to have a look at those statistics.
So the most interesting thing I think that the question that I want to try and answer over the coming months of engaging with Rondo at an international and regional level is it more favorable? Like what's the most favorable split, right? If you go as going 3-1, and then how does that change based on what the other team is doing, right? So if one team is going 3-1, is it better for you to go 4 or 3 and do a 3-1 split as well? Like what's the best in terms of points outcome that you could try and achieve there? That's the sort of question that I'm quite interested in. And in general, will we see a system where it's like, I don't know if you've heard of a logic problem called the prisoner's dilemma, but I believe so. Yeah, it's kind of like that. It's right, like there is potentially a choice where everyone does better, but no one can make that choice, kind of thing. I wonder if it's going to end up like that.
Well, you know, we have a lot of IGLs that are going to be showing us exactly what they're going to be doing in this first game, and I feel like right now we're just being teased. We're just being teased with this first game. Like, is it going to start? Is it? But, well, it will. Don't worry.
You never know.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, we should, though. And I believe we do. We just like to play with our viewers' feelings. One thing I did want to mention, actually, and this is something that me and you discussed, when it comes to the respawn and the recall mechanic, it is only until the 3rd zone. Or once the 3rd zone, I believe, shifts in, that's when you can no longer recall. At that point,
it's only towards the start of the game, yeah. So you, later into the game, you will not be able to access that functionality, which means that it is purely kind of an early game way to play. It does put a big clock on things like hot drops. So I think that when we do see hot drops, they're going to either conclude faster conclude faster by either one team losing out or one team disengaging, right? And I think there's going to be a big speed up on doing that because you need time not only to respawn your teammates, but to then get some loot on and get into those next circles. So I think that in general, it is going to increase the pace of the early game, bringing it into an esports format.
Yeah, definitely agree with you there. Because, again, the risk of, oh, no, we're going to be losing players is no longer there. It's just thinking, okay, do as much damage as possible, wipe out, respawn, run it back, and then we just keep continuing in our first game. But I'm looking forward to seeing the 2 different playing paths and how that's going to impact, I guess, the players, the teams, and their drop locations. Would they adapt instantly from the get-go, or would they still stick to their usual drops, or how is that going to change things up a little bit?
I think that for each team individually, it's probably going to be fairly similar. I think it will take like maybe a day or two to get used to, and probably they're already kind of used to it because teams drop spots, right? It's just that you having to superimpose two of those maps on top of each other in your mind, and teams will have drop spot locations and maps. I don't think the two plane paths is going to be as big of a deal as maybe it could be, because you could look at the other plane path and know where teams are going to be. The question I want to know is, do they know who's in which plane?
Yeah, or do you pick which plane that you're in? You don't get to pick. I think it's just going to be a random.
Yeah, so we'll have to. So that might be the caveat there, right? Is you have to then superimpose two maps of possibilities on top of things to see who's going where. So maybe a little bit more uncertainty, maybe a little bit more mid-game issue, but I'm not expecting fireworks in the same way that I'm expecting from the other features. I bet you can guess which one I'm thinking about.
Maybe. But you know what I'm thinking about? I'm thinking about. Now, when it comes to Rondo, as well, like we know, for example, when it comes to Erangel and Miramar, we know what are the kind of like the weird circles, the most annoying circles for teams and players to deal with. For example, on Miramar, it's the end towards those two islands on the easternmost side. Or it's in Erangel, it's towards maybe the bridges, or if it's a zone that's halfway between Military Island and the mainland. Where I'm trying to figure out where those locations would kind of be for Rondo as well. Where are those going to be like awkward situations or awkward areas for players to deal with? Those are the situations I'm looking forward to seeing as well.
I mean, you've got a couple of the crossings in the northeast that can be a little bit weird if you get final circles there. Generally, islands and bridges are always awkward. I'm also going to be looking at like Jadina City. I think that is going to be a really interesting set of final circles to play on esports. Obviously, a lot of verticality there. The ability to zip up and down will be interesting. And obviously, the big bay that surrounds it sort of forces a lot of interesting decisions to be made. I think time will tell for a lot of these things, but those are the two sort of places I'm looking for. Those islands on the crossings on the northeast and in Jadina City.
Oh, yeah. Lots of new POIs to discover as well with that first game. I'm looking forward to seeing if we're gonna have a stadium finish in our first game, because that I want to say like that was also kind of fun when we were having a look at it yesterday. But you know what? I believe we should be starting soon TM with that game. I'm just antsy. I just want to get into it and see what happens, because we've seen a couple of different things when the teams were kind of like practicing, getting used to everything yesterday, and we already saw a heightened number of eliminations already in that first game. Yes, I know it was just practice, but still, it gave us an idea of what to expect in the first game of the tournament as well.
Yeah, well, I'll be interested to see how that's going to carry over, right? Because obviously teams are treating it a little bit less strictly as maybe they will do coming into these games for the first day, certainly. So I'm just generally very, very interested in how this is all going to play out, because I think it is. I mean, you play 3 maps over the league stage. Over these group stages, you play a couple of times, so it can have a big chunk of those points. And as we said, the point scoring potential on Rondo is a little bit higher. So normally when we talk about maps, we talk about Sandhawk used to be 1/6 of your point scoring potential, right? That changes now with Rondo. I'd need to do some napkin math for a minute to figure out exactly what proportion it is, but it is more than 1/6 because there is that higher point scoring just given to the lobby overall. I'm interested in the distribution of where those points are going. I'm interested in how that is impacted by teams who do and don't go for hot drops, teams who do and don't go for respawns. I think there's all sorts of very interesting statistical questions. And if you haven't gathered by now, I'm a big maths nerd. That's kind of
honestly, I kind of just zoned out for a minute or two, and I was like, I was just thinking about what the formula would be and what the fraction would be points-wise for Rondo. Like, I like where he's going with this. Let's see if I can find it. But no, we're like you said, need some napkins, need a pen, need to do some math.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'll do it right now.
I like it. Yeah. Please do find out, because Yeah, it's not a sixth. It should be more. But then which maps kind of lose the percentage, or what's the ratio then?
So it's a total in terms of the elimination point potential.
Yeah,
Because I don't know about placement point differences. It's a 21% potential value of your elimination count for the day. So it's 1/5 approximately, a little bit more than a fifth, to give you some perspective on that, of your total daily elimination potential. But comes with all sorts of questions, because just that number alone doesn't really sort of give you the full picture in terms of the dynamics of how respawns are going to affect placements, how respawns are going to affect teams getting into later stages, what are the relative values of getting into, everything is going on. For instance, it could be that all of these extra points are going to the lower layers of the lobby, and so teams at the top aren't actually seeing the impact of these in any way.
Possible.
So, that's the sort of question that we need answered.
We can only answer this question with the gameplay. And the players are getting themselves ready. Don't you worry, boys and girls. The game will start soon, TM. But it's just giving us, I guess, giving us some time to brainstorm what we might see from Rondo and how it's going to impact just the tournament in general, not just as, I guess, one game a day, but in, I guess, 3 out of the 18 maps. What's the percentage points-wise compared to Erangel and Miramar?
Sorry, say that again.
No, it's just saying, like, we're waiting for the game to basically give us some of that information to kind of get it going. But I do like where this is headed, though. I am definitely curious to see what numbers wise after the end of the competition. For example, we can kind of measure this one compared to last PMSL, like Rondo or total points in this split compared to total points in the last split, and see how that kind of averaged out, or what's the difference there.
I mean, in general, seeing about 20 points more a game, right? Sort of placement points. If you're talking about the lobby as a whole, you're giving the same amount of placement points to the teams.
Yeah, placement's
in general, every match. And we're seeing about 20 more elims per match for the other regions. Obviously, that is very early days. Rondo hasn't been put through the ringer fully just yet with this respawn beacon system. But that's what we're seeing right now. And as strategies change, that could change. But in general, it's going to increase by approximately what's a sixth as a percentage? I'm not entirely sure.
Is it 18.3?
It's 16.6 recurring. So 17%. 17%. So it's going to increase by 3% the value of that single map, 3 or 4%. Over the course of it.
Don't do math on stream. Don't do it.
It can be tricky. It can be tricky. Maybe I should get a spreadsheet up and put it on my camera slot, and then we can really start to crunch them.
Listen, I am so down. I want to see all the math about this one map and just how it could impact the tournament. I mean, look, you brought up a lot of valid points. One, the average of 20 points plus eliminations wise per map, and it being the first map of the day as well, and how it could realistically impact the smash point rule when it comes to the very final day of the grand finals. A lot of things. Just that one simple change has so many different levels of impact. And actually, one thing you mentioned we didn't really talk about that much, I want to say, is the deployable cover as well. I've seen a couple of videos and a couple of situations where the deployable cover was in favor of the team that dropped it, but I've also seen it on different terrain a couple of times where it didn't really favor them, and instead it helped their enemies get nades on them a lot easier than it would have been without the deployable cover. So there are situations where it will benefit you, and there are situations where it might actually just obliterate you from the game. So just got to be careful. Also, don't stand where it drops. That's just completely random as well.
Yeah, that can be a pretty dangerous. I can't wait for the first time that happens in esports tournaments. Right, I can't wait for the deployable cover to just squish someone. It's going to be so much fun.
Yeah, especially if it's a team elimination as well. Not even one on an opponent. No.
Yeah, I was thinking doing it yourself, but yeah, you're right. You could use it offensively, right? Throw an emergency cover at an enemy team's location. You might just pick 2 of them off. That'd be great. Yeah, well, I'll be very interested to see how that all plays. Of course, there's destructible terrain. It's not going to be super impactful, I don't imagine. I don't think we're going to be seeing that too much at all. In terms of, I mean, it can give you a little bit of a late game divot, right? If you're really, really desperate. So maybe we'll see that. The taser, I don't expect to see that.
Highly
Maxman doesn't expect to see that as well. I know he was talking about it before. Like, Maxman just hates the taser. He's very against it. I don't know if it's electricity or I don't know what he doesn't like, but he's not for it.
I mean, do you think at any point we might see an elimination with a taser? And I'm not talking about like eliminating someone that's already knocked down. No. I'm talking about like an actual elimination with it.
Yeah, sure. I think the most likely scenario is if there's nothing else, right, in the early game. In hot drop scenarios, right, we've seen people use all sorts of things. I think we nearly saw Zedwolf 1v4 just with his knife, right?
Oh, wow.
In a previous tournament. And like crossbows and all that sort of thing, right?
Man was on a mission.
So the taser feels like it's going to enter that bracket of crud, if you'll pardon my French. I don't have anything else available.
Well,
I don't think I've ever said crud in my life. That was a debut, and I didn't like it.
Well, you know what? First and last time. Never again. We're not running it back.
Yeah,
we're not. Right. That's it. But you got to test things out sometimes, And it's good to test it here rather than PMGC.
Take risks, like playing Rondo,
Yeah, true. Very, very risky. But at least you'll have a chance to come back. And here we go. Just reminding you guys one more time when it comes to the Smash rule, because you know what? Over the past couple of years, I would say, like, when it comes to like the finals of a tournament, the second I saw the Smash rule come into play, I was like, okay, this I feel like is going to add such an incredible twist and flavor to the competition, especially towards the end. Because it's, you win the game, you win the competition, and it just feels like you end on such a high at the competition and at the tournament. So yeah, definitely happy with this little change when it comes to the point system. And excited to see how it's going to keep improving over the next couple of years when it comes to PUBG Mobile. Because we've seen it at PMGO, we've seen it in a couple of PMSLs already at this point, and we're going to be seeing a lot more of it over the next couple of months as well. And remember, you have to pass that threshold.
I'm in favor generally. I think that Smash ruling, if not formed, if not sort of monitored and put forward properly, is a problem. But I really like the system that PUBG Mobile have introduced here of taking the point threshold from the current score of the tournament, right? Because it's kind of not great if in day two a team's just like wins 4 games in a row. It's happened before, and then all of a sudden they're just like, oh, we've won the whole tournament, the game's over, nobody else can play anymore. We've still booked the whole stadium for a third day. And also, it's in general, it's better, I think, gameplay-wise and tournament sort of fairness-wise as well.
Yeah. Hype-wise, 100% as well. Like you said, having a team kind of complete the competition, complete the tournament on the second day, third day. So a team comes in, you see 60, 70, 80 points, and you're thinking, okay, I mean, I can try and get those 80 points, but they also have to get 0 points in order for me to catch up. So they just come in with zero motivation to claim that #1 spot. So having that big change, yeah, definitely a big fan of it. And the fact that you can have a team with less points win the competition than, like, let's say first place can be 130, second place is like, let's say 100, but they're both above the threshold anyways. And second place wins the competition. Having like 20 or 30 points less than first place would be kind of crazy. But I guess, again, that's the twist that this point system adds to the competition.
Yeah. I want to talk about one of our teams quickly.
And
I think that the most interesting team right now is Regnum Carya.
Okay.
First of all, a very successful team in their own right, but they have added Zedwolf to the roster. Now, this is a big pickup, right? Zedwolf, multiple MVP titles. He is an absolute firecracker when it comes to fragging out on the battlefield, previously playing for BWNRX and IWNRX before they renamed. And he has got such an incredible legacy. He's replacing Toshbik on the roster, which leaves Wild, Loxy, Silas, and now Zedwolf. With Silas on side, that incredible IGL talent that we've seen time and time again. I'm really interested to see what this team can do. And I think going into this one, I feel like they're probably my favorite team. I say not favorite in terms of the one I like the most, but the one I think has probably the biggest chance of doing a massive amount of work and coming first, top the tables on this tournament.
And they have been a team that's been, as an organization as well, incredibly consistent when it comes to global competitions as well. They've constantly been there, making sure that they reach the grand finals, getting themselves top 8s, top 4s, top 3s in terms of where they end up in the leaderboard. So this team has constantly been improving every single time. And now being in Group B alongside Falcons, alongside Carya, IDA, all those strong teams, I still think they're, I agree with you. They're going to be, they have to be one of the top performers coming out of this one. And I have to say, like, the Turkish region in general has so many stacked rosters and so many stacked teams. I mean, the fact that we have 8 partnered teams from Turkey, and then we also have 7 teams that are here from PMNC Turkey as well. So imagine out of the 24 teams, there's a total of 15 that are Turkish. That region is just so incredibly strong and has so many talented players.
For sure, it's undeniable. It's a very, very impressive region in terms of talent, in terms of names, in terms of legacy, and hopefully trajectory as well into their future. I was obviously with Zedwolf moving. He does stay in the Turkey region, but he leaves IWNRX, and they have taken Swain on loan to fill that gap from S2G, who again have sort of had to find their roster together. So I'll be interested to see how that has sort of changed things, right? It's a little bit of a rotation around around some of the biggest names in these tournaments. So we'll have to see how that is going to impact the dynamics here, and we'll be on tenterhooks to see the conclusion of that.
Conclusion of that, and the conclusion of the long wait. And don't worry, ladies and gentlemen, we are sorting out everything as fast as possible so we can get ourselves into that first game. I know you're all waiting and excited to see what Rondo has to offer for its first time here at PMSL EU. It's going to be a lot of fun. That I can promise you. I mean, we have a pickaxe too. So, just saying.
That's right. That's the best thing about Rondo. There's a pickaxe. Just the one pickaxe, actually. Only one.
You just have to find it.
You find it and you win. That's how it works.
We are just tell them Sandstorm and John Allen said so. So don't worry about it.
It's in the rules. I'm pretty sure it's in my contract. I'll talk to my agent. We are just waiting for players to get loaded into the lobby. We'll be waiting. Currently, there are 63 players in the lobby to keep you guys updated at home. So there is someone who's being sneaky and not getting in there. We don't know who it is, but we'll probably never find out. Yeah, so we're just waiting for that. We have no further information, but when we do, you guys will be the first to know about what's going on, because we definitely want to get these games underway.
That I agree. And the games will be fun, especially that. You know what? At this point, I would like to play a game of Rondo and use a stun gun myself. Like I would be a man on a mission. I would just try to get a stun gun, and I would find one person to eliminate with it, just to prove that you can. And then I'll send that video to Maxman.
I'm sure he'd absolutely love that. I'm sure that would be so great.
He'd be a big fan. You know, it would be even better if I just wait for him to stream and play games. I would try to find him in the games and eliminate him. That would be kind of funny.
Oh yeah, maybe try and gank him. Although that's not friendly. That's not friendly.
It's
using
just for fun,
outside
though.
information to play into the game. That's something I definitely can't ever recommend.
Okay.
And I think that
I won't do it.
Be firmly set against that.
No, I agree. We won't be doing that.
Yeah, well, you know, we'll find other ways. I mean, it's probably easier to make to upset Maxman by being on his team, especially for me.
True.
All I need to do is play my best, and he'll get very angry.
Did you see the man finally broke his caster's curse?
Where? I
Yeah.
didn't. I haven't clocked that. Where's that?
Yeah, I saw that a couple days ago. I think for one of the PMSLs, he had a prediction for the top 3, and he actually got every single one of them right.
Hey.
The 3 he predicted were the top 3. So he was
Nice
like, "Oh my
guy.
god, the caster curse! It's gone! Yes!"
I mean, it'll come back. Don't worry about that.
Oh, 100%. Just wait for PMGC.
Yeah, exactly. There's no way that it's gone forever. It's just taking a break. Even curses need a holiday. What can I say?
That's true. That's true.
Yeah. I think Max is currently doing the MENA region on a watch party, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think he's covering that. And CSA as well. Guy's everywhere, you know?
It's Max,
he's
man.
a
He's all
global-
over the place.
He's the man of the world. He knows everything.
He
He's
is
got that big
the
brain.
Max,
I mean,
man.
he's got to keep something behind that massive forehead. So yeah, he's got a big brain in there.
Poor man isn't even here to defend himself.
I'm sure the guys in chat will let Max know.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I'm pretty sure people at this point are just gonna be clipping, sending it to Max, man, and he's gonna be showing it on the watch party. Like, what are these buffoons doing?
Hey, nothing but love for Max, man. The guy's incredible. Absolutely love him. I met him a long time. Actually, I met him at my first PUBG Mobile gig.
Really?
We were both covering. Yeah, it was PMGO. PMCO. No, it's PMCO. In 2019.
When I was there with you as well, but I was doing it in
Yeah,
Arabic.
in
Yes.
Yeah.
Kiev.
You were there as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was the first time, maybe the first time you would have met him as well.
Yep.
Yeah, he was incredible. We went out to the bar. We had a brilliant time. He was great. He was on form. And
He was definitely on form.
Yeah. And he covered his first PUBG Mobile event. Or maybe not the first. I don't know if he did previous stuff. Certainly the first official one, and it was my first official one as well.
Mhm.
I covered the India region back when India had a region for PUBG Mobile. Now it's BGMI, which is great coming through. But
That was the start for me as well. When it comes to like PUBG Mobile specifically, that was also kind of the start. Like met you, Imperium, Maxman. There was James Banks as well. Yeah, of course. Blank was there too.
Blank was he? I don't think he was covering PUBG Mobile, but I think he might have been there because it was the same offices where he was doing another gig.
Yeah, and Kilaris was there as well, if I'm not mistaken. Was he?
Probably
Kilaris?
for a similar reason.
Yes.
I don't think he. I don't think it was for PUBG Mobile. I know Toby. Do you remember Toby was there?
Oh yeah. My name is Toby. Yeah, of course. It was an introduction to, I want to say, like all of you lovely people, and of course to the lovely scene that is PUBG Mobile, and it's been an incredible ride so far.
Yeah, it's been great fun to see how it's all develops. And as I said back then, I mean, as we covered, they had 30 points for a chicken dinner, which was insane.
Do you remember when we had Vikendi as
The
well?
value of snaking was so incredible. I liked Vikendi, man.
Same.
I kind of enjoyed it. It's not good, but I liked it. It's like going for fast food, right? You know, it's like it's a bit of a guilty pleasure. I just really enjoyed the idea of like you just got to crash and have a fight, and I you know, it's like watching an action film with loads of explosions. It's like I know what I'm there for, you know.
You know what? That's what I wanted, I guess, back then. I also like the idea of having like 4 different, like when we had like imagine like Sandhawk, Vikendi, Erangel, Miramar, having all 6 or all 4 rather. Wow, that was very bad math. All 4 maps would be kind of crazy.
Yeah. I'll be interested to see if things come back or if things change or if things get edited and updated and stuff, and see if we can bring more stuff back into the map pool. Yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see how PUBG Mobile develops into the future as well, because I'm sure there's still plenty of time. There's still loads of time left. We're going. We're not stopping.
I mean, look, it's one of the biggest mobile games in the world, if not the biggest. So I mean, I don't see a world where this stops at the moment. I don't see a world where this stops. that we have too many talented players. We have massive communities all over the world, constant competition, super leagues, club opens, countless opportunities for any player that wants to chase the esports dream, chase being a professional player. The opportunity is there. Just put in the work, grind, and you can make it. The steps are there. The chances are there. You just have to do it.
Yeah, for sure. I think
motivation for the day.
It's daily affirmations with Sandstorm.
Daily affirmations. Yeah,
go for it. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's hard. It's really hard to make it in esports. And being mechanically gifted at the game is not enough. There's so much that goes on for these teams, for these players behind the scenes that is nothing to do with improvement specifically at mechanically at the game. It's to do with mentality. It's to do with resilience. It's to do with camaraderie. It's to do with teamwork. You know, these sorts of aspects are, I would say, almost more important a lot of the time than mechanical skill. Obviously, there is sort of a base level of mechanical skill that you need, but those sorts of things are what differentiate a good player from a great player, from a historic player. And I think it's too easy to sometimes, watch these pop-off clips and think, I can do that. Why am I not a pro? Well, because you haven't put in the time. You don't know how to play as part of a team. You don't know how to develop strategy and really be able to effectively communicate that to the rest of your team. It's these sorts of things that change things, because you can't play as four lone rangers. You've got to play as four of the same mind, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can't really be out of sync with the rest of your team, and that is a really, really difficult task. That's probably the most impressive thing that players at this competitive level will be able to pull off.
Yeah, and honestly, props to the IGLs specifically, because they put in so much work and there's so much pressure on their shoulders, because at the end of the day, you're the one that's making the calls, you're the one that's making the decisions, and the repercussions and the consequences, it's all on you. You're the one that made the call. So if you make the right one, bliss, you get so many points, you get what you want. You don't make the right call, it's going to cost you a lot. You're going to have sleepless nights thinking, oh, should I have done this? Should I have done that? There's so much that goes into it that I guess maybe some people may not be aware of, but it is not something that's easy to get into. It requires so much hard work, so much determination. And you mentioned, I would say, a fraction of the things that go into being a professional player. But it can be so rewarding.
Yeah,
it really can be rewarding.
I mean, absolutely. It is not for everyone, but at that top level, there's nothing like it, right? It's even just as a caster to witness those sorts of things as well, like right at that top level, especially at live events, man. It's so incredible when teams that have the support of the crowd and teams that have the support of their fans across the world, when they're able to pull something off, and you can see it in them, right? It's sort of a joy that is unparalleled by like kind of anything else.
Mm-hmm.
It's victory, it's accomplishment, it's pride, it's gratitude, it's all of those things combined, and it is a heady tonic to see, and even to be a part of, right? Even to be adjacent to that is has those knock-on effects as well. Some of my fondest memories are at those sorts of events, and I can't wait to see more, and hopefully we'll see more and more players be able to have that opportunity.
Would you mind running us down one of your favorite memories from those kinds of events? Like, what event was it? Which team or which player was it?
There's sort of no question in my mind as to which one is probably my favorite.
Okay.
It was during that first season of PUBG Mobile.
Okay.
At PMCO, sorry, at the India finals in New Delhi.
Okay.
I was there with Jason Kaplan, Alex Byfield, who goes by Snods, who some of you may be familiar with. He's done PUBG Mobile broadcasts with us in the past, and Blair, who does other esports commentary as well, is from the India region. Lovely, lovely guy. Very short. And It was with those 4 guys, and we were commentating this tournament, and the arena was absolutely packed. I think it was something like 3,000 people, and queues outside to get in. This was, when it was incredibly popular as well in the region, and it was Team Seoul who had the big backing, right? It had Mortal, I think it had, it might have Scout as well at that time. There were obviously more players than that, but those are the 2 sort of headliners. This was slightly before Scout, I think, gained a lot of notoriety. But in general, like, they were able to win this tournament, right? And it was unknown right until the last beat who had won. And then when it comes to that moment, we get the results in our ears. Jason lists off the players, and they walk out onto the stage, and the crowd just explodes. Right? It's like flying. There's no comparison to that sort of situation. And yeah, that's a very special one for me, I think, especially because it was on my rise with PUBG Mobile as well, to my sort of to rise in general across commentary, and I think that there's no there's no sort of fonder memory I have, because it's not only this incredible experience, but also sort of part of my journey as well. So yeah, there you go. There's an answer.
Honestly, that was beautiful. I love that. How long ago was this? When was this?
This was 2019, right?
2019. Okay.
It finished with PMCO Berlin, which Kalaris was at, actually.
Yeah,
he was
okay.
there, along with a bunch of other casters and commentators and talent, which was good. Met some very lovely people there. Yeah, that was back in 2019, I think.
I'm trying to think of the, I guess, similar kind of memories. And for me, it's honestly the latest one for PUBG Mobile. It definitely has to be like last year, Grand Finals, London. And specifically, I was in front of the stage, and I was talking to Barney Becks. At that point, I was like, you know what? Imagine if this game of all games, this is the one that it shifts to those islands. And then I see the zone shifting to those islands, and I'm like, no way. No way.
Yeah.
The final game of the Grand Finals of the Global Championship is going to end, and it's going to happen on those islands. It was absolutely crazy. And seeing like the reaction from the crowd, the players all visibly scrambling, like, oh God, what do we do? We have never prepped for this situation, because we've never been in this situation where the stakes are this high. And it's just, honestly, it was incredible.
It absolutely was. What was interesting is, me and Blank had been sort of vaguely talked about it as well, because like we'd seen an East Island finish before previously, and we were like, oh well, it'd be crazy if that happened, right? And then we were like, but anyway, let's talk about what's actually going to happen.
Yes.
I think it's the closest I've come to like accidentally swearing really badly on podcast when that circle popped. We are going to head to a short break whilst we try and get this lobby sorted out. I'm apologizing for the delay. Of course, we are just trying to get all these players into the lobby. We'll see you guys soon.
And we are
Hello,
back.
welcome back.
That we
Sorry.
are. Listen, I'm just excited to be back, John. I'm just excited to be back because hopefully.
Yeah,
that
we weren't
means-
here for long enough.
No, yeah. I think people missed us. That they definitely did.
Yeah, that must be it. That must be it, for sure. To keep you guys updated, we still currently don't have a full lobby, and we are not ready to start the game. But we're here to chat a little bit more.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what about, though.
I was kind of enjoying our rundown memory lane, going through the memories of some of our favorite events and some of our favorite moments across PUBG Mobile, I guess, over the past couple of years.
Okay.
We had, I want to say, like, we had one of your favorites, we had one of mine, and I want to give this opportunity to the viewers. Let us know what was one of your favorite moments, whether it was I want to say like a nice clutch, a 1v4, or a crowning moment, or something like that. Let us know what have been some of your favorite plays. But I'm trying to think of like other ones coming across my mind right now. And the one thing that my brain instantly jumps to was, I guess, like S2G being crowned champions and then having the grand finals of the year after be in Istanbul. I felt like that was kind of a nice little storyline as well to have for S2G.
Yeah, that was fun.
I thought
that was enjoyable.
Like literally
shame
bringing
about
it
how
home,
they played,
I guess.
But like, it is always fun to have those like regional storylines, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like to be to see that defense, on home territory. I mean, I say it's a shame how they played. To be fair, they did do pretty well, and unfortunately weren't able to win in that scenario, which did hit them pretty hard. I think it sort of unsteadied them, and obviously after that it was Silas who left and joined Regnum Carya, and so it sort of led to a little bit of the fracture of that roster. After that tournament as well, but it was a great year for Mongolia, right? Like they had a great time. They almost got a 1-2-3.
Oh yeah, that was a heck of a finish for Mongolia. It was Stalwart for. Was it for? No, it wasn't 4 a.m. It was Stalwart Esports, IHC. I'm trying to think of who else it was. Who was the other Mongolian roster?
Would it have been 4MV?
4MV, yeah.
Was
4MV
it there?
was.
I'm wondering if it was. I can't remember exactly. I'm gonna have to look this up.
Yeah, it was. Well, at that point, it was IHC that won. I think in Istanbul. Yeah, it was IHC that won, and you also had 4MV and STE. STE were second, Alpha third, and maybe 4MV fourth. I think that's what it was. Because Alpha were in the lead going into the final day.
Yeah. IHC Stalwart, and it was 4MV, Alpha 7 with third place.
Yeah, let's go. I have a good memory of that one. Oh, I only have a good memory of that one specifically because I remember at the beginning of the final day, one of the Arabic talents, Al Mullah, is a massive fan of Alpha 7, and A7, if I'm not mistaken, were leading in the final day, and he was like preparing the whole day for like the crowning moment to be about Alpha 7 because it was like they were in the lead by a decent bit, and it didn't look like they were slowing down at all in the competition, and then it's just IHC came out of nowhere, blew everyone out of the water.
I mean, it was notable, right? Because they were super elimination focused, and they're sort of now. We talk about, whenever that sort of point scoring style happens, we talk about it as like an IHC style point scoring adventure. Not sure. But yeah, it was very impressive. It was the first time it had been done successfully. Obviously, with placement points being slightly more impactful earlier on in PUBG Mobile's lifecycle, we'd seen survivalist point scoring gluts, but we'd never seen that sort of huge over elimination style from a team before, which was pretty interesting.
Yeah, because we've seen different styles over the past couple of years. Like, for example, I'm instantly brought back to 2020, 2021, NGX's Survive in Sandhawk, where they got a ridiculous amount of points just by consistently getting third, second in that map, just by having one player constantly survive and heal in the blue zone. And that got them third place. Yeah. It's like the different kind of strategies, It's like when we did have Sandhawk, when the healing strategy was there, that was a strategy that throughout one map they were able to consistently get a ridiculous amount of points that kept them in the top 3 of the grand final. And this was only like one map a day as well throughout the 3-day grand final. But the massive impact it had, I want to say, in the group stage, survival, if they were even there, and in the grand finals was insane. So we have seen quite a lot of different strategies over the last couple of years, whether it was healing, whether it's just outright eliminating everyone and taking every fight that you can. And now, obviously, with the addition of Rondo, we're going to be seeing a couple more different strategies as well. And one more time, just showing you guys the teams that are participating in the competition. Who are you supporting? Show us those hashtags.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. As I said before, I think my eyes are on Regnum Carya here. It is, I think it's their turn. I think Silas, wants to get back to the top of his game. And we'll see if he can claim another global title, right? After being denied at the PMGC, able to finally, get another global title on the cards for the PMGO at the start of this year with the roster, obviously with Sarah on board as well, who is going to be, I believe he was on a roster earlier when I checked. I have to double check. Maybe not. I think that might have been a mistake that's been since fixed. But yeah, it was Regnum Carya who were playing with Sarah at the Global Open at the start of this year, who were able to take that one home, and that actually allowed them to get to the PMWC as well, right? Because for winning the Global Open, they added an extra qualification spot for their region to the PMWC. That was that was one of the prizes for the Global Open at the start of the year in Tashkent, and they actually qualified in that extra spot from last season. They qualified in 4th place, which would not have been available to them if they hadn't have won that tournament, which is a really interesting story. And they ended up placing 5th at PMWC, which was brilliant.
That is one heck of a journey. Just wow, things just worked out for them, didn't it? I mean,
yeah, I think it's definitely that time. And I think the second interesting thing here is that Zed Wolf, it felt like he was kind of a standout in his own team, and it's always difficult to sort of point fingers and say, well, it might just be that he's going off and trying to make all these flashy plays, but it's an overall detriment to the team. I think it'll be interesting to see how that style melds with Regnum Carya, with the rest of the roster, with Loxy, Silas, and Wild. And so that extra element of Zed Wolf is going to be a really, really interesting part of what we'll see over the next week or two, and potentially moving into the finals if they're able to make it, which I expect them to.
I expect them to do it as well. I think they should be able to. And one of the teams that I honestly would hope make it from here to the grand finals and even maybe PMGC, making it from PMCO Eastern Europe for FS, previously known as Kodiak. This was the team that was essentially crowned champion of PMCO Eastern Europe. They were on the tail of BOARS constantly when it came to PMCO. And in the final day, they were able to clinch that first place, steal it away from BOARS when BOARS had a ridiculous lead after the first day of the grand finals. So now coming up against the likes of, like we can see here, Falcons, Regnum, Carya, Fenerbahçe, IDA, S2G, and honestly, every single one of the other teams here, they are one of the teams to watch for me personally. So hopefully they'll be able to perform. Because also in the last split of PMCO, they also had an incredible performance, but they weren't able to overcome the BOARS. They did this time, so hopefully that will give them a massive boost coming into this competition as well. Yeah,
it'll be interesting to see how that comes on through. Like the players coming through from that tournament as well. I mean, you obviously said you were sort of, again, you got to know them a little bit over the course of the tournament.
Yeah.
Do you have like a favorite player on that front, or is it more sort of the team that really impressed you and drew your eye to to those performances?
I want to say it's been the team in general. I would say because there have been multiple opportunities where every single player from that roster has had a standout performance when it comes to PMCO. So I wouldn't really pick one of them. I think every single one of them have been able to perform together in fantastic fashion, and they've shown that time and time again, and consistently as well over the course of both group stages and the finals for PMCO. So I think as a whole, they are performing very, very well. But again, experience in PMSL hasn't been there yet for this roster. So that's why I'm still looking at them. And I'm still curious to see how they're going to perform with this current roster.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. And we are certainly doing our fair share of waiting because we still don't have a lobby, I'm afraid, guys. And I do not have any further information than that. The lobby that we did have seems to have emptied out. We're down to 18 players now on that one. So I don't know if that's going to be the one that gets used. I'm not entirely sure. We are just waiting on any information. So we just have to wait and see. I can only apologize for you guys at home. Thanks for sticking with us. If you're around, we'll be getting underway as soon as possible because we realize we've been live for a while now. So we'll get it to you as soon as possible.
That we will. And for now, we're just going to remind you, lovely viewers at home, exactly which maps we are going to be going over for day 1, 2, and 3 of the group stage. It is none other Rondo for that first one. And of course, then it's back to the good old-fashioned maps that we're used to here at the PUBG Mobile competition and the esports circuit, triple Erangels, and the double Miramar. And that's going to be the schedule over the course of the next 3 days. And I believe as well it's going to be the same when it comes to the survival stage as well. As a reminder, we have 24 teams that are participating in the competition. We go down from 24 in the survival stage, and then in the survival stage, we will have the 20 teams fight for the 16 spots in the competition there. So 3 qualify to the golf. So we have, I would say, like 2 different kinds of qualifying to the PMGC. You can either qualify from points in your region, or you can qualify directly from PMSLs. PMSLs will get you into the gauntlet, and I believe points from your region specifically, that will get you directly into the group stage. So if you're able to qualify that way, it's one less stage that you have to worry about and one less set of games that you have to deal with going into the global competition. So teams that have already qualified, they made it easier for themselves. Teams that are going to be qualifying from PMSL EU, they're just going to have to take that one more step to make it to the grand finals.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll be interesting to see who's going to be able to make that leap. Of course, there's already been quite a few teams who have secured their spots in the various different stages of the PMGC. I'm looking at Vampire Esports obviously getting the host country invite.
Yep.
For the Thailand position. I think that might have been. I'm not entirely because I think they also won on points for their region, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm not entirely sure. I'll have to double check here. But either way, Vampire Esports are going to be going, which will be interesting to see to see them. Obviously, they've had a little bit of a shuffle, a little bit of roster swaps going on there. A massive, obviously, legacy in the PMWC, right? Playing 2 back-to-back victories, seemingly just like unbeatable in Saudi Arabia. The 2 times that we saw the debut of the PMWC at the EWC.
Oh, they were crazy.
As well.
They were insane.
They were absolutely incredible. And they earned so much money. It's unbelievable. It's absolutely crazy.
Honestly, it's just their tournament. It's honestly just their tournament because I'm not going to forget the conversations that everyone has had. I wouldn't say in the second year of PMWC, right? When they got invited again, everyone's like, "There's no way, right? There's just no way. There's no way that they're able to do this." And then they just destroy everyone. And it was such a massive lead as well. It was so ridiculous. And then you think, okay, going into PMGC, they should clap, right? They should destroy people. They should have an incredible performance. And then they didn't even make it out of the survival stage. They didn't make it to the grand finals. So just like it was a massive performance and then just a massive drop as well.
Hey, with all the cash they were able to earn, they were busy buying every skin in the game on multiple accounts to practice.
True.
You know? It's like, what are you going to do? Buying
that's a
like
responsible way to
INFINIX
use your
GT30s, right? Like that's what they were into. You know, they didn't have time to practice. Are you kidding me?
True. They're too busy just buying all the car skins, making Max jealous. By the way,
yeah,
that's definitely one of the things he does enjoy in the game is those skins. That's for sure.
We do have a couple of other points qualifiers and stuff like that to PMGC already. From the PMSL SEA Fall, you got DX Avia and E Arena. That'll be good to see. From Fall Americas, apparently, we've also got Wolves and Alpha 7.
That we do.
Who have been able to qualify for the Gauntlet. The PEL, obviously, have Thunder Talk Gaming, who are able to do a little bit over in the PMWC. So we'll see if they can step it up. They did come 16th though, so it's not the most illustrious. But they've also won back-to-back PEL seasons. So what's going on there? Orangutan as well from BGMI India, and we'll be seeing what they can bring to the table. Of course, a little bit more removed from the global scene over the last few years, and they are making their way back. In general, the region hasn't had a great result at global stages, but we'll see if they can change their tune with Orangutan. Alter Ego from Indonesia points, Celcom Digi Alliance from Malaysia points, Team Flash from SEA. These are going straight to the group stages, by the way. Alter Ego, Celcom Digi Alliance, Team Flash, and Team Secret as well from SEA, and the Burmese Ghouls as well from the full season. So they have been able to qualify a bunch more as well. Goodness me, it just keeps going. I keep scrolling. There's more teams.
Yeah, I'm following you, Chief. I'm looking at exactly
Influence Range, 9Z Team, Loops, X-Force, Weibo, Tiamba, Reject, and D+. Those are the teams that have all qualified for the group stages at the end there. And a lot of those names will be very, very familiar. And I'm sure it's names that our teams will have their sights set on.
That's right. And you know what? There are a couple of, let's say, like regions I'm excited to see personally. So, we're going to be we have teams that are going to be qualifying from like Saudi Arabia points, Iraq points. The team from Egypt, for example, I'm personally curious to see who's going to make it and how well they're going to perform on the international stage, because we haven't really had a lot of representation of Egypt on the international stage. They haven't had a lot of opportunities to showcase their potential. So definitely one of the teams and one of the regions to look out for. But yeah, I do like the list of teams that we already have qualified. And we already have I would say a surprising story for PMGC this year, where once again the PMWC champion didn't even make it or qualify to PMGC for this year. So I feel like that's definitely a surprise. But it's like, if you want to win PMGC, don't win PMWC. So just tank it on the last day. If you want to win PMGC, don't win the mid-season invitational.
Yeah, that'll be the one. I'm waiting for a year where someone sweeps like PMGO, PMWC, and PMGC. I mean, that'd be
just like a Grand Slam.
Yeah, I guess that's what it would be. Is that what it would be?
Yeah, I would say that like that's the Grand Slam.
What we should call it? I feel like we definitely need to talk to a marketing department about that. That feels like something we can't make. Actually, you know what? No, we can.
We decide.
We've been live. We've been live for like an hour and a half now. We can make our own decisions. It's a Grand Slam.
I mean, look, from what I know, it's either a Grand Slam or a Golden. I guess Golden Road, although Golden Road will never be applied to a team that wins PUBG Mobile, because like Golden Road is like not losing, I guess, a single match or a single competition. So Golden Road or what's it called? Like those would be the options, I guess, for going undefeated or Grand Slam. I'm trying to think of another title like undefeated. It doesn't feel as prestigious, I want to say, as a Grand Slam or a Golden Road.
Yeah.
But Reject were almost there. Reject were almost there last year.
I mean, yeah, they had some very, very strong results, right? Unfortunately, couldn't do it though, could they? So just skill issue. It is very difficult to maintain that sort of performance over the course of an entire year, I think, as well. Which is why it would be a monumental achievement to be able to do things like that. And it's why we talk about like back-to-back global victories in terms of like even year to year as being very impressive. Like the Nova back-to-back, for instance, back in the day, obviously incredibly impressive stuff. And then it's that sort of accolade that can be really exciting.
Definitely one of the things that I want to say, like some of these players, teams chase accolades, prizes, championship titles. What do you think is? I mean, it kind of sounds kind of like a silly question, but yeah, obviously everyone would want to win PMGC. It's just the competition that matters at the end of the year. But what do you think is? I want to say like the pinnacle for a player to reach. Like, for example, at what point do you think a player should ever even think about retiring from esports or from PUBG Mobile, for example?
I think a player should only retire as long as the only reason, players should never retire whilst they are enjoying themselves. I think that's a big thing. Having a good time. And two, it's not a detriment to their life in some way. Like they can't afford to pay rent or whatever. Then you have to sort of make some tough decisions. And it's kind of, I guess it's a little bit of a sad topic, right? Like when do you stop doing something that you're so passionate about? But yeah, I think that's sort of the key thing. I don't think there's a point where you can say, well, certainly not for the mindset that you need to get to those positions right at the top. For someone like that, I don't think there's a point where they will say, I've done enough. I don't want to do anymore. It's always, what can I do next is the question. And when the answer to that is, I don't think I can do what is needed of me, then I think that's when you can start to think about taking a back seat. But I mean, again, I'm not a pro player. I just don't have the talent. We still don't have a lobby, guys, and we are going to be going to another break. When we come back, hopefully we'll have a lobby. I'm not making any promises, but fingers crossed. We'll see you guys in a few. Thank you so much for sticking with us. Sorry for all these delays. We'll be sure to bring you Rondo soon enough.
Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I want to say I can confidently say, but maybe, quite possibly, maybe, hopefully, fingers crossed, we're back. We're back. I want to say we're back, and hopefully we should have our first game. But in all seriousness, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to apologize. But I believe all the technical difficulties that we have been facing over the past couple of hours have been resolved. And again, I say this crossing fingers and everything. And I believe, John, we should be starting and jumping into our first game within a couple of minutes. I know I said that like 3 hours ago-ish, but I mean it this time.
Yeah.
I lied last time, but I really mean it this time.
Okay, I'll believe it when I see it. We're waiting to get the lobby full. We have been told that the technical issues have been resolved, so we're just waiting to press that go button. To remind you, this is the PMSL EU. The first match is Rondo, which is hopefully going to happen, and this is the first day of the first stage of this tournament. So we're just getting all our ducks in a row.
I think I found out what the issue was. Blank was fiddling with the servers. They found him back there. Yeah, it was actually Blank. We thought it would be like Maxman or I don't know, but no. Turns out Blank, not too happy.
I feel like he's just a fall guy. I feel like he might be a patsy. There's a mastermind criminal out there somewhere. We'll have to figure out. We'll have to follow.
It's got to be Max, isn't it? Max has to.
No.
Is Max even
He's
capable
nice
of mastermind moves? No, I don't think so.
I think he could think of them, but I think he's too nice to actually do them.
Yes, I agree. So he'd need someone to do the dirty work for him then.
I have my suspicions as to who it might be, but I'll play that one close to the chest.
Okay.
For now, anyway.
Well, don't worry. We'll bring it out later. We will bring it out at some point. And yes, this first game should be starting in a couple of minutes. The lobby is almost full. We're just waiting on the last couple of players. Hopefully this time they'll have their boarding passes and they'll get into the right chairs at the right place at the right time. And hopefully there's no other planes on the tarmac as well, and we'll have a smooth little takeoff to Rondo. Actually, we'll have a double takeoff because there's 2 plane paths in Rondo, not just the one. So that might cause another delay. Do you think they take off from like different runways or the same runway? They got to be there at the same time, though.
Yeah, I mean, it would make sense if it's the same. I reckon same runway, different times. One stays in a holding pattern over Rondo, and then when it's time to go in, they're going across.
All right, you know what? That's up to the pilots. I mean, in this case, the pilots could be me and you. I could take one plane, you could take the other, and we'll just coordinate.
Yeah, I'm definitely qualified.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you do know that situation, like that. It's like you ask a guy a question of, "Can you fight a bear?" or "Can you land a plane?" and the guy will just say, "Like, yeah, I can land a plane." So I ask you this: Can you land a plane?
I would definitely try. If it fell to me as the only possible person.
Yes.
I would definitely try.
Everyone on the flight incapacitated. It's just you.
Yeah. The main extension to that question is: do I have air traffic control helping me or not?
I was gonna say yes. You do get the phone a friend situation. Yes.
Okay. Then I reckon it's a 50-50.
Okay. I think that we'll take it 50-50. We'll take it 50-50.
It also depends on the plane, but like if we're talking like a passenger jet, that's real difficult.
Yeah, there's a lot of buttons on that bad boy.
So many.
Yeah, but
I think landing is one thing, stopping is another thing.
That's true, actually. Yeah, that's true.
Like
you could land, but
you might be able to get on the ground, but then what?
Okay, wait, hold on. I see a magical number. Magical number, and that number is 64.
Yeah, that's true. I do see that. That's the number of players currently in the lobby that we're waiting for.
Yes. Now just one button has to be pressed. One singular button to release us.
It's not happening yet. Why would you build the tension for something that's not going to happen for several minutes? Obviously, at this point, I'm used to it. Yeah, I don't know. We're deep into the day at this point. Ooh. And it's going to be quite a late one for these players. If we're playing out all 6 of these matches, I think that could potentially have an impact. It's going to be a late one for me as well. You know, I need my bedtime. You know,
it's going to be a late one for all of us. It's a difficult one. But I want to say, like, this is also one thing that kind of happens in tournaments as well that we forget to talk about. There are unfortunate situations and circumstances where we do have technical delays and stuff like that. And honestly, that can impact a player and a team's performance, because you come into the competition, you come into the day, you're ready. You know, you have a couple of things that you're doing before the day even starts, before it's actually competition time. You have a couple of like warm-up games and stuff like that. Once those are done, okay, you're in the competitive mindset, and then you're just waiting an hour, 2, until all those things are resolved. And then I feel like you kind of relax a little bit too much. So someone on the team, their job is to kind of like hype the players back up. So I'm hoping that, you know, no one's feeling kind of fatigued or anything like that, because the first game of the day was supposed to start a couple of hours ago, but it is starting now. So who's going to be able to power through 6 games this late into the day? And once again, ladies and gentlemen, we apologize for the technical difficulties, but they are all sorted. The players are currently, I see Rondo, okay? I mean, I can tell you confidently, I can see Rondo right now. We're just waiting for the plane path to show up, and hopefully we will begin this lovely adventure, this lovely journey. And remind you that we have 24 of the best teams in Europe competing. It's going to be 3 stages, 24 to 20 in the survival stage to the finals of PMSL EU. Top 16 teams from those 20 will make it, and they will be playing live in Istanbul, in Turkey, over the course of 3 days for the top 3 spots that get them into the gauntlet for the PUBG Mobile Global Championship. This is what's on the line. These are the stakes for this competition, and of course the $200,000 prize pool for the entire competition and all 3 stages.
Yeah, absolutely. It is still all to play for. Hopefully they can keep their spirits up. Still waiting to double check that everyone's made it into the game as well, because of course that can be a little bit of a hurdle. Sometimes, you know, there's random drops, there's all sorts of things that have been seen before, have been known to happen. So we'll have to wait a little bit longer just to double, triple, quadruple, maybe even sextuple check. How'd you go in there? Thought I was going to say quintuple. No.
Yeah.
Skipped a number.
Yeah, I thought you were going to go with that one. But we have confirmation. That's it. Game is ready. Let's go! Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. About dang time. First match of the league stage for PMSL Europe. Our first match of Rondo in a regional competition is officially underway. This time, we just have one plane path. I decided to stick with John for the first one, just to kind of get used to the lay of the land. But yes, get used to it, boys and girls. Rondo is officially in the map rotation for PUBG Mobile 2025.
Let's take a look at these hot drops. So that's what we're going to be looking out for, of course, with the respawn beacons added. Those hot drops, a little bit less of a risk, although still can be fatal if not pulled off correctly. I'm looking down towards Rinjiang, and at the moment looks like we've got 2 teams dropping on down there. Yulin as well could be a little bit of a mess with 3 teams dropping around that location. I'm seeing over towards Neox Factory a little bit of a scuffle, but we've already seen our first fight break out. I think that's over towards the western side of the map there. You can see the Elim feed lighting up, so we'll see just how many more we're going to be in store for in these early game situations as the fight in Rinjiang pops off too.
And we have our first circle, and I'm looking at ASG's, a little bit of a split. They got 2 with FVG as well. So instantly a couple of fights happening there. Maybe a couple of teams as well going to be meeting in Test Track. Mayran also has 2 teams around that area as well. But we're going to be focusing on the fight in front of us right now. Farvoice Gaming. They already got 1 of their eliminations. They already guaranteed 1 of the players. But FVG does not have all angles. And they will lose 1. Actually, wait. Yeah, they lose 1 in the trade, but it's a 2-for-1 so far.
But remember, of course, those respawn beacons, that is such a game changer for this game, right? Even though they've lost Real, they can bring him back, right? They can bring him back into the team and play on as 4, which is what I was talking about. Those hot drop scenarios are a lot less risky in this spot. We still got 16 teams, and they'll be able to get res. So both ASG and XS will be able to pick their teammates back up. And you can see that has to have already happened, right? Because there's also already 2 elims on the tables in our second and third place teams as well, but only 2 players are out of the lobby. And you can see how those elim points are going to start to add up here in Rondo.
Yeah, bit by bit. And that one thing that we're definitely going to keep track of is when those recalls and respawns come in already. A few already have, it seems, because we're now back up to 63 players. So a couple of recalls already done and dusted. We're going to be seeing a few more eliminations, and I like this. I like seeing a couple of skirmishes, a couple of fights early on. And we see one now, quite possibly, between the THENOISYBOYS and XSLAY Esports. THENOISYBOYS, first time here, I believe, for some of those players in PMSL. Show us what you got. You qualified from PMCO Eastern Europe. What can you do now against some of the best in Europe?
XSLAY still yet to get the pick up there. Play up on the high ground. The THENOISYBOYS just sorting his inventory right now. ISO, just keeping things tidy. Papara SuperMassive poking their noses in. This could be interesting. A little 2-player outpost towards this skirmish in Renjiang. The rest of them a little bit far away. They're about a kilometer up to the north at the moment, off of Renjiang. But this oversight, oh, they definitely spotted him. They allowed him to get back down there, biding their time up on the mountaintop.
I think they saw an opportunity for a knock, but I don't think the elimination was going to be possible. We'll get back to that later as XSLAY and Yekta opens it up on Hyso. Quick knock, quick elim. Take one down from the THENOISYBOYS, but it seems the THENOISYBOYS were also able to respond. So a 1-for-1 trade so far between these 2 rosters.
Ooh. Kenzor looking to pop up, get a little bit of a spray down there towards Noir, but it's not going to be found. The second spray not good either. The Molotov pushes him off the window. Now he's playing on the stairwell, using the sound, using that third-person advantage around the edge of it, and trying to keep the pressure on the fight. I'm really interested in when Nico's going to decide to poke his head up here for Papara SuperMassive and get stuck into this fight.
Just going around trying to find an angle. Papara SuperMassive just waiting for an opportunity to jump in, and looks like XSLAY might pull the trigger on this engage. Here's footsteps. Going back and forth. Sure, that's the best call. And Kenzor, this, you see, I told you, this is the bane of my existence. And I mean, the example was right there. He was right up the stairs. You come out with a nade, he pushes you, gets the elim. No trade. Hyso was brought back. So now, once again, THENOISYBOYS back to full strength. XSLAY decide, you know what? Yeah, we can recall too. We can respawn our boys and go back to full strength again. And that's exactly what they do.
And you can see, again, I'm going to point to the number of elims we've already seen, but there are technically no deaths in this match just yet. They're going to be a huge amount of points, and Kenzor again goes across for the strafe, but this time he eats the wrong end of that DBS and will go down there to the shutdown.
Wrong time to peek, switching his weapon as he was trying to switch positions as well. Did not work out for him. But yeah, we already have, like you said, what, 2, 6, 8 eliminations so far. Still 64 players. So wait, the THENOISYBOYS just got their player back again.
Yeah. It seems it's yeah, exactly. And it's going to add to the tally once more. And I'll keep talking about it because it's the most interesting thing for me about Rondo is that
100%.
These early game engagements happen and you can go for weird early 2-2 splits, feel a little bit safer, try and third party these engagements, all sorts of things. You can get really fresh with it. And the early game is completely different here on Rondo, which I'm excited to see how that will continue to develop. The circle has come through and we're going down southwest.
Southwest we go. Some teams have already situated themselves. A couple of teams that are still quite far away, I believe. Yeah, especially with the fight that's going on in front of us right now. I'll say when it comes to the THENOISYBOYS, specifically not me, maybe not Mozaro, but the rest of the squad. Yeah, Mozaro's the. Oh my god, yeah, Mozaro is the only one from the Noisy Boys who's actually here. The rest are all the way. They were recalled outside of the zone, all the way north in Kunshui. At the yeah, that was a ridiculous respawn for that squad.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, it's just what happens. You don't want to be involved with that fight. You're going to go somewhere else, aren't you? You're going to try and disengage. Unfortunately, not so easy for Mozaro. He might still, well, I mean, he's still resable, right? So he can stick around, maybe just get a point or two, right? And then get respawned if he needs to. And they can try and play that way. Not a huge amount of time to make that happen, but if you've got control of a respawn beacon, no reason not to go for it.
Which kind of makes me think, you were talking before about how teams will be pushing or having a 3-1 split and then going for a push as 3, leaving that last person. So my question here is, for the Noisy Boys, I'll be going back and checking up on this. A couple of them definitely then dropped in Rinjiang, where they were fighting, XSLAY, and I believe only one player dropped very late into the series, and he was, or very late into the plane path, I guess, and revived in the later stages. You can see all the way northeast on the outside.
That is a nasty shift down to the southwest. We're going to be taking a little bit of a treacherous route down towards that southwest area. You can see Longho, the settlement down on the south side. Oh, there's an EMP zone developing right in the middle of this one as well. That is nasty to the nth degree there. There's a mountain that sits just north of Longho. That could be interesting to try and take early. So we'll see if anybody is going to go for that. I think that could be one of the more dominant positions, but it is going to be vulnerable to the other sides of that very same high ground.
That it is, and Mozaro still just ruining XSLAY's game and their day. Getting another knock, and he actually managed to finish the elimination as well. Yekta and XSLAY now looking to get some revenge. They need to get a trade here. It's a 3v1 scenario. But we instantly switch over to Fenerbahçe as they secured a knock and an
Papara SuperMassive over the bridge. Looking for these shots, finally. Trying to get involved here on the crossing. Down towards the circle. You can see they're right on the northeast side. It feels like Regnum Carya are on the better side of this one in terms of how the rest of the circle sits. We're going to be waiting to see just how they can navigate this one through. I think it's harder for Papara SuperMassive, though.
Might be a little bit more difficult right now. See one of their players like in the far end, and Regnum Carya split up, focusing on Nico at the moment. That's just one of the teams that we're focusing on, but FVG and that EMP zone smack dab in the middle. Yep, that's what we were talking about. Regnum Carya have a couple of angles, and they make it work. Knock, elim, and keep moving. But they're only down to 2 players now for the side of Regnum, so they got to get out of there quick.
They have to try and skirt through there.
Towards...
Try and make their way on through. The BOARS now, moving on the northwest side in our new vehicle as well, the Pico bus. Able to get on through. Obviously, it is disabled by an EMP zone, should they come across one, but looks like the road's clear for now. The addition on Rondo, obviously, not going to be able to play that one normally. Narvalo getting back into the mix at the moment. We do start to see a few of those elims sticking, except for not Papara SuperMassive. They'll be able to pick their 2 players back up. I imagine Regnum Carya are going to be pretty keen to get their 2 up as well. The question is, do they have a respawn beacon available to them? I don't think there's
3 at the moment that I can see, or 2 rather. There's 2 that you can actually use at the moment. One is in Longho, and the other one is, I think, right in the middle of Rinjiang. Those are the 2 locations at the moment. Those are the only beacons that you can use, or the recall stations rather. And one of them is technically just outside the zone, so you can use it. But I think Team Kara at the moment has 2 or 3 players focused on that area to deny any kind of recalls. So I don't think we're going to be seeing any more players come back now, because I don't think any of those teams are in a position to do so.
I mean, yeah, it's Beşiktaş and it's Regnum Carya. Regnum Carya with the duo, I think you're right. That is a really, really difficult respawn to try and find. So I don't imagine that they're going to be getting back up. For Beşiktaş, I need to locate them on the map first, see where they're at. But as Papara SuperMassive are going to be taking the fight with them. They are right on top of this respawn beacon here, which means that Baran is fighting to get his teammate back up, but he's not going to have good luck around the side there. The spray down with AUG is good for Kamikaze. And that will be Papara SuperMassive going up to 4 elims now. The question is, can Beşiktaş get themselves back together?
They really need to find a way to get their numbers back up. Asgard, though, they've been kind of chilling on the outskirts of the zone, but they will be caught out. A couple of trades between them and SHOCKWAVE. Look towards Sefcan now. Elimination feed still lighting up. A couple of teams fighting, but we are in stage 3, and this is the last stage where teams will have an opportunity to use that recall station. And as the zone closes, there's not a single one left in that third zone as well. So you're not going to have an opportunity to revive and recall even if you wanted to. SHOCKWAVE down to their last member on the outskirts of the zone, and Asgard, they're sitting there. They're not going to give him this opportunity. I don't think this car is going to survive long enough for you to make a getaway, but let's see if he does.
Could be interesting. Could stay alive a little bit. Bank on the fact that they want to leave the blue zone. And this is what I was talking about, right? This transition from the mid game, from the early game to the mid game, is going to start to be a little bit more dangerous, a little bit more embroiled with the increase in potential hot drops and early skirmishes that we're seeing, right? You're going to see teams closer to each other than maybe you would normally find them on Miramar, on Erangel. And that can lead to these sticky situations where you're left on the outside. I mean, SHOCKWAVE, they're just getting themselves back up, right? Like why not? Head out to the beacon, activate it there, and see how many of your team you can get back to your feet. The question is, all of them. The answer is all of them there, as they will be able to go back to a full 4 squad. So despite having, I think, what is close to now maybe 25 elims on the cards, we've only lost 6 players.
Yeah, that's a ridiculous amount of elimination. Sorry, I was just trying to do the math there, but yeah. Insane amount of eliminations, and still a ridiculous amount of players left alive. But now those numbers are going to start to dwindle bit by bit, as the recall beacons will no longer be accessible in a few short moments. And just look at the minimap. So many players! And they all have to get into this tiny zone, but only so many will be able to do exactly that. SHOCKWAVE, after getting back to their full strength, they are down 2 players, but they will be able to get the revives on both of them.
Yeah, I mean, they dropped straight back onto the fight, pretty close and embroiled with it. They wanted to just try and bolster their existing position. I think that might be our first team eliminated, though. The Noisy Boys, unfortunately for you, your favourite team,
boys.
They will be going down there. And there is no chance of a respawn, because there's no one to respawn you, unfortunately, once you have all popped your clogs. On this north side, it's going to be difficult to rotate around. You've got the lake down to the south, and going either way will lead you into an already embroiled area. I'm not liking the look of this one from this northern side. It's going to be a very difficult rotate here.
Yeah, especially with the number of squads that are going to try to make their way into that northern side as well. Southern side, you just have 2. It's Beşiktaş, or 3 rather. Beşiktaş, Carya, and XSLAY. The rest are going to have a bit of a hard time. And one of those teams being Fenerbahçe at the moment, as they have quite a tough road to make it there. Meanwhile, IDA, SHOCKWAVE, Asgard, all embroiled in a bit of a skirmish right now, as the 4th stage is starting to close bit by bit.
Trying to conclude this fight around Lampo. I mean, this building is quite interesting for Asgard Esports, right? It's very open on that ground floor, so whilst it holds a lot of ground, there's a lot of angles that you're vulnerable to, and you need to be very, very careful. Playing in that stairwell keeps you a little bit safer there. It looks like they're going to try and take control of another part of the building, and will be able to do so. Another team goes down. That is SHOCKWAVE eliminated up the stairs.
SHOCKWAVE eliminated, and Asgard break away from this fight with 9 eliminations. 9 eliminations already, but you only have 2 people left alive. No recall possible at this point. The zone's damage is just going to be too great, I think, at this point. And even then, IDA will not even allow them to make it into the zone. Darkin will secure the elimination onto Real. Falcons will also be taken out without a single point. Okay, That's kind of crazy for our first game of the day, I have to say, but...
Yeah, well, you know what? You win some, you lose some. And it looks like Falcons not very happy on Rondo this time around. Well, hopefully they can do a little bit more, but there's still plenty of teams vying for control. This compound on the south side that we're on board with, very important for these next phases of the circle. The only compound that sits a little, well, not the only compound, but certainly the most predominant one. It is counterposed by the hills a little bit up towards the north. And currently, this compound is under contest as Carya potential to lose one more here as CEO's going to try and res out in the open. This is a big risk here against Ozarox.
Yeah, and if Leon peaks for just a split second, you can take down 2 from Carya and put him down to just 1 player left, and the nade comes in. A little bit of damage, but still not enough to stop that revive, not enough to take that position away from Carya. And the thing is, most of that compound won't even be in the zone. You will still have the walls to give you some kind of cover. Meanwhile, IDA get taken out finally by a couple of nades. Switching back one more time to Carya. Can they hold their ground?
Have to wait and see. CEO wants to push on forwards. Already done a little bit of damage. There's their opener. Another spray that comes on through. Brilliant knock to find that. And that's Lewis chiming in for the engagement. But CEO can't turn the corner. Not effectively either way, but Marceau's there to pick up the mantle. Is he going to go for the push? Is he going to try and stop this heal? I think he might do. Drops the Molotov on top of the box. Forces the peek out wide. And the burn is on. Ozarox toasted on the open flame.
I love the way that he played it there, making sure that he wins that 1v1. Not allowing for an opportunity for his comrade to be taken out as well. Perfectly played. And now we switch our POV to XSLAY one more time. 4 players, 4 eliminations to their name at the moment, but they are not in the zone. It's 160 meters away, and there's a couple of squads that may stop that push. How will XSLAY find a way? As SuperMassive beat them to the punch, and they instantly get into the zone. But they also jump into a fight, I believe, with Beşiktaş.
This is a really difficult position for XSLAY. Sure, they've got the numbers. They don't really have the greatest of meds or supplies. You could see that they are a little bit lacking on that front, and they've got a ways to go. The hills on the north side of this next circle are so important, and this southeast side is chock-a-block. You could see Beşiktaş crashing in there and trying to get something done against Papara SuperMassive, but they're being denied entry, denied access, and now Zeptimus is the last to stand, and he's trying to dig himself a hole.
I mean, yeah, we almost found the use for the pickaxe, and that I will take. But let's see if he manages to actually dig himself out of this situation. He's stuck between a couple of teams. He's the only member left from his squad. And you definitely do not want to start your first game with a goose egg. And 0 points. Let's see if they manage to change things up. XSLAY managed to finally make their way into the zone as well, next to Papara SuperMassive. But they are going to be losing 1 or 2 of their members. Yekta and Yusef will both be taken out. Now they're down to only 2.
This southeast side, they're all sort of waiting in a way to get over the top towards this central position, towards the central circle. And that is really what I am looking at here. I think that it is going to be whoever holds the position up on this north and northwest side of the current circle is going to have a good time of it. The difficulty is that you can't currently hold it fully safely. There are too many sight lines that sit on the edges of these circles that will peek out that way if you try and stay up there too early. So it's a question of timing here and who's going to be able to try and thread the needle through it.
Thread the needle as best you can, which is exactly what Zeptimus was doing for the past couple of minutes. He managed to sneak away an elimination, get himself and the team their first point. But now we focus on this next zone, having Havlik and a couple of players from BOARS ready to enter the zone. And this is one thing that I've noticed about the BOARS consistently in PMCO Eastern Europe, is the fact that they have consistently been able to get themselves into, I would say, at least decent positions into the late game, zone-wise. And I was always curious to see if that was going to continue coming into PMSL. And so far in this first game, it's proving to be consistent. Still, it's only the first game, yes, but at least it's happening from the beginning of this competition. We got to see some deployable cover being used, especially in those open grounds.
I mean, it just gives you more options, right? This is a fairly passive use of it in terms of what it delivers, but it just gives you more options. It can help if a team knows where you are but doesn't know exactly which bit of cover you're behind. Can give them pause for thought and make their actions against you a little bit less clean, which is kind of ideal in these late game scenarios. We haven't had any placement points added to the tallies right now. We're on 9 teams still alive, which means if you go down here, you get 0 placement points. But we've already seen a lot of Elim points added up, and we're on 22 players remaining now, Sandstorm.
That we are. No recall opportunity. In a minute, well, just under 2 minutes until this next zone shifts and closes. Highly doubt we're going to be having the same amount of players going into that next one. For FS, me model, showing his name in that elimination feed once or twice, but we focus on Carya and the fight between them and BOARS and Marso.
Ooh.
Lovely nade by Kvik, and now it's only CEO that's left from the lineup. Kvik will also be traded 1-for-1. Fenerbahçe get taken out, and now the numbers start to dwindle once again. Carya will be taken out, down to 7 teams and 18 players. Supermassive just looking over their shoulder in every corner, trying to make sure that they can get in. Beşiktaş have 2 players just north of Supermassive, and Trondby knows that. That nade looked a lot closer than it did.
Yeah, it was a little bit short of the mark, a little bit too long on the cook there, unfortunately. The hilltop now being contested by 4FS. And it looks like they're doing so successfully. You can see now the big rock features that sit on top of this hill, right? They give you a lot of cover. It's the dangerous flank that sits out towards their backs right now that can be dangerous. But as soon as the circle tightens up enough, you get a lot of security. And 4FS can just play around the edges of these huge rock formations. And they might actually share it here with Anno.
Let's see if they decide to share. Sharing is caring. I don't know about sharing in a competition like this, though, but we'll wait and see. XSLAY, bite the dust. 6 teams now. This is where we're starting to rack up points, and 1 team so far with 8 eliminations and being present in the later stages of the game. Looking like they want to start off with an incredible game. Let's see if Anorthosis Famagusta can do exactly that. Lovely name, by the way.
Yeah, that's one that will take a little bit of getting used to, but we'll.
Yeah, I had to look
that
name up.
Anorthosis, yeah, Famagusta. It's yeah, it's tricky. It's fun to have a challenge every now and again, you know.
Heck yeah,
challenging name to say. But we will hopefully be saying them a lot more as they have a northern side position. Unfortunately, the circle shifts away, though. That's going to push them out of cover off this north edge. Might play into the hands of Papara SuperMassive, who are still playing as 4. And they have managed to pick up another point here. They're up to 8 elims now.
Yeah, but still, Anorthosis Famagusta managed to get themselves another one. Yeah, they just want to. They're like, oh, you're getting 1 more elim? Nope, not more than us, though. Kamikaze is having a heck of a game so far. 5 eliminations to his name. Starting that race for the MVP with an absolute banger for himself. Mimodel as well having 4 for the side of 4FS. Default almost taking down Nico. But still, you're the one that has to make a move here, Default. You and your squad have to slowly but surely make your way in there.
4FS, though, with the numbers advantage, they have a little bit better of position, I'd say, right now, in terms of access to sightlines. Papara SuperMassive are wedged away from them. I don't think that there's anywhere for Anno to go from that northwest side here that will not be heavily contested. They can find a big nade over to 4FS. Maybe they have an opening, but I don't see it working out for them. We're now down to 3 teams, and it's Papara SuperMassive on the outside with Anno and 4FS locked on the inside amongst these hills. There's a pickup with a nade towards Papara SuperMassive, though, so they might take this opportunity to roll out this way.
That they might. Spike sends another nade SuperMassive's way. Not able to complete that knock or get themselves a lot more damage to force a push. And the thing is, you can't really push in this situation either, because the second you do, you will get thirded and you will not win this game. Because 4FS, they are on the hunt for that dub. They want to secure that first one. Okay, we got random deployable cover dropping as well. I'm not sure who called that one in, but could be used in the last moments of this game.
I feel like at this point, it may benefit 4FS a little bit more, means they can take a couple more angles. But with the smoke there, that kind of changes the tune, right? Anno may be able to break out behind that. So it might be a smoke cover combo that they're using to put themselves into unknown positions. And actually, to be fair, I'm going to have to go back on my word. I think I was wrong about that. I think it actually does benefit the exit more for Anno Famagusta. Getting on out of here, because now their positions are a little bit more unknown. There's a little bit more danger for 4FS laying a foot, and you can see they're not going to be too happy with it either, as they lose 1, lose 2, and all of a sudden the numbers are changing.
And 4FS losing 2 is huge, and the fact that SuperMassive decide we want to take advantage of that more deployable cover being thrown. It's a 3v3v2. Entonces Famagusta still not able to get a read on 4FS, but Lost decides, okay, that's it. I'm pushing with this S12K. Couple of pumps, still no knockdown just yet. He does have that backpack to give him a little bit more time in the blue. He goes for the push. S12K will be getting that elimination. T will get knocked down, but looks like SuperMassive, this is your game to lose. And it's a 2v3, but I think it's actually a 2v2 because a couple of players are still knocked on the other side of Anorthosis. Spike almost takes down Kamikaze, but yes, it is a 2v2 as SuperMassive lost one of their players and Kamikaze is trying to heal, and it does have the cover. And Orthosis, default, trying to find an angle here, going for the push. They want to get this chicken dinner.
They've had the high ground for such a while now, but they're going to have to try and descend away from it. Tries to pick up the point and pays the price. Unfortunately, it's not going to play well. Kamikaze now up onto the top of the rock, playing as 2 against the 1. They know where Spike is. They've spotted him, and he's back to the blue. Stage 9, it's going to close down all the way as we enter our 30th minute here on the clock. Spike crawling his way forwards, trying to keep a low profile, but his number's up. Might be able to thread a needle here. Doesn't have any nades available. No cover, nothing like that to try and find, and instead looks like he just wants to confirm a point for his team and make sure that he's in the best possible scenario.
And the information is given. Kamikaze spots him out. Spike is down, and Papara SuperMassive claim the first chicken dinner of the day and the first Rondo of PMSL EU. And I have to say, an incredible number of eliminations that we've seen from the beginning of the game. And instantly, John, you can see the impact of the recall mechanic.
Yeah, it's really, really big. It actually makes a lot of the game involved in fighting where it isn't before. It adds a huge number of points to the lobby as well. I'd be interested to see the distribution of where those points went in terms of, if you place 8th, how many of those points do you get on average? If you place 6th, how many of those points do you get on average? That sort of a difference is going to be really interesting. And I wonder how many of those final teams were involved in early game hot drops and resupplies, and revives from the recalls. We'll have to wait and see. I'll be crunching numbers. I can tell you that much for free.
Listen, you're crunching numbers, and I'm doing research on like how teams dropped from the beginning of the game, as in which teams dropped as a 3 and hot dropped a location, tried to take a fight from the very beginning. Because that's definitely something that we're going to be seeing a lot of in Rondo, and specifically with the Noisy Boys. They're the team I want to see or look at regarding their drops and who was the last player or who was the one player that was playing on his own very far away from the rest of the squads. But I did like that strategy. We're getting a little bit of a read, and this is something that we discussed. We just needed a little bit of data to go on for the map of Rondo. We managed to get a little bit of an instantly from this game. We noticed, 14, 15 eliminations at the beginning of the game? Well, within like first 10 minutes maybe, when the recall ability was still there. So yeah, the numbers are quite high elimination-wise.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a fair assessment there. And in general, it seemed to hold about true that it was 20 elims or so added to the total. Of course, the maximum, if you don't have any recalls, the maximum elims you can find in a single match given to the lobby is 63. That's if everybody gets eliminated and 3 of the players of the winning team also get eliminated and goes to another. So the maximum is 63. Here, I actually don't know what the maximum would be, but it is a lot. It's not quite double, I think, but it's getting there. It's certainly over 100. I would wager. So we'll have to wait and see. But generally, what we're seeing is that the number bumps up to around the 80-point mark for those elims, and I wouldn't be too surprised if that one went a little bit further. It seemed quite hectic at the start.
It really did. There was I'm looking at the early stages of our first game. There's only, I would say, like one team. There's only one team that actually dropped like one player on their own and then dropped the rest as a hot drop, and that was actually the Noisy Boys. Because I'm looking at the rest, a lot of the other squads just dropped together or hot drop. But yeah, let's have a look at the MVP for our first game, and yeah, it was Kamikaze. 7 eliminations, I believe, score-wise.
Yeah, that's a pretty huge tally. Although, and the damage to match it up as well, 1,043. Nicely done for Kamikaze. And Papara SuperMassive will be happy with this result. That is for certain, for suresies. They will be pleased to be able to have pulled that one down. And yeah, playing from that south side shore, they were in the crunch. They were able to fight through it and do so admirably.
That they did. Well played to Papara SuperMassive. And we were tracking their, I want to say their rotations from zone 3, 4, 5. They had quite a lot of teams that they had to fight to claim the position that they ended up in. So it was a very well-deserved, well-earned victory at the end of our first game of the day. Can Papara SuperMassive keep it going over the course of the next 3 days and make it to the next stage of the competition? Let's have a look at the rest of the statistics from the match. And Kamikaze is there with the most score, most damage as well. And then we get to see a couple of other names. I can tell we had a couple of teams maybe, or a couple of players equal on grenade eliminations, but maybe he had most damage for the side of Real.
It's always difficult to find those nade eliminations. So it's interesting that there is only one as our maximum. But yeah, that is a little bit interesting here. Obviously, it's a very big map there, and blue covered quite a lot of it. 14.3 kilometers. Very nicely done. And in general, I feel like our first experience into Rondo kind of delivered what was expected, right? Those early game embroilments sort of rolling over into a bit of a messy mid game. At one point, we had 9 teams alive with, I think, 21 players in the lobby, which was pretty incredible. And that was around stage 4 or 5, which, I mean, that's a very, very low player count. It's the sort of chaos that you used to see on Sandhawk, right? And so it's interesting that we're seeing a very similar thing happen on a very different map.
You can remove Sandhawk, but its spirit still lives on regardless in PUBG Mobile. You'll see its flavors here and there. I like that. We like to see a little bit of that chaos. We will always remember it fondly. And we'll always look at the stats from Papara SuperMassive and that last game. 4 elims for loss, 7 for Kamikaze. And at the end of the day, 10 plus eliminations along with the placement points that they secured for themselves. Great start for the Turkish representative. Only 17 matches to go to see who makes it from those 24 teams. Because remember, over the course of today's games, tomorrow and the day after, we do have 3 groups. So I believe each group is going to be playing 2 out of these 3 days. We'll see, of course, who are the 20 teams that are going to be making it from the 24. And then it's going to be 5 groups of 4. 5 groups of 4. That's right. That's the math I can do. I can't do other math.
Well, you know, there's only a small subset of maths that is needed on a daily basis. And for the rest of it, pay someone like me to do it for you.
I was going to say, I'm still waiting to use the Pythagoras theorem I learned in college and high school and all that. Okay, still no use. I'm just saying.
Okay, well, maybe we'll spot it somewhere here by looking for those right angles over towards Narvalo. Certainly they were able to find it there. Silas as well, picking up those points. A lot of early argy-bargy, and you can see, you know, these before the 20th minute, down to 10 teams, 7 teams, 8 players. That's a pretty gnarly conversion rate in those final moments. Papara SuperMassive keeping things on lockdown.
Yeah, Kamikaze securing the opener in that last fight and the closer on Spike at the end as well. And here we get to see finally how many points each team managed to secure. And we're going to do the quick maths on this one, but and of course see how many eliminations specifically are in this match alone. See how much of an impact the recall mechanic had. But yeah, great start for Supermassive. 13 eliminations, 11 for Anno and 4 FS, previously known as Kodiak, with 7 eliminations, 12 points, and the 3rd place. Asgard, though, 9 eliminations, 0 placements. That's what you like to see.
I mean, that's what you go for, right? These early engagements, you pick up a bunch of points, and that's going to do very well for you. At the moment, this lobby has, what is that, 70 plus 76 elimination points here total. And so we're looking, around that sort of bar that we were talking about before, around that 80-point bar for total eliminations, a drastic increase over what we usually see, which generally ranges anywhere from 55 up to 63. It's that sort of area. You just add about 20 to that, which means around 75 to 83 is where we're thinking these elim counts are going to be falling on average. And so that will sit on 76, just inside, actually. So lower than I was expecting.
It's only the first game. We'll get a couple more in over the next week or so and have a better idea on the average amount of eliminations that we're going to be seeing. But let's have a look at our top 4 gunslingers. And of course, this is important when we're talking about the race for MVP of the entire competition. And every single one of these players, I know it's only the first game, and those names, those faces will be changing over the course of the next week or so. But for now, these are the names at the top of this list. And Havlik, BOARS, not the best of performances, not the best of starts that I've seen for that roster. But hey, at least positionally, that is there consistently. Now I want to see the rest of what I'm used to seeing from this squad again over the course of the next couple of games. This is the first time I've seen them on Rondo. And I think this is the first time that they've played Rondo competitively as well. So definitely still just a little bit of a test.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, these early top 4 stat pages are always a little bit interesting. They can really show anything, and it's more a representation of how that last match went than general performance. We'll wait to see players start to solidify themselves towards these top sides. Of course, we'll be looking out to see how a couple more of our teams are doing. I mean, notably Falcons doing pretty rubbish in that match. Regnum Carya not doing so great either, having a pretty poor time. I think it was actually Falcons the only team to get 0 points in that match, which is not what we expected going into this one.
Yeah, but I mean, remember, the thing is when we're talking about Falcons specifically, and I want to say, like, not just them, any team at this stage, your goal is top 20. Your goal is not first, second, third. Yes, there is a prize pool, obviously, for a higher placement in the league stage, but the focus is to always make it towards the very end. And of course, we only get to the very end with the help of our lovely sponsor, the INFINIX GT30 series, the official phone for PMSL Europe 2025. Every ranked push, every clutch moment, it's not luck, it's preparation. And that's what this phone is. I would show you mine, but it's not within distance.
The real challenge is typing that hashtag with the right number of R's. That's
how many R's? 5?
Well,
6?
I'm not gonna. That's not my job. I don't know.
7. I'm not there. No, I'm not even gonna try. Like, if I'm to count it properly, I'd have to like put my finger on the screen, like 1, 2, because they're so squished.
Yeah.
Because they're squished together. Okay, there was 6. I was right. Okay, I have to trust myself more with this math.
I'm gonna keep making you. I'm gonna keep putting you on the spot with it, and I think that's gonna make it even worse. So let's,
100%. You know what? I'm down. Bring it on, baby. Let's go.
Mm-hmm.
I have
By the
a
end of
computer
this,
science degree.
You're gonna be spitting out. You're gonna be spitting out numbers. You know. You're gonna
Just
be like
commentating in formulas.
What are you talking about? I'm applying Galois theory to this bad boy. Let's go.
You're applying what theory now? Hold on. I don't even know that.
It's to do with reduction of polynomial. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyway.
I barely know the Pythagoras theorem. That's the one. Is that the a squared plus b squared equals c squared, or am I like way off?
No, that's the right one. Yeah.
Okay. Thank God, my math skills have come in useful.
That's good. Closely related to a lot of other very interesting maths involving lots of different branches of maths as well. But there you go. It's hopefully something that our teams aren't going to be keeping too close to their mind because they're busy playing some PUBG Mobile. Obviously, after Rondo, we're moving into Erangel, and this is obviously going to be a lot more familiar territory for our teams. We're trying to get this lobby sorted as fast as possible. We are nearly loaded on up in the lobby, so we'll see if we can get this one started faster than the last one. Which
I mean,
you know what?
listen, hold on. Faster. If we don't get this game started faster than the last one, I mean, we're finishing this tomorrow.
Oh yeah, no, it's
If that's the case.
Yeah, I have no idea.
We'll get to game 6. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 2 of PMSL EU. That's the situation we're going to end up with.
That's right. Day 1, part 2, I think is what you
Day
mean.
1 part, actually, yeah, day 1 part 2.
Yeah, so here we go. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how these teams now come off of Rondo onto Erangel for 3 and see what they can do on the grassy pastures. We'll keep you updated on the status of the lobby. We're currently at 63 out of 64, but we were there before, so that that doesn't necessarily mean anything. Don't be so silly.
It really doesn't. Not unless it's 64.
I'm very paranoid about this now.
Same, 100%, brother. We've been stung by the same snake or a scorpion or whatever creature you want to pick at this point. But I think, look, we're still alive, we're still breathing, we're still here, we're still kicking, so it's fine.
That's right. We'll be through it thick and thin, Pythagoras or no. We're still going to be here.
That's true. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen, since we've been here all this time, once again, I would like to thank you for your patience. I'd like to thank you for staying with us this whole time. And don't forget, we still have 5 more games today. That's right. It's going to be a long one for this evening. But it is a very important one because every single one of these players is fighting for something, whether it's a cash prize, whether it's making it to the next stage of the competition, which is the PUBG Mobile Global Championship. They're all here to fight for something. And your support means everything to them. So make sure that you're out there on the chat supporting your team. Throw up that hashtag. Let them know that you're here, that you're watching, and that you are giving them your full support because everything matters to them in this second split of the competition. We're getting towards the end of 2025 as well, the end of the esports year. So everything matters. Everything's on the line for these teams at this competition.
Absolutely. It's their last chance for 2025 to step up with the big dogs. And we'll have to wait and see who is going to be able to make it all the way up and towards the gauntlet, as well as on those points. I mean, that is going to be an interesting race to keep track of as well, as I stall for time to pull up the points tables overall at the PMGC. For the qualifiers, we are looking at PMSL Europe points, which currently doesn't look like I can find the table for. Oh well, I'll have to find that during at another time. But either way, it is going to be one of these teams, right, looking to try and take home the points total, which will qualify them nice and safely into those group stages, which I'm sure they'd be very, very. Oh, no, actually no, it goes. Does it go into the point stages or does it go into? It goes to group stage, yeah, from the points. Yeah, it goes to group stage.
Points is group stage, PMSL's is gauntlet.
Right, okay, yeah. And of course there's 3 branches of this points table as well, right? It's Turkey, it's Eastern Europe, it's Western Europe. So there are 3 teams that will be qualifying through that. And that always causes shenanigans, right? When you're talking about those tables and the overalls, like who's qualifying, who isn't, I don't know, because they might get the points thing, but then they might not. Anyway, let's head over to Erangel and get ourselves a little bit more settled here as we go over the grassy pastures from up towards South George over towards Novo in the skies.
Nice little plane path to get us back to reality, back to normality. That is Erangel, our bread and butter. Let's have a look and see where those teams. This time, no recalls, no hot drops. Not going to be seeing any teams going for a 3-1 split or aggressive play from the beginning. Or maybe we might, but I highly, highly doubt it. On you for this game specifically. I've seen you in Erangel and Miramar quite a lot. Never seen you in Rondo, but now this is the main event. And it doesn't look like we're going to be having a lot of fights. I see maybe 2 teams dropping close to each other. North of Ruins, they might be going for one of those vehicle drops. That's what I could think. A couple of teams heading over to no. Oh, no, we're going to. Oh, okay. Yeah. All right.
Oh, wow.
That's a game. This is how you start it. A couple of hot drops in Novo military base in southern George, north of Ruins. A circle that's torn between military base and the mainland. Heck yeah. This is Erangel.
This is difficult, this circle. It's most likely going to have to go to the mainland, but you have to get these vehicles on board first. Beşiktaş have lost one, but they've traded it off now as we're on board with Falcons to try and hold the inside here. 3 players alive, but the rest of his team not quite close enough to have an impact on this one. And 4FS are going to bear down upon him, brutal as ever. And it's just lost now, looking to try and get picked back up. Will be successful. They play on us 4, they'll get the vehicle, and that will be all she wrote for half of Beşiktaş.
Yeah, Beşiktaş not able to secure that elimination. Too much pressure, and they lost 2 players and no ability to bring them back. So it is going to be that duo for the rest of the squad. 4FS, love the quick reaction from them. They're instantly going for the support. They don't lose a single player. He does not bleed out. And they will keep going as a full 4. I'd say it does look weird having like board as is, and think that this has only been 1 game. At a quick glance, the math is too much for it to be like this is only 1 game. Points-wise, that is.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty fair. It certainly isn't what we're used to seeing.
Yes.
That is for surezies. It is notably impacted, and I think what's interesting is that it's kind of everywhere that it's been impacted, right? Normally you see a lot more zeros on after the first match. Certainly not just the one team at the bottom. And then going up to 4 points at 12th place, that's a pretty big jump pretty quickly. And then you're increasing a lot of those points tallies towards the top as well. So I think all over the table right now, the points have been fairly distributed in terms of what we've seen. From the additions of those extra elims that have been added to the lobby.
Loving that little extra spice that we're getting with this competition. And I, for one, cannot wait to see when it's PMGC time and we have all the best teams from all the regions. And then seeing how those different regions kind of deal with it when they go up against each other. That is a long time away from us for now. We still have a month or 2 at least before that conversation can begin. The conversation for now is we have domination from the Turkish representatives at the top of the leaderboard. I'm loving seeing 4FS. Yes, I know it's only 1 game, but I want to keep seeing them up there. Noisy boys, come on boys. I want to see a better performance this time.
That's what we're all hoping for. Well, all is a strong word, but certainly a lot of us are hoping for. XSLAY trying to hold off their compound now around the quarry. Pretty solid spot that they've got for themselves here. Nice and defensible, but Ozarox are maybe not on the doorstep, but inside the door instead. Blue, I mean, if someone steps in this door, they're toast, right? It depends if they scout this location or not. He goes in and immediately... Oh, he sails wide! No way! Blue whiffs that! What are you doing? Ozarox lose 1 to a massive slip.
Not a slip you want to suffer at this stage. Because regardless, every single point, every single mistake matters in this competition. The amount of times that we have seen teams not qualify to the next stage, whether it's from groups to survivals, survivals to grand finals, from second to first in a grand finals, a difference of 1 point. We've seen that countless times. So you cannot be wasting those chances. You cannot be losing out on those opportunities. Might come back to bite you later on in the competition. For now, you have a larger margin of error, sure. But come grand finals, you're not looking at making it through 20 out of 24 or 16 out of 20. Nah, it's 3 out of 16. That's it.
Massive scoping out Regnum Carya's position. And Tron B tries to take a pot shot or two, doesn't quite connect it, but position's known now around Ferry Pier. Of course, an important position now on this circle, with the mainland being such a heavy feature in this next zone, will make things difficult. And Regnum Carya, having bundled themselves together, could potentially be at risk by full surround. It looks like they're holding their own. And remember, this is the team that I really wanted to see something from, right? You've got Zedwolf, this absolute powerhouse, joining onto the roster with these veteran players who have so much experience at a global international level. Not to say that Zedwolf doesn't. He does as well in his own right, but it's going to be really interesting to see how that pressure is tempered by these other players.
7 minutes passed, 16 teams, 61 players. We've only lost 3 in the first couple of minutes of this game. And you guys can instantly notice the difference between when we jump from Rondo to Erangel and just how many less fights we get to see. Now, I'm going to have a little cheeky check-in with our little mini-map to see what the situation is and what have the teams that are on the military island decided for now. They still haven't made the decision whether they're staying on the military island or if they're going to be making the move to the mainland. The zone hasn't really decided where it's going to end up just yet. We'll find out in just under a minute though, but I'm looking towards the teams that are going to be making those decisions because Carya is already on that bridge, so you cannot cross that bridge to make it to the mainland. And you have to find a boat if you want to go otherwise, because I highly doubt you're going to be going for a swim with that many teams playing alongside some kind of high ground on the coast, close to Quarry, Primarsk, or Ferry Pier as well. So this zone shift is going to dictate whether these teams, I believe, will make it into the next zone or not. And one of them is the Noisy Boys. So I'm a little bit worried for those boys.
So here's the thing, right? If the circle shifts south, you want to already be on that military island. So going for a swim now, I don't think it's the right call. You wait for this second zone shift. It's very likely going to the mainland. Of course, it could go back down south, which would be a massive advantage if you're able to keep it going. But it will be moving away. So now I think we're going to see people potentially enter the water for Anno. I imagine you could go for a swim. I mean, the east side of Primorsk is open. They won't know that just yet, but we'll see what they opt to go for. And teams are going to be leaving the edge of that bridge, which I think is what has been read into by the Noisy Boys. They're just going to try and sail straight across. And as of now, Carya have vacated it. So it is free and clear as a rotate path.
Yeah, Carya deciding, okay, we can bridge camp for a little bit, but then we're going to get camped by all the other teams. So let's ignore that and just rather pick a position into the zone. And you know what? I like that. I like that. You don't have the recall ability. You can't really be putting yourselves at a very risky situation. You have to get as many points as possible. So yeah, sacrifice the maybe 4 points you would have been able to get for a better position. But looks like Zewolf might not be giving them that opportunity. Posers, yikes. That's a lot of damage.
It felt like Zedwolf just didn't know what to shoot at there. He was aiming this way, that way, everything that was moving. It was like, I want to shoot, I want to shoot. And Regnum Carya were like, chill out, bro. We haven't got a team shot. He's like, I'm going to shoot him. And then eventually he went for the shots over towards the player who was stationary instead of two of the players who were dashing across the screen. It just felt like a dog waiting to be let off the leash there, but finally they gave him some ground. Unfortunately, the Noisy Boys are here to play. We'll see if they can hold it out. Unfortunately, the burst is not so good, and it looks like Regnum Carya have lost Wild. There is an answer, but again, it's traded off. An aid on the outside and takes the enemy very, very low, but they've already lost 2. What can they salvage from this? Because they've got no points so far in the tally.
CEO alongside Lewis with a couple of nades. Silas will not be able to deal with that pressure. CEO jumps in, quick little pump, takes him out, and now Zewolf gonna be going up against a couple of members on his own. But still, Carya and the Noisy Boys going at it. A lot of nades thrown through the windows still. One was knocked down, the other revived. Mozaro healing up. The rest of the squad still not in a position to actually go for this full fight. It's still a 4v3. Heisto is still down. Zewolf is on the higher floor just on his own. CEO getting thirded by Beşiktaş. The fight does not stop between these 3-4 squads. God knows how many are in this one building, around this one compound.
Zedwolf really earning his signing bonus right now for Regnum Carya. Trying to stay alive. If he can get some points, that would be brilliant. But as it stands, it's going to be pretty difficult to make that work. Playing on the inside, not advisable. You're going to be imagining that the teams on the ground floor and the lower floor are going to be more concerned with Carya. But actually, the disengage here might be pretty timely as they move out of this one. You know a lot of other teams are going to be moving around you. And instead, you know what? You've extracted value. You've already taken a little bit of a toll on the team around that position. As the circle shrinks away, they are going to be able to get closer towards the circle a little bit more easily. And as we move up towards Quarry, we're looking at teams like BOARS, who are slap bang in the middle, could potentially have a good game here, as well as up on that ridge line of the Quarry that surrounds it on the south edge.
Let's see if they can turn that position into a fruitful victory towards the very end. They're very close to Falcons as well, Snowix and his previous roster. But we'll get back to that later as the fight here continues. It's going to be Zewolf on his own, 1v4. Gets the knock on one, gets flashed. No one pushes. Still flashed. Guys, it's almost 9 p.m. here in Ireland and the UK. We do not want to be flashed right now. Please, thank you.
That is, yeah, that's not cool. But it looks like there's more fish to fry as well across the way. We'll have to wait and see if Zedwolf can weather the storm. In the meantime, Papara SuperMassive being torn asunder by Ozarox, who lost a player early, but it looks like they'll fight on with 3. Zedwolf can't hold the stairwell, and finally, overwhelming send up the staircase. All of the Noisy Boys want a piece of the pie. They're all in that box, rummaging around. What goodies have you got? It's not Halloween yet. You can't go trick-or-treating.
4 of them just running for the loot. They're all loot goblins.
That's like me and my teams, bro. I swear.
Same.
It's like, have they got a cheek pad? Oh.
So, yeah, listen, I need that. Yo, give me that 4x, dude. You already have one.
But I need a 4x on my DPS, bro. Like, come on.
Oh, you see, this is why it's good that PUBG Mobile does not have friendly fire. I eliminate every single one of my teams. Heartbeat.
Oh dear.
Yeah, grenade coming, but I can just shoot. I can see that.
Yeah. It's always a scramble. Looks like the Noisy Boys are bringing Pug Life into the PMSL. We'll see if they're able to make that work for them, because they have managed to hold their own on this engagement. They're on to 3 elims. They're all 4 players alive. The downside is, though, that they are on the southeast side of this circle, of this set of rotations that will be in the very near future. They'll have a tough time moving forwards, I imagine. I'm looking at the Falcons' position. I feel like they have probably one of the strongest spots right now. A little bit isolated towards the north, some solid positions, a decent split to hold right now. They're forcing other teams to fight around them for the moment. They have the compound control. They've got that outpost out to the west. I don't think there's a lot not to like about the Falcons' spot.
Yeah, at the moment, they do have that factory right next to Quarry, so complete control. No one's going to be invading them just yet. And they also have a duo playing right outside of it to scan for, I want to say, the position that BOARS currently have. It's just a lot of scouting. They got their first point so far. Unfortunately, they will have to move. And instantly, the second the zone shifts, Falcons decide, okay, let's reposition. And let's see where this reposition is going to be. Are they going to be crashing onto BOARS? Is there a specific compound that they're going to be going to? Are they going to be playing on the coast, or where will the decision be? Okay,
that's crazy. They've gone straight through.
Yeah, and no one shot them during the rotation. They make it there with all their squad.
I mean, BOARS weren't quite ready to take those shots, and Falcons go a lot longer on a rotation than I think anyone really would have expected. They make it to this shack. They now put themselves down in a valley. This is very, very dangerous. They are very central, though, on this circle, which means it's likely that they'll be in until at least stage 6 shrink, maybe towards stage 7 if they're lucky. So they could have a good time surviving. They've also managed to get themselves off the mark. They've got a point on the boards, and that is guaranteed. You can't take that away from them, unless there's an admin decision. I don't think there will be. They've got a point.
Incoming admin message. Nope. No. It's fine. It's fine.
Actually, it was
Sorry, guys. Quick, mathematical anomaly. in the leaderboard. Falcons should actually be 0. No. They got their elimination. They got themselves a good position now. They just have to hold on for dear life in that shack and all the nades and mollies that are going to be coming their way when the rest of these squads pull up. But it looks like 2 of them went for a higher ground, so they might be changing up the play a little bit, or they might just keep a 2-2 split. 2 in the shack, 2 in the higher grounds. See how they play it off. But, just a quick mention, SuperMassive out for the count, and so is 4FS. So top of the leaderboard is up for grabs.
Nade over the top there, Falcons. How have they managed to get up on the top of that hill? Okay, all right, a second Raz. A little bit further south, they gain a little bit more high ground, and they've earned a whole bunch of points for it as they blast away the enemies down the hill.
Yeah, they bombarded the Noisy Boys and took them out of the game. It looks like here Falcons will be gathering their strength and maybe just playing on the high ground and ignoring that shack for now. They might come back to it later, but we're going to be focusing on XSLAY and their fight versus Ozarox Esports. Rogo will be taken out instantly, though, and Leon will be the next to follow. XSLAY secure 2. They don't lose anything, and they're almost full health on every single member. So this fight looks very, very clear-cut in their favor. And Ozarox down to 1 player left.
I mean, you say it's a fight, but I don't think that's the term I'd use. It is a bit of a wash on this one. I mean, even an MG3, that'll be a little bit of consolation on the inside, but like, what are you going to do with that bad boy? Come on. You gotta have a little bit higher aspirations. Maybe keeping the rest of your team alive would have been a better choice. Unfortunately, they're down to 1, and that is the way the cookie crumbles. Carya are here to play as well from the south side. You've also got to worry about teams on the out looking for those third-party shots up towards the north. You've got teams looking out from that quarry location. Leon finally gets flushed away, and that is XSLAY up to 3 points on the match.
XSLAY now looking to get themselves that 4th and final one from the side of Ozarox. Bad boy playing with the nades. It's a 1v1. I love the way that the production is just teasing us. They're like, you won't get to see the damage. Boop. And then they disappear. But, I mean, 4v1. You really shouldn't lose this.
Yeah, go on. Go on then, MG3. No, okay, he's done. He had a good go, but that was going to be it. The next circle came through whilst we were watching that put down unfold. And it is going to be Carya now crashing into the compound on the east side of the circle. It's a hard south shift. This is, again, great for the Falcons. That crazy Raz across the circle is going to pay off. They played that terrain very nicely, and it is going to work out for them. C4 popping on the outside there. And XSLAY going to continue to put pressure on. Carya feeling the burn as the lead tumbles down their neck, and 2 of them have gone down, but they finally have an answer. Marso, a little bit worse for wear, as Carya try to keep things together, but it is just him now remaining on the door frame. Finds one, won't get the flush. So a long-range third party.
The long-range third party to save XSLAY in the final moments. My lord. Definitely did not expect that, but we're going to be jumping back to that fight one more time, because now Fenerbahçe think, okay, we want a piece of the pie as well, but it's all down to Yekta. Not anymore. Nate takes him out, and XSLAY will be eliminated. 9 squads, 30 players left alive. Falcons sweeping towards that southern side as they get engaged upon by another squad, but our focus is one more time on Asgard, as they're the ones that are feeling that pressure alongside Anno, if I'm not mistaken. So there's 2 squads that are going to be coming towards the Falcons, and this is going to be a lovely sweep from them, picking up 1 elimination right after the other, with no one to contest them at the moment. Falcons are racking up elimination after elimination without losing a single member.
The fact that they've been able to take this high ground down on the southwest side is incredible. The Falcons have played a blinder on that rotate. They managed to find a meat grinder and put its teeth over towards the south side, getting picked up by the hovercraft there as Redox gets knocked. Koa, though, is getting taken down, and finally someone is taking them to task for the crazy rotate that they're able to make work. The high ground is contested now as the hovercraft displaces Falcons on their forward position. They're just going to give this one up, and you can see they're just going back down to the shack. To be fair, they've already got 7 elims, a couple of placement points. This is a decent game.
Decent game and a decent start, despite it being a little bit of a late one for the Falcons, but hey, better late than never. And Anno were the ones that made them suffer by taking out 2 of their members, but I believe Asgard in its entirety were taken out by the Falcons. Now we're going to be heading on over to the BOARS. Kvik, Havlik, Exo, and Snowix What can they do in this game? As they are currently being threatened by IDA to the northern side of this circle.
BOARS nade over towards IDA. And they will not quite find the mark. That one looks good. No, a little bit of damage over to Darkin, but he's just about faded it. We'll play behind the vehicle. Finally sprayed down by Kvik, who looks for more as well as he takes a turn out around the blue. But the blue zone's going to tick hard. IDA not going to fare too well, but BOARS under pressure too. SHOCKWAVE taking shots out their way, and they have the blue zone right next to them. Fortunately, it's not going to move for a little bit longer, and they'll be able to survive for a moment more. Hang on a minute. What is
that zone?
Done? Oh,
what is the zone? No! No, 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 no. What doing? It's a 50-50 zone. It's the what zone is this? Zone 7, 8? 6. This is zone 6 and it's 50% water. No.
This is
just no.
This is really rough for those teams looking to try and make this one in.
Yeah, how are they going to do that? Are there any teams going to be playing in the water? I highly doubt it. I think this game is going to be between maybe Fenerbahçe and SHOCKWAVE, just for the sole purpose of them having the most numbers at the moment. Because I'm not sure how Anno is going to hold on if SHOCKWAVE push them. And we're going to be watching that right now. A lot of damage being dealt! Nades being thrown, but it's still Anno that suffered. Default gets taken out. There's still enough nades to dissuade a push from SHOCKWAVE at the moment.
I bet they wish they could deploy those emergency cover players right now on the beach to move on out. It would be ideal time to be using something like that. Give yourself a little bit of cover to play around. You can see mad dashes are having to be made, and it just doesn't work out. Unfortunately, that is going to be another team eliminated. Farvoice will not be able to play on into this one. Falcons have taken a knock. They should be able to find the res. Of course, they're in their shack that they've been in for a while, playing on, and up to 5 teams remaining now. The placement points do start to rack up. We'll see what they can do. SHOCKWAVE want to roll out into the U as they go up towards the ridgeline. Anno waiting to receive.
I thought for a second they were all going to push as a 4-man in the car, and I was like, wait a minute. This is one of the worst things that you can do in a car. Right as 4. Definitely in the later stages. Not a call you want to be making. Nades not landing on either side just yet. Shum, I believe, was the only one that was taken out. Spike goes for the push with the hovercraft. He knows that there's no way. But he actually secures the elimination, and he comes out. He swings, but he gets taken down. That's a 1-for-1 trade. But SHOCKWAVE are the ones with the advantage. They're the ones that have the numbers at the moment. Now we're down to the final 4. SHOCKWAVE versus the last member of Anno, and Fenerbahçe versus 2 members of Falcons.
Melos is disengaging, though. So for Anno, they want no more of this fight. They know that they're going down. The question is, what have SHOCKWAVE got? How much more gas have they left in the tank to be able to put this one down the road? Because they have a really nasty descent here. In front of them, they have that little bunker that sits towards the beach side, and if they can get control of that, it will be good news. But with Melos down the hill, that's going to be really, really tough. He's managed to find a little divot. Fenerbahçe want to control that stanchion as well that sits overlooking the entire beachhead, and they have managed to make the cross as well from all the way on the zone. A really nice regroup on their split, and the Falcons can't quite leave their shack. Savian nade on in. Now Valo the last to stand. He'll fall, and now we're down to just 3 teams remaining.
3 teams remaining, and I cannot believe that Milas is still alive. And the fact that he traded one of the players from SHOCKWAVE, and SHOCKWAVE are suddenly down to 1 player. It was a 3v1 between them and Anno, and they were not able to finish it off. And now Lux with the high ground. I am surprised that Anno was able to make it to top 2, but hey, Fenerbahçe secure it, and Fenerbahçe get themselves our first chicken dinner on Erangel, and Turkish supremacy reigns supreme once again. First 2 chicken dinners are Turkish so far in PMSL EU, and it could continue like that because the Turkish teams seem unstoppable so far.
Yeah, they've been doing very, very well. I loved that crossing from Fenerbahçe over the beach. I mean, it was it was well timed. I mean, they obviously heard that engagement coming through. They were like, it's now or never. Get that regroup, get that pressure, stop anyone else from the Western side from leaving. And it was really, really nice to see. I mean, the Falcons survived fairly late into that one as well. They got a pretty solid elimination chunk there. It could have been a different game from them if they had either not gone for the full crossing to that shack and then further onto the hill too early, or if they just secured the hill a little bit more solidly. It could have been very, very different as well. So we'll see if they're able to keep these performances up, because it still wasn't a lost game from them, right? I think they got double-digit points there, so a good result.
A good result at the end of the day, and that's what matters. And again, the goal is top 20. It's not a difficult one at this stage, so I think getting yourselves maybe one chicken dinner out of the 18, you should be fine. I mean...
Yeah. Well,
unless you just get like nothing on all the other games, which I don't know how that's going to be possible, to get like a win and then nothing else. That would be a challenge, actually.
I mean, you definitely could do it if you were trying. But yeah, it's not ideal. But you're right. I mean, the name of the game right now is not being in the bottom four. Sure, there's some money on the line for being higher up in the tables, but there's not much more than that. I think unless you're competing for points totals on the PMGC points, then it does start to matter. But other than that, you kind of just want to find your feet. And so I'm willing to give a little bit of runway to these teams yet to set off the mark and get a little bit more pace.
Yeah. And I would say, especially with... what's it called? Especially with when we're looking at the point system. But you know what? We'll get back to that later on. I want to focus on our lovely MVP for our second game of the day, and it's none other than Lux from Fenerbahçe. Looking towards the end, for me, that's why I said it looked like SHOCKWAVE or Fenerbahçe just due to their numbers. That massive number advantage at the end, because everyone else was just solo or duo players. The Falcons duo was in a shack. There was no way to make it out of that one alive.
No, I mean, unless they kept control of that hilltop earlier on, which unfortunately they got plinked away from fairly convincingly, wasn't going to happen for them, which is a little bit unfortunate. But here we can see our match stats. Generally, 759. It's good. It's not immense, but it's still pretty solid. I feel like a lot of those late game circles, there were a lot of different areas where there was fighting going on. You can see that 5 eliminations being the highest elim count here kind of stands to that as well, as we see Lux taking that title with the 5 elims.
Yeah, we will see quite a lot more eliminations as we have 4 more games left for today. We got 2 more Erangels, and then, of course, the 2 Miramars to wrap up that first day. Loving what I'm seeing so far from a lot of the teams. I'm liking what I'm seeing from the likes of SHOCKWAVE, because I remember last split of PMCO Eastern Europe, they were also one of the teams that were competing there. Didn't have the best of performances, but now seeing them here in PMSL, seeing them perform, taking a couple of fights, making some good rotations. I'm loving what I'm seeing from these teams. And the fact that you have all these qualifiers that lead into PMSL. You can have a team that has just started their esports journey and they can make it into a tournament like PMGC. And it's something that can come to fruition within a couple of weeks. PMCO to PMSL to PMGC. The path is there. And I like seeing all these new rising stars.
I mean, yeah, it's that's one way to spend a couple of weeks and book a ticket to Thailand. It would be very, very impressive. I mean, miracle runs like that, few and far between. I'm not expecting it. I'll be honest. I'm not expecting the pace to continue. I think that the strength that a lot of our veteran teams show is in revision, research, and development over the course of a tournament. So when you're talking about teams streaking out early, sure, that might sometimes be these new... I don't want to call them upstarts because that sounds derogatory, but it's sort of that kind of vibe, right? These new guys on the scene coming through. Sure, they might be able to come out the gate swinging. Not a lot of players have seen them play before, right? And not a lot of IGLs have played against them before. But as soon as they've got a couple of games under their belt, they're going to read you like a book. And it is a really terrifying experience to come up against that sort of pressure in these scenarios. And looking into day 2 and day 3, that is when it's going to be a real test for these newer teams.
Yeah, and of course, and I want to say if these teams manage to make it to the grand finals of the competition, that's when you're going to see the true face of teams like Beşiktaş, like Falcons, like Regnum, Carya, like S2G. Because right now, remember, 24 teams, then 20, then 16. It doesn't matter where you end up. So we are still not seeing the very best that these teams have to show. Because there's no need for that right now. There's no need to show everything that you've worked on for the past couple of weeks, the past couple of months. We're going to be seeing that when it comes to the grand finals of PMSL EU. That's where we're going to be seeing the true faces of all these giants in this region. But for now, what matters is making it to that top 16, well, 21st and then 16. And from then on, any team that makes it to the grand finals, that's where the true test begins. Right now, this is all just proving grounds at the end of the day for these teams.
Yeah, I think it is a little bit, there's still a little bit of warming up to do. I mean, obviously, Regnum Carya not really having the impact that we wanted, unfortunately. I mean, Zedwolf was on show there, right? Like, he had a really decent shot at holding that attic, but couldn't quite hold off in the end against the Noisy Boys. But in general, their push hold, not super favorable. It was a difficult circle, sure, but they're the sort of team that should be able to handle that. So a little bit disappointing there. Fenerbahçe, though, topping the tables now with 29 points overall. 3 teams in that 20-point margin as well, with Papara SuperMassive taking that first chicken dinner up to that 23-point side. I feel like this front page, the only team that I maybe would have expected to be here was Falcons, and of course we've still got an entire group that is yet to play, right? So you know, S2G, for instance, haven't been up yet to bat.
Yeah, Galatasaray, I want to say BW and RX. We still haven't seen those teams just yet. But you know, I agree with you 100%. You know, Falcons would definitely be a team you'd expect to see in the top 8 at the end, not just of now, but I would say like at the end of the day. You're still talking about the reigning champions from that last split. But let's look towards that second one. Regnum Carya, 2 games, 2 points only. I want to say that's a surprising performance from one of the contenders. But again, still too early to tell for the squad. It's only been 2 out of the 12 games that each of these teams and each of these players will be playing.
Yeah, it's not ideal, but they've still got a little bit more leg room for themselves. Of course, not many matches to play though, so having 2 duds in the pile is not good news for Regnum Carya. Pleased with Fenerbahçe though. I mean, this is a team that has been sort of playing second fiddle on the Turkish scene for quite a while. I mean, the organization did very well back in PMGC 22 or 21, I think it was. They were able to do very, very well. But since then, it's sort of been the rest of Turkey has overshadowed them. So it's good to see them at the top of the tables once more with their current roster, with Lux, Rezi, Simple, and Savian. I think that they do have a fair shot at maintaining towards the top side, but they have fallen short of the mark before. So we'll have to wait and see.
I still think like there's a lot of opportunities for every single one of these teams. It's not, I want to say it's not a difficult task to make it into the top 20, but at the end of the day, there will be 4 teams that are stuck there. That is the way the cookie crumbles. Teams will be eliminated. We will be taking the best of the best and challenging them time and time again until we get to the absolute best teams that PMSL Europe has to offer. And the thing is, I'm looking towards, I'm trying to find out, because we don't have a clear idea we don't have a clear idea about the teams that are qualifying through Europe points, Turkey points, and stuff like that. That's going to get clearer towards the end. And it's 100% guaranteed that you would much rather qualify through points rather than through PMSL, because you're removing one of the stages that you'd have to play then in PMGC. So I definitely want to get a little bit more information on that and find out a little bit more and see like where these teams lie in terms of points-wise per region. Yeah,
we'll have to see how it all pans out in the end, though. I mean, that's what we're looking for towards the end of this tournament. It's going to be interesting where they all end up. I think we may have another game fairly soon, which is looking pretty good. I'm happy with this. I mean, you know, we've got to turn it around somehow, and we got
to run it back.
Hopefully, going to be going into another Erangel next. We didn't quite get a military circle. It felt like we were getting teased with the military circle. during that last match. We did play all the way up to the coastline, though, and I think those open beach finishes are often the most devastating, right? Just open, flat ground. There's literally nothing you can do in those scenarios. And leaving from that hill was a question of how fast can you fly at Fenerbahce? And the answer was, unfortunately, they didn't have the momentum gathered to be able to make it work. The plane path was also a little bit naughty last time around. It went from Georgopol down to the military island, which does cut out a lot of northeast side of the plane. But this time around, it's going to be a little bit more favorable. Let's take a look at our third match's plane path. We're heading all the way down the middle, up from the south. To the north edge of this one, and it should be a lot more accessible all the way across the map here.
Yeah, I feel like it's a very even split pathwise for the plane in this game. Let's see how that's going to affect the drops of the squads. No hot drop towards Ferry Pier or Primorsk at the early stages of this game so far, so that's a good thing to note. Military base is always going to be the home of the Noisy Boys when it comes to this competition. FVG decide, okay, we're just going to take the northern coast. Looking towards some of the other squads, we'll get a clear idea in a few short moments as to if there will be any more hot drops. Okay, again, the zone with, I want to say, a decent amount of water here.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly a non-zero amount, right? Like, it's fairly significant. Not devastatingly so, and I think that it sort of cuts maybe 20% of this circle, but in a stage 1 circle, that's not as big of a deal as it would be later on. Of course, it could go west and play on those beaches out there, which is really, really nasty stuff to play around. Could go onto the Georgopol Bridge. I've seen that happen before, which again is very difficult to try and play around. But for the most part, we're just going to see teams grabbing some vehicles on board. Yeah, FVG, they drop on that north side of the island to get vehicles and move over towards Novo, but they have the longest rotate ahead of them, potentially, depending on what other teams do. So they'll have to try and make their way and do so convincingly.
Let's see if they manage to do exactly that, but it's still a long ways away. A lot of them, I'm looking towards the zone now and possible locations for some of these teams to rotate to. Thinking Beşiktaş might try to maybe go north of George, since not a lot of teams are there. It should be quite a lot of open area for them. Again, they're going to have to scout to find out that piece of information. I'm also curious to see if there's any teams that are going to be claiming the high ground on the mountainous side south of Georgopol. That could give them quite a lot of information. It could be handy in the later stages of the game, if you have the loot for it, because some teams just kind of rush that a little early and then forget, oh, by the way, guys, I have no scopes, so what do?
I mean, yeah, there's no EMP zones, so scopes are pretty useful. We'll see what they're able to loot up. South George getting pretty packed now, actually. Quite a few teams close by. I mean, you do have fairly distinct looting locations on board for it, so it shouldn't be too much of drama for the early stages. It's the second set rotations that are going to be interesting to watch pan out. I also wonder which side of the river teams are going to decide to go for. The majority of the landmass is on the south side of the river, but it's a solid possibility that we're heading up towards shooting range, that we're heading up towards North Georgopol. So teams may opt to hold around that area. And what that means is when there's indecision in terms of where the circle should go, oh, bit of a mistake there from Nation, but he darts out the way in time. What that means is holding those river crossing positions can net you a lot of eliminations, but can put you under a lot of pressure on the flip side. Speaking of flip side, Yusuf out in the open, having a terrible time of it. On it over bumper.
He's trying to dodge bullets and his own car to survive, and he still does. Not sure how, but hey, him and XSLAY still have a chance in this fight between them and IDA. Emre sees as Rita gets knocked down by Yusuf and Lashin. The 2v2 at the moment. Yusuf peeks, Darkin takes him down. Here comes Yekta to the rescue.
Push on in.
Ooh.
Ooh, nicely found there. Darkin able to put the nail in the coffin there, and Emre, with the biggest biceps in the business, able to pull his teammate back up to his feet. No brother.
Not today, he says. And last shot! Okay. Trying to escape. Not gonna happen as Darkin once again knocks and eliminates Yusuf. IDA still survive as 3. Meanwhile, XSLAY have 1 player left to go at the moment. There's only so much he can do against a full squad. But we switch over to Fenerbahce and we see a little bit of a Legolas cosplay for Savian. Playing with the bow, are we?
Yeah, well, I mean, why not? Explosive arrows. Very cool.
Heck yeah.
See what you can get done. I mean, for my money, I'd take a rifle, but, you know, each their own. And it can be useful. We'll have to wait and see if it's able to be deployed or if he's going to swap that out when he finds something better. I mean, for Fenerbahce, I mean, Simple Dunmac doesn't even have a helmet. And they look to be very, very low on their loot right now on the East Coast near Lipovka. You can see why they've stopped off in Lipovka to get more on board. We're only 6 minutes in, so still a little bit more time to play with. In the meantime, Lation turns away from a flashbang, but instead will be able to fade most of it and steps up the staircase. On the outside here, you have got third party to worry about. Pump action, good on the staircase, looks for more, tries to fade back, but can't quite get away from the sightlines. The dogged pursuit of Ida will be able to bear down upon him, and that will mean that Darkin is not sure, but they'll be able to pull that one back up, and Asgard not able to have a say either.
No hesitation from the side of IDA. The second one of their players gets knocked, now they're going for the full push. They're not going to allow for that flush to come out and for them to lose one of their members. So well played from them. 3 eliminations. They lost one in that entire fight, but to secure 3 eliminations, we take those. Zone slowly starts to come in and close, which now finally forces the teams to make their way. THENOISYBOYS left the military base a long time ago, but FVG are still on that island. They're still in Novo at the moment, slowly making their way. Beşiktaş, I remember talking about them a little bit early on, and I was hoping that they would take that north side of George Pool once they were done with Severny. They're a little bit late on that rotate, and Regnum Carya has it, but we'll get back to that later as Beşiktaş catch out one of the members from Ano, but they're not going for the finish. They're just...
I mean, it's a little bit risky to full-on commit out to that position. You can't get the sightlines until you're fairly close by. You know that they're rotating in convoy, and immediately as soon as you expose a flank, they will step up and take that. So you have to bide your time a little bit, try and find an angle, and eventually pick up that point. There's no huge rush for them if they're willing to just sit there, and I feel like that did just come on through with that flush for them. So they'll be happy to let that one wait, let that one sit just that little bit longer, make sure that they're that little bit safer. There's no respawns in this map. You do need to give it a little bit more regard, maybe that's the right word. Although I don't think it is. Respect, reverence, one of those.
The first zone, really?
Sorry?
You're giving that to the, like...
To not overextending yourself, because you can't go for those recall beacons.
Oh, 100%. Okay, yeah. That I agree with 100%. I was like, hold on.
Okay.
This man talking about the damage from the first zone? What?
No. We're now looking at the circle shift, and it's zoned back towards that river. Regnum Carya leaving their position on the north side is quite interesting, going further out to the east. I mean, if you allow more teams to play out to your west, sure, you can pen them in a little bit more, but this 2-2 split may be a little bit too much of a risk here for Regnum Carya. We'll see if it works out for them. You can see Beşiktaş currently unlikely to move super quickly from their location right now. I think they may wait for either deeper into this circle or early into the next circle to plan their next rotation, because you just don't know where this circle's going.
And the thing is, looking at the position that they have with that 2-2 split, they have to apply some sort of pressure to any of the teams that are going to be pressuring them, because otherwise, if you get pushed, if you suffer one knock, there is no way the other duo will be able to make it. SuperMassive have the mountainous high ground, so they will catch you out the second you try to go and assist. So I think they have to make a decision, and soon, on whether they want to keep that 2-2 split or if they want to group up on one of the 2 locations. And I would recommend the one just north of George Mountain, to be honest. I would recommend they regroup on Silas and the rest of the squad, rather than take the Wizard Tower north of the river. But let's see what they decide to do.
That's always the. It's always how I feel when I'm watching these games. I mean, obviously we have a lot more information available to us. We have the map. We have X-ray. We know where other players are. So it's so easy to find those gaps. Yeah, basically, yeah, pretty much. I mean,
like, yeah, why aren't they just playing in that little corner?
He's right there. Just shoot him. Look, you can see the yellow guy on your screen. Just shoot at him. Come on,
dude. He's right there. Every call out I give to every single teammate I play any kind of game with ever.
He's one shot. He's there. Okay, cool. Classic. CEO. Oh, he is one shot there behind the bumper. Blue cooks a nade and might actually be able to fight CEO if he's not careful. It's good on the launch, but doesn't quite connect on it. Managed to get across as well. Swept up by a teammate. Looks for safety. Will not go down just yet. Blue gets some healing on board and unfortunately not able to find the first against Ozarox for Carya.
And Carya will be losing out on one of their members. Marso gets knocked down. Ozarox looking to up their tally for this game. Beautifully placed nade onto Lewis. Gets them that second knock, but there's still a trade. 2-for-1 advantage. Ozarox. CEO peeks. Takes a little bit of damage from that nade. But still no pushes as of yet. Leon is on his own. Waiting for someone to come assist him, to come revive him. As CEO just throws out nades. Tries to buy time, give himself an opportunity to revive Marso and see if Poser can give him the time that he needs. The thing is, Ozarox, they're not making a move.
They're not putting pressure on here. I mean, the blue zone's going to be here soon, and it will force them into the fight. I feel like now was the moment, but a little bit faltering here for Ozarox. That may be the death of them. A double nade out the window from CEO, and he will be happy with that one. That is brilliant stuff, and the reses are coming through on the corners now as well. Two players split from Ozarox remain, and Carya now back up to full fighting force. The Bull's horns tempered somewhat in this spot, but still going to give out a lethal strike over towards Lewis with that Bison across the way. But again, that should be resable.
That should have been resable. This fight should have been going in the favor of Ozarox, but wrong decision after wrong decision. Threw it away. Now Carya are thinking, okay, Lewis is not... We're not able to help him out at this point, but we're still going to be able to get those kills onto Rogo and onto Bad Boy. We secured 2. Can you secure these last 2 is my question? Rogo in a 1v2 situation. Bad Boy versus Marso. Still, little decisions have to be made, and finally they pull the trigger. Rogo goes down, and now Bad Boy in a 1v3. What can you do? This is what happens when you don't make those split-second decisions, Ozarox. You lose out on a fight. Bad Boy now trying to take that 1v1 between him and Poser. Turns around, takes the fight with Marso. Very well played. 1v3. Now down to a 1v2, but CEO pre-fires, takes out Bad Boy. Ozarox in 15th with 2 elims. And that's their 3rd game of the day done for them.
I mean, it's 2 more than they probably should have got in that situation, all
Agreed.
things considered. Well, actually, no, it's 2 less than they should have got, because they should have been able to push out and overwhelm Carya when they had 2 of their players knocked down, but no, they were timid. They allowed the blue zone to make that decision for them, and the things turned around, and as soon as they did, as soon as they lost 2, I thought it was done and dusted. I thought there was no way that Carya were even losing 1, but there we go. They managed to shred them in half and extract value where I thought there was none. Under the bridge, or around the bridge, Asgard will take up residence. Regnum Carya out to the east side of this as well, as our circle shunts again into the river. It's so indecisive, this circle, this time around, and it makes teams a living hell. Life a living hell, rather, as they will have to try and find a foothold to play on into this match.
That is the goal, but as the zone shrinks, these chances, these opportunities, the foothold that you speak of is not going to be found so easily. 14 squads still left alive. A couple of them now going to start making their move. Shockwave get taken out by Anno. A little bit of revenge for that last game. Regnum Carya, we were talking about them a little bit earlier, and now we see that 3 have gathered around the Wizard Tower, and Silas is lying in wait, hoping for an opportunity to take down Asgard Esports. And if he can find an opening here, if that's even his goal, because right now I would see it as just try to regroup with the team, but if you can have a small little impact on Asgard, Let's see if he manages to do that, but no, instead,
Ooh.
he just gets an elimination delivered right to his doorstep by the Noisy Boys, and they still continue? Are you kidding me? Okay, they try to go for a play under the bridge. They already gave Silas one elimination, now they're giving Asgard one.
I mean, they are really just sidling on into a fight they had no idea about here. Both sides of it fully under control, and the Noisy Boys make the misstep. The good news for Regnum Carya is they don't lose one to a little 4v1 situation, and the rest of them get wiped out. So Silas is still alive. It is so important that Silas is still alive as well. It's really what's keeping Asgard on lockdown, because he's going to have that sight line, prevent them from moving up on the north side of this bridge to be able to play up on those rocks and maybe peek towards the Regnum Carya position. A really important linchpin position, but I feel like Silas may be staying here a little bit too long because you can allow other teams to take up that position for you and then guard them out in turn.
Let's see if he decides to attempt an escape in this situation, but it's going to be quite difficult for him to do so. He's going to need a lot of smokes and a lot of cover from his team across the way. Or maybe just wait for an opportunity where Asgard and Carya are a bit busy, and then maybe make your escape that way. We'll stay tuned and find out exactly what that play is going to be. But for now, we see SuperMassive in the distance crossing the bridge to make their way to the zone. But I think there's going to be Anno waiting for them, so I'm not sure how clear-cut that cross is going to be.
Yeah, this is nasty for teams on the south side who have been trying to make a decision with no real clear choice for a while now. And unfortunately, the circle has pushed them up towards the north. So Papara SuperMassive playing now with 2 against Anno. And taking damage from across the way as well. The nades are moving in, and Lost is looking lost. Tries to try and find something. Now Valor with a couple of nades here, but Koa's gone down, and the Falcons having a tough time of it too from the southeast side. They're trying to make landfall. They've taken a knock, a lot of damage as well, but seemingly weathering this for the moment. If they can get their res, they're playing on us 4 in a pretty decent position now.
Decent position indeed. Narvalo just needed a little bit more damage from the nade onto Terminus. But we set our sights on the rest of the squad of Falcons as they managed to get a couple of knocks onto FVG. And they will continue on. Papara SuperMassive, after a great first game and securing 23 eliminations, I believe. They got nothing in game number 2. Now game number 3, 2 eliminations, and then they are out. I mean, hey, as long as you're in the top 20, that's what you need to secure. But we'll change that conversation once the stakes are higher. And oh boy, wow, what a zone shift.
Yeah, it continues to go all the way up towards that north side and really will affect the dynamic around near that riverbank as well. You're talking Regnum Carya, Falcons. These teams need to get a move on now because they are cut out of this next zone. They'll need to push further north, and that could be very, very tricky to make work. Fenerbahçe defending their position on the north side, but that's made all the more difficult by Beşiktaş, the counterpoint across the way, as well as bearing down upon them. BOARS looking to try and run through them.
BOARS trying to hold their ground, while Havlik trying to hold his ground against the entire lineup of Fenerbahçe at the moment. Simple Domak will secure him, but Beşiktaş will steal the elimination by blowing up the vehicle and taking it away. We move once more to Asgard and their fight between Carya, and the fight with Carya rather, as Silas is just waiting in the wings, but the rest of Regnum Carya need to move into the zone, and they can't without Silas first. Nades coming in from Akron. A little bit of damage, but still not enough. And Akron finally gets spotted by the likes of Anno. Now, the question is, will Real also be spotted out here? And what's Silas doing about everything that's going on as well?
He's been there for a while, and he's definitely going to have to regroup now. No decision really on that front. It's just a question of which direction, when, and how is he going to make that move. I don't think he's got a vehicle. I think he might have a buggy down by his position to try and run across. So he could go through the river. That's always a possibility. With the oversight of his team across the way, could have a little bit more success here. But a south rotate coming on through as well for the teams up on that northwest side. Anno try and make their camp in the line of fire. A poser here, but he's stepped up immediately to by Silas, who takes the shot straight on across. We'll be all too happy to add that one to the tally. Still, a pretty nasty rotate down to the south. The Falcons got picked away as they tried to move up from that southeast side too.
And there was just no clear way for them to make it across. Let's see. Looking towards the likes of 4FS at the moment. Model T20 and Lost. The way I want to say, like, having a decent performance so far. Cannot believe that Silas was able to cross and make it out alive. Lovely play from him. And from the side of Regnum, we talked about them having a horrible start to the day. 2 points in 2 games. 6 eliminations so far in this one. Just took him a little bit to wake up, and unfortunately Silas delayed with his rotation. Will get spotted out, but Beşiktaş will be able to take down that team. And Silas, I don't think there's going to be a revive. Okay, I just started talking about them, and then they lost their IGL. So I'm just going to leave them be.
I mean, this is exactly what I was talking about, right? The play zone will claim him, and actually, Regnum Carya take another hit. Silas, he did have an impact, sure, on the south side, but overall, I feel like it might be better if they'd have just been playing as 4 on the compound that they held. Could have gone for a 2-2 split on the north side and been equally as efficacious towards the teams on that south bridge hold. But they got locked in, and maybe Silas didn't have the opportunity to move. I'd have to go back and take a stronger look at exactly how that one happened. We'll have to wait and see. But they are still going. They've still got some momentum here. They've got 3 players alive. They have an option to rotate into the circle. They've got a crate to use as cover ahead of them, moving up to the hill to that north side of them. Beşiktaş will have to move on in as well. But they have a team in the way, and that's the BOARS sat on the western side.
Let's see if Beşiktaş will be able to make it out of this side. It's not going to be an easy run for them. I like the fact that they have 5 eliminations, and it's all on 1 player. Are they feeding him the MVP award? It's like, here you go. Just take all our elims. And see how. I mean, look, right now they're gonna attempt the cross. Regnum Carya not able to do anything about it because they have to just heal up and then make their way. BOARS attempt to stop the Beşiktaş push, but to no avail. And Beşiktaş get themselves a couple more elims. 2 more, jumping up to 7 in this game right now. Let's see here, John.
Absolutely. Seems to be continuing. Regnum Carya making the move now with 3 players, and they get all the way up to the top of the hill. If Beşiktaş was slowed down, I mean, deploying those smokes, going for this res, I mean, you need to do it, but Beşiktaş still quite split after that push. Instead, they're going to send one back in to try and contest on these ridges. At the moment, they are the main contenders here, but 4FS will want to try and have a say. They need to push in a little bit further from the east side to try and make their way in.
Attempting to make their way in, and Beşiktaş attempting to take down Regnum Carya. First nade secures the knock onto Z-Wolf. Loxy and Wild, though, have an opportunity. Loxy finds an opening, goes for the trade. But here comes 4FS. I'm loving the third party. Beşiktaş are still taking this fight, but 4FS are waiting to take the eliminations away, and they steal Loxy away. This third party, they are tearing Beşiktaş apart. Regnum Carya are out for the count, but 4FS are picking both teams apart, taking eliminations from both of them.
I mean, this is exactly what you want to see, right? Perfectly timed third party. Fenerbahçe surviving in the shadow of it all the way up to the north. Simple Domac could be happy with that one. I don't imagine Beşiktaş are going to last too much longer on this either. And 4FS, this has been handed to them, really. They played it nicely. Wasn't spectacular, but this is exactly what you need to be doing in a situation like this. I have no notes to give them on that front, which is really quite nice to see that they're able to capitalize. Baran does get the res onto Zebdemus, so I mean, there's always possibility for some funny business, and of course, Simple Domac still being alive can have an impact, and in fact, there it is. He steps up, takes some shots, does give away his position, but he picks up a point, and maybe looks for Zebdemus as well, putting him in danger. Could be good. Simple Domac, okay, he wants a little bit more. He wants to find Lost as well, and at the moment, this is really putting the cat amongst the pigeons. I thought I counted Simple Domac out, but maybe I spoke too soon.
He does have a couple of players from the side of 4FS stepping up to him. He does have Miramar making his way. Lost will be able to get the revive. So, I mean, look, very nice attempt, but you're outside the zone. You're on your own in a 1v4. I don't think it's going to happen, but still, well played to be able to apply that much pressure as the last surviving member. I think he would have loved to secure that elimination, but the fact that he already stole one away from Beşiktaş is perfect.
Oh.
And 4FS are like, you know what, that's it, we're done. Just rams that car straight into him, secures the elimination. Now it's a 4v1 between 4FS and the last member, Simple Domak from Fenerbahçe. No back-to-back chicken dinner this time around, unless something completely magical happens, but nah, just through the smoke. T takes him out. 4FS get themselves that chicken dinner, and they secure the third game of the day. Very well played. This is exactly why I mentioned them and BOARS as two of the teams to watch from PMCO Eastern Europe. They are definitely looking to improve, and they're looking to make it to that next stage of the competition. They want to prove themselves here and now in PMSL, and this is one way to do it. Game 2 and 3, sensational from this lineup.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 4FS, they capitalized perfectly on the opportunity as it presented itself. So really nice stuff. As well as Fenerbahçe. They are continuing to stay towards the top of those tables, and second place. That's the best way to do that, right? Even Simple Domak taking a point away. And those points really do matter. A little bit less so in these games, so should be kind of all right. I can't remember exactly where we had the bubbles prediction at last season, because it was the same threshold on 24 match. It was around 5 or 6 points, somewhere in that boundary. So if you're able to get up to 60 or so points, 60 and 70 points, then you're going to be looking fairly safe to be out of the bottom 4 at the end of your 12 matches played. Even that might be quite high, actually. It might be even lower than that. But yeah, if you're able to get up towards 70 points, I think you should feel fairly safe in terms of qualifying. And to be able to do a huge amount of that in your first couple of games is brilliant. It's really, really good.
I'd say it depends on if the leaderboard is going to be top heavy, but so far that doesn't seem to be the case. We haven't seen a team that's been dominant in the first 3 games that we've seen so far. Couple of eliminations, and then they seem to be taken out. But hey, this is what I like to see, because for the first couple of days of I would say PMCO Eastern Europe grand final, 90 points, massive lead, and then it kind of died out with the rest of the day. But this time around, that doesn't seem to be the case, and it's going to be a lot closer. This competition is a lot tighter than PMCO Eastern Europe was. Now having a look towards T, the MVP for that last game. He didn't need any assists. He can do it all on his own. 6 eliminations with 513 damage, surviving towards the very end of that game. And I have to say, that was kind of a quick Erangel. It was 25 minutes.
Yeah, it ended fairly soon. A lot of that is due to the river crossing situation, right?
Yes.
A lot of teams trying to get across from that south side. The north side actually resolved itself fairly quickly, I think. Not a lot of teams opting to take that rotational path there, which all sort of played into it. And a lot of teams were going for that river camp kind of gameplay, which all sort of fed into a fairly early Erangel finish. Although, I mean, we did get quite late into the zones, but yeah, it's interesting to see. Let's take a look at the stats from 4FS, and you can see there fairly meager damage numbers coming through from the roster, but 6 elims for T. That's going to feel pretty good, and they'll add up a lot of points for that. Actually, more than I was expecting. I thought they didn't quite have so many. A little bit of maybe a couple of elims snuck away there by T, but either way, you'll take those points. They count just the same.
Yeah, I believe that was mostly the eliminations that they managed to pick up off the back of the fight between Beşiktaş and Regnum Carya towards the end of the game. I think that's because they were able to third-party that with perfect timing. And I like the proactivity towards the end. They knew that they had an advantage. They knew that both of these teams were fighting, and there was a couple of knocks between them. And decided, okay, we have to go for this fight, and we have to go for it now. Unlike the lack of decisions being made in the fight previously. I think it was towards Gatka as well, where we had 2 teams just fighting it out, There was 2 knocks, but still no decision to go for the push, no decision to go and finish off that fight. And it was Ozarox that decided we can't do that, and then they lost every single one of their members. Not many points secured from that one. And I would say like that's always a mistake that I'm not always, but like that's a mistake that I'm seeing often enough, where you have 2 knocks, but you still don't go for the push, even though you have the numbers advantage.
Yeah, I think it's a symptom maybe of a potential lack of confidence. I mean, obviously, it's very difficult to say about the internal state of a team, but it did feel, I mean, we're on board with it right now, right? It did feel like a little bit of a lack of confidence from Ozarox. And hopefully, we can gain a little bit more oomph, a little bit more bite behind their bark as the days go on, but they don't have too much time left to try and pick up their feet. Fenerbahçe obviously got shredded early on by 4FS, but the final blow was not dealt to them until the final moments of the game. Beşiktaş were looking all right, but then they did get pinched as well. Falcons crunched out. Regnum Carya pushed aside and didn't quite make it as far as they would have liked, but Regnum Carya still getting 10 points there. So a decent result, all things considered. A 20-point chicken dinner for 4FS. Good news.
Very good news indeed for this roster. Looking towards the second half of the leaderboard, not impressive results by the likes of SuperMassive, Carya not having the best days, Falcons, decent second game, not the best third game. But hey, what matters, cross the threshold, cross the line for top 20, and we'll see what your actual level of skill is for every single team when we make it towards the grand finals for PMSL. Because right now, this is all just about showing us what you can do and if you can make it above the top 20. And looking towards the amount of points, keep in mind that each team is only going to be playing 12 games. I would honestly put the qualification threshold to about 40, 45. If we're talking about like bottom 4, I think 40, 45 is going to be the qualification threshold. That's what I'm looking at. I think 70 is way too high.
You think?
Yeah.
I'll have to go back and double check my numbers. I mean, it might be.
You are the mathematician here. You are the mathematician.
I can't remember. That might have been for the knockout stage that was more towards the. I can't remember exactly. I remember thinking of an average points per match that you're going to be looking at, and then multiplying that basically, which was my metric for prediction. Fairly naive approach to it, but it seems fairly functional. And yeah, so I mean, yeah, you might be right. It might be that Fenerbahçe have done it in 3 matches. They just need to coast a little bit and get a couple more. But I think they probably want to get a little bit more done, right? Because frankly, the more you take other teams out, the less they get to practice, right? So if you don't want Falcons to play, you just get rid of them, right? Like you take them out early, you stop them from moving, you put them in a chokehold. They can't get practice, they can't get points, and there you go. So maybe you take a little bit more of an aggressive stance to it.
Mm-hmm. Well, honestly, I'm kind of curious if teams decide to do that. And when it comes to the groups, like one thing I think we forgot to bring up, and I think it's also very important when it comes to group stage play in these kinds of competitions, is the team that gets to play on the final day. Their team, like for example, I'm actually going to have a look and see groups wise for us. I believe it's Group A versus Group B for day 1. I'm just trying to figure out like which are the teams and which are the groups that are going to be the ones that play on the final day for the group stage and for the survival. Because essentially, I feel like whatever groups do play on the final day, they have an advantage. You know what the threshold is for you to qualify. You know how many points you need to work on. You know how many you need to gather to guarantee your presence in the next stage. The teams that play their games today and tomorrow will not know that. So they're just going to be sitting on that third day watching, anxious as heck, as they don't know if they qualified or not based on the performance that they put up for the first 2 days.
Yeah, I mean, we're playing with Group A and B today, I think, for these games. So we'll see the Team C, the Group C debut tomorrow. Well, we hope so anyway. With teams like IWNRX, like BOARS Esports, like KAOS, like S2G, which is obviously the one I think a lot of people are going to be looking forward to. So we'll be able to see them take to the stage and see what they've got for us. We are now moving into match number 4 at a fairly blinding pace here, Sandstorm. We are going at a fair lick now, moving into match number 4. Hopefully fairly soon. I mean, the lobby is full. It seems to be active. So we just wait for that plane to take to the skies. It's good news all round.
All right. Well, hopefully every single one of these players is going to be all aboard. Fasten your seatbelts, gentlemen, as the final Erangel of the day is upon us, and then we're going to be going down to sunny Miramar to wrap up our first day of competition. But yeah, looks like the plane path will be taking off in a few short moments. Again, honestly, it's been quite an interesting first half of the day, I have to say. Domination from the Turkish teams across the board, as it seems so far. Loving the fact that we have 4FS making it consistently to the top in 2 of our 3 games so far. So here we go. Game numero 4. That's the one. 4. And off we go. Let's have a look at where this plane path is going to be. Okay. Going to be coming from the south side, just northwest of Primorsk, heading towards the likes of Lipovka. Not as clear-cut as last time, not as even as last time, but then we should expect a lot of teams to be towards the southern side of the map. Not many towards the likes of Severny, Stalber, or maybe Zarki at the moment.
Yeah, it should be fine. I mean, you just grab some vehicles, head on up. Not going to be super heavily contested. I'm not expecting anything dramatic in this plane path, but you know, I've been wrong before, so we'll see if that comes to pass. Will be a fairly unexpected turn. Could potentially be some argy-bargy over some vehicle drops, but you imagine at this stage people just want to get the job done. Military Island's a little bit of a long drop here, so it could potentially be some aggro around those north side vehicle drops. That maybe is the most likely, but it looks like FVG are going to divert a little bit further away from their counterparts, the THENOISYBOYS, on that military island for the time being. So keeping each other at arm's distance, I mean, it's sensible. It seems like it's going to pay off.
Pay off indeed. And with the zone where it is, it looks like I'm wrong. We will be seeing quite a few teams in Severny and Stalber. Definitely not Zarki, though. But we should see them in Severny and in Stalber. THENOISYBOYS and FVG. THENOISYBOYS had an earlier rotation last time when they had to go to the likes of George Bull and Hospital. And FVG were the ones with the very delayed rotation. Curious to see if they're going to be able to, or if they're going to be making the same move this time around or not.
Shockwave making the rotate up towards, you imagine, could be North George potentially, grabbing some vehicles along the way and rotate in and give themselves access that way. You imagine stopping short in South George just means that you have to get a river crossing into your future when other teams could have got ahead of you. I feel like North George, a much more solid shout, but gathering those vehicles first, obviously very, very important, which is what they're going for.
Yeah, get all of them. Try to see if you can get like 3 or 4 at least. I'd hate to see a full squad in one car making a rotation. That's just a recipe for disaster. You're asking to be eliminated in a split second when I do see those rotations. But you know what? I want to have a look at Les Zones and see what the situation is on that end.
Yeah, we'll see if they are finding their way on through. We're on board with BOARS now over towards Yasnaya. And they will be taking the western side on a bit of a split. They are sharing Yasnaya currently, so could be a problem. Obviously, teams are going to be condensing a little bit around that eastern side, a little bit more frequently now with the circle as it sits. Stalber an option over towards the Yaz Bridge crossing as well. Those north sides of Yaz Lake can provide housing for them. As well, should they opt to go there. And as the 4th minute rolls around, we're going to start to see teams getting on the road and making those rotational decisions that are yet to come. What Asgard have actually been able to do here is leave an outpost towards Cube Compound to give themselves that rotational freedom a little bit more consistently, which is really nice over towards the west side. That gives them a little bit more leeway rotating in, so they could potentially stay a little bit later, or rather afford to stay a little bit later, because Shockwave are right next to them there, and they will want to try and push on past them. However, in the meantime, over on the east side, teams are solidifying themselves there too.
Yeah, that they are, but there's already 2 squads, and I'm waiting for them to fight in Yasnaya. And I believe that's BOARS and THENOISYBOYS. SHOCKWAVE alongside with Asgard, Beşiktaş, and XS, all towards George Pool and the mountainous area, which is currently outside of the zone. But I'm waiting for that zone to roll up and then force every single one of these teams to make their way, or at least start the fight, or just ignore that location because there's no need to fight for it and play to the zone. Surprised no one made an early rotation towards Severny and decided to load up in that location, considering the plane path and the location of the zone at the moment. Oh yeah, tracking that minimap to keep you guys updated. IDA and Beşiktaş seem to be making their rotation across the bridge and heading towards the zone. So we're going to be looking at the likes of FVV, or rather Asgard, SHOCKWAVE, and XS towards that side. But SHOCKWAVE deciding, yeah, no, we don't want to do this. We don't have to do this. We're not forced to.
I mean, I thought that they were going to loot up through North George a little bit earlier on, but they stuck in there, and fair enough. No one really playing into that North George position, but that does mean they have to go for a bit of a wide sweep, and they couldn't contest areas that, for instance, Asgard were holding out.
Well, they I mean, I would say like they would have had the time to loot up. Hindsight 2020 on our end. Again, we can see everything, and they can't.
That is true. It's an information game. A lot of maths in that film. You
oh,
hated
yeah.
it.
Actually, so, since you love maths so much, what's your degree in? Is it maths?
Look, so I don't have a degree.
I mean, look, you don't have a degree, and I have one, and we're both here, so...
Yeah, that's true. I did study maths and then computer science for 4 years, but I don't have a degree. Because I left.
When did you leave?
I left to do esports. I left in 2017, I want to say.
So, like, would that have been, like, your final year in uni?
Yeah, well, yeah. I did 2 years of a maths degree, then I did 2 years of computer science degree, and then I left to do esports.
Okay, calm down,
So go
Vic.
figure.
Okay. Don't know why he was shooting the floor. Okay, that's quite interesting. I mean, look, I did 2 years in Qatar, and then I moved to Ireland, and I did 4 years, but I ended up with a 3-year degree, like a bachelor's, not with honors, but a regular bachelor's in computer science, but then never worked a computer science job in my life.
Well, you still got that back in, you know? Maybe one day, if the work dries up, you know?
Dude,
you got that fallback.
Dude,
it's valuable.
Remember. No, it's not. It's not at all. I don't remember anything.
That's a retirement plan, bro. Come on.
Like, all I got is like see out hello world, or that's about it. That's it.
Okay.
That's all you got.
Nobody programs in C++ anymore. Get out of here. Talk about see out in my chat. What the hell?
Oh my god. Listen, I'm actually trying to remember what are the other ones, but like for other languages like Java or JavaScript or anything, but I got nothing.
Oh, you mean system.print?
Oh my god, yes, it was printf.
System.out.print, I think.
Oh yes,
and then printf for what's that? That's Python, isn't it?
I think it was like I honestly I don't know.
Why no, printf is Java as well, but it's a formatted print. Anyway.
Yes. Yeah, welcome to Computer Science 101 with Sandstorm and John Allen.
That's right.
One has a degree and one doesn't, but both are terrible at it.
What? Hey.
Listen, at least you didn't waste your time for your degree. I had to.
Oh,
we're still we're still both here, so
fine. Yeah, fine. That's true. We're still going. But maybe, you know, it's the retirement plan you were talking about earlier on.
Highly doubt it. I don't think anyone would hire me for my computer science skills. Brother, I had a problem installing a game on my PC. Okay, I don't think my degree.
The same.
Yeah, but I have a computer. I should understand the ins and outs.
We should probably talk about the game a little bit.
We should get back to the zone.
Did go on their very wide sweep over towards the north of Stalba, but the circle now has pushed us back, and it's actually a pretty dramatic shift here. Regnum Carya with the outpost. They're going to hold a really important position here towards that west side of Yaz Lake. Control over the bridge, control over the sightlines around there. Could be very, very detrimental to teams moving in the area if they're not able to navigate it. In the meantime, Sosnovka Military Island still yet to conclude.
Yep. Just a couple of dudes chilling on a bridge. waiting for the other to make a move. All this for... Okay. I see what you're doing here, Farvoice. I see what you're doing. But, Kara, why are you wasting, one, so much time, so much resources, utility, healing, all of the good stuff, to camp out on this bridge? Meanwhile, you're losing out on the opportunity to gather information, and I swear, if Inos right now manages to do some damage to Kara, he decides to ignore that, but he might spot out CEO in the open, and he will get that knock! Can he deal enough damage for the zone to finish him off? Yes, he will. And Kara wasted all that time, and they lose one of their members. And now we're going to proceed to wait a little bit more. Dude, you only have one.
We have to go for more. It's the sunk cost fallacy.
Yeah, I mean, you have to keep going.
We've already spent so much. Surely we've got to keep going.
I mean, look, the math is mathing.
That's all right. That's right. Surely it's my time to win soon. If I just keep spinning.
If I just keep trying, at some point I will win.
That's right. Oh dear. Fenerbahce, they are actually at the top of Stalber Mountain, at the top of the tables as well, with a oversight down look towards the rest of this circle. They're a little bit pushed towards the edge of this one, but they've got a route up towards their north. If they've scouted that out, they'll be aware where they can rotate away and go down lower to the foothills. Of course, you can just tumble down the hillsides if you want, and there's the team shot you're looking for. Anno losing another player.
A loss for Anno and a gain for Fenerbahce, but they also gain a couple of opponents taking shots at them. Simple Domak will be the first one to go down. And look at that! Massive change from the side of Ozarox. They're deciding, hey, we got a knock, let's go for a push. Question is, will it work out for them or will it not? Bad Boy taking a lot of damage, Raze from a different angle, applying that pressure to Ozarox. Going for a 1-for-1 trade so far. Ozarox trying to find another opening here, but instead it's going to be Lux that repays with another knock onto them. Now it's a 2v3. And the fight has slowed down.
Whoa, that is a hard shift to the south as well, back over to the river. That gives the bridge teams a lot more leeway, a lot more leg room. Falcons, happy about this. The noise boys? The noise boys? Or is it the noise guys?
Noisy boys.
I can't. The noise boys, that's one. The noisy boys, rather. And Regnum Carya, all very happy about this shift. But everybody else is going to have to go for a little bit of a mad dash. You've also got Asgard out on the west side, going to be all right with this one. As Ozarox still trying to conclude this fight with Fenerbahce. It's not going super well. But Papara SuperMassive do disengage from that third party.
Third party. You'll love to see it if it's perfectly timed. And SuperMassive decide, hey, look at all these prelims that we got. But we're still not done yet, because here come the BOARS. And Tronby just trying to hold the ground as the rest of his squad is trying to heal up. And BOARS thinking, this might not be the best fight for us to take at the moment. And decide to back off, so it looks like they're going to be gathering up once again and taking a different approach for the rest of this game. Regnum Carya, we talked about this, and John, you mentioned they were able to get themselves into one of the prime positions in the zone at the moment. Let's see what they're going to be able to do with that, as a lot of teams might be eyeing up that area as well.
They've been working this zone for quite a while, have Regnum Carya. I mean, this area of the map they've had eyes on for a long time. They should be aware of their surroundings. They're in a very defensible position. They've got a glut of players to their southeast who won't be leaving the bridge anytime soon. There's going to be fights going on there for a while. I really favour Regnum Carya's chances of jumping up these tables on this match. They're opening the bidding now. They've got their first elim for it, which is obviously very good news. Fenerbahce will be tumbling down and going a little bit more north-leaning on their rotate, which is the more open of the two paths that they kind of have to choose from. Unfortunately, Regnum Carya, Loxy gets spotted and flushed. That's got to have been a mistake from him.
Not a mistake you want to be making, but hey, you better learn from it. Fenerbahce, right now we're learning that they need to move as the zone starts to push, but we're just waiting for Sabian to get in the vehicle, and that he does, and here we go. Where will Fenerbahce be making their moves, their move, because the northern side is under control by Beşiktaş and IDA at the moment. Little bit of a nook towards the northwestern side for them to hold on to. Regnum Carya is still sitting pretty in that area and in that compound. Rookie from Beşiktaş will get spotted out. Not quick enough on the trigger to get that knock, though.
Find it. The circle again goes back down south. This has been a gauntlet for the teams on the north side here, pushing time and time again. Carya very happy about this. The fact that they've been on the edge of this circle for so long and now actually in a solid spot after the start of their game. It has been a good little turnaround for them. Asgard going to be pushing in from that west side as well, competing for the high ground out on that edge there. And we'll see who's able to make it in from the north side. But it's looking more and more dire for the teams up on these open hills.
Yeah, the teams up on those hills are going to have to be making their move sooner rather than later if you want to find yourself a position. But the question is, where do you even go in this area? How are the teams going to be able to deal with it? There's no, I mean, look, the fact that we still have 16 teams 15 minutes in is ridiculous. Someone has got to go down, and it's going to be happening right here, right now. Kamikaze looking to secure it, but we switch over to Marso from Kara as he secures the elimination. One more time, jumping back to SuperMassive as Nikos, the last member surviving from his team. Darkin from IDA alongside Rita and Amre in a 3v1. Nade, close range. Is that the bane of my existence? Rearing its ugly head one more time.
I mean, it would be pretty difficult to get that pop shot out the window safely. And dropping those nades in through might just be the best way to place the player up top. That Molotov's going to look good. Darkin dashing across. Not a lot of time to go for the res and leaves it up to Emre. But the blue zone's ticking away and we're in stage 4. No res in the zone. Should be possible. I think it might just still be possible now, actually. But there's the drop down and Nico catches Emre. Now he has a little bit more to do and finds the first. It's good. Looks to the corner. Finds another. And Ida are being torn apart here. Nico now with one more player left to find. He's on low HP. He's picking up the points and dropping that first aid kit too. Emre begging his teammate to come and save him now, and Rita around the sidelines looking to try and give him the slip here, but he has the health advantage for Nico. The first aid was a little bit later. The jump shot with the SK-12, but finally he's put to rest. Rita has the rest of his team stripped away, but he's not got much more left to play with.
Yeah, switching over to Lux in a 1v2 with him and Beşiktaş. Rookie needs to take him down, and that he does. The damage from zone was going to secure the elimination out to Lux. Beautifully played, I have to say, by SuperMassive in that 1v4. Doing so much. My lord, he was so close to a 1v4 and eliminating every single one of the opponents. But still, coming out with 3 there and delaying them from going for that push, sensational. You've done everything that you possibly could in that situation. Now, we see the teams. I said 16. I mean, there was no way we're going to have every single one of these teams survive into the next zone. Rookie from Beşiktaş. Ooh. One more bullet will take him out, but he's still alive. Maybe going to the embracing arms of Regnum Carya, and that's exactly where he goes, as Z-Wolf will pick him up. And now we switch over to the THENOISYBOYS and BOARS! Niso taking a nade right to the face. Mozaro with the quick smoke should be able to get the revive, and THENOISYBOYS will be able to hold their ground here.
It's a very satisfying sound, isn't it?
Yes. And the fact that it's instant too.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, that's the big addition, right? It's really helpful, especially in those tight scenarios when the blue zone's down your back. And speaking of being under pressure there, Shockwave taken down with a nice fadeaway step back spray down coming on through. That is unfortunate to be able to not being able to find that one. Everybody on the bridge has to leave it now, and it's going to be interesting to play around this next circle. There's this ridgeline that sits on the path that leads down from where all of these teams are playing, but it's on broadside right now. Once this fight on the northeast side concludes, then it's going to be a little bit more viable to play around it. There's also that bridge that Carya hold towards the south side of this circle, and they can play around that riverbank as well.
I cannot believe that Carya are in the position that they are in now, considering the position that they were in earlier. They are 3 members. They don't have a full stack, but still, I mean, losing 1 member, that's not that much of a big deal, I want to say, at this current moment in time, because the position makes up for it. But if you hunker down under the bridge, where do you go from there? What's the play after that?
I mean, sometimes it's not about getting to the end, it's getting as far as you can, right? And making the best of it. And that's generally what you see from bridge play. But you do also see instances of teams above fighting it out and ending up torn to shreds, and then it's just a question of moving up and finishing the match out. It can sometimes play very, very well. We've seen it happen before, and we'll see what more they can get done. I'm a little bit disappointed in Regnum, Carya. I talked about how they were in a great position, and they've just been getting picked off one by one in a very, very defendable compound. No one's been crashing onto them, so they have just been stepping too far out. It's not what you want to see. They still have two players, sure. Zedwolf and Wild can absolutely frag out their mines, but I'm not holding my breath anymore on their location. However, teams around them, no one's looking super healthy, as the Noisy Boys, if they can get Kenzor back up, will be the healthiest team going.
And this would be a very much needed game, as they are currently sitting in last place. And they need to climb up the ranks. They need to alleviate the pressure. You only have 2 days of competition here, boys. You cannot waste a single game. You cannot waste a single opportunity. So show us what you got. It's them and BOARS. One more time. Oron going for that push. Secures the elimination onto EXO. And now it's all down to Havlik coming out with the shotgun. Not sure which one he's going to be fighting with. Is it the shotgun? Is it the M4? But he is ready. Let's see if the Smalley is going to be doing anything. The thing is, anytime that he tries to peek, there are other teams that have their sights set on them. And Noisy Boys actually pick up the eliminations onto 4 FS as well. Now they're up to 5 eliminations. Asgard's actually a full squad too, so they're going to be the ones that are in the running for this game more than anyone. This last nade could do it! And it does. Finally, Noisy Boys take down BOARS, and they will continue. They jump from 16th to 10th, and they're still not done.
I mean, it's that good old match ball volatility, right? You still have a little bit more to go to solidify positions. But speaking of the tables, again, Fenerbahçe with 6 points on the board here and jumping up to a 45-point total. I mean, it's really, really good news for them. And they are doing more and more to find themselves solidified. The next circle comes through, and it's slap bang on Regnum Carya again with 2 players alive. I mean, this is potentially doable. But Zedwolf, I mean, he's playing very close to danger here. Look at his health bar. Yeah, I feel like you have to hop out and go for a little bit of a heal here before he can rejoin Wild in the middle of this circle, who is playing on that ridgeline that I highlighted earlier. Oh wait, no, hang on a minute. No, he's down further towards the river than that one, so we'll be playing off against. Or is he actually? Hang on a minute.
I think
he's much closer to the middle, on the high ground.
Right
now.
in the middle, yeah. Looking towards Marso though, setting his sights onto the Noisy Boys. He knows that there's someone sneaking about, but he just doesn't know how far. He has snuck up across that line. More nades, no damage. And Marso! Hyso finds that angle and finds that knock. Poser should be there for the retaliation. But he's not able to find the angle. Now he's the one that's being forced back, but he's the one that has to cross. He's the one that has to get into the zone, but doesn't seem like there's a way for him to do that.
Regnum Carya now trying to regroup those 2 players. Wanting to guard out the teams from the east side. Asgard have been biding their time. They're up to 4 elims now. It's really Ozarox who have been shredded for a long, long time. We have yet to really extract value out of this match on 0 elims, very low HP. All the way on the southwest side. Could have a tough time of it. But I have to maintain for now. Lewis moving in onto the south end of that ridge line that sits just above that path and playing along it as well. So Carya looking for their foothold there.
Speaking of Regnum Carya, they have finally been reunited. Zwolf has been able to make his way. So now they're in a decent position. Noisy Boys looking to finally walk up this ridge. Once Hyso has healed himself up, he only has like a couple of meds as well, and then he's going to be completely out. No more heals, no stims, nothing to assist
All quiet before the final pop-off here. I imagine this next fight is going to be fairly conclusive on the game.
Yeah.
Asgard and the Noisy Boys counterposing forces on either side of the circle, with Regnum Carya sort of splitting the difference right now.
Regnum Carya just hoping that no one pushes them for their position. Just hoping that the rest of the squads fight it out. Asgard, very much, I would say, in the driver's seat just because of their numbers in the later stages of this game. But we know from what we've seen last game how much damage one player can do, so never underestimate what a single player can do. So yes, Ozarox still have one last player standing, 0 points of eliminations for now. I think those things might change a little bit. And Kara, looking at you and your position, must be very, very happy with the fact that they're still in the zone and all the other squads have to fight it out. Wild gets taken down, and now it's all down to Z-Wolf, the last surviving member for Regnum Carya.
There's the nade. I think that should do it. No, it's blocked, actually. A lot of the damage taken away. Hops around the vehicles, trying to dodge the nades, dodge the ordnance, and it's successful for a while. He's given it, and he's trying to take the Noisy Boys to task, show him just what he's made of, why he is so feared in the region. He's dodging those bullets like he's Neo. Oh my goodness, how has he managed to make it here? But there's a third party. No way is he going to be able to allowed to be doing that. That is crazy.
Yeah, he was dodging left, right, and center. But you can only dodge so many bullets. And Asgard will be the ones that secure the elimination onto him. And now they set their sights onto Oron and the Noisy Boys. Poser finding an opening onto Hyso. Means that Noisy Boys will lose another member. 4 teams with 9 players left alive. It's all for Asgard. It's all in their favor. They got the numbers. That's all you need. Just play together, and this game should be yours.
I mean, versus two two-party teams, it can be a little bit of an interesting scenario, right? You have essentially a 2-2 split playing against you. Sure, they're hostile to one another, but you still have the number of sightlines to contend with, and given that you're right on the edge of the circle, it's unlikely to close down towards you. So for Asgard, yes, they've got the numbers. The question is, how do they take the fight, right? Do they want to sweep out and take a fight on one front, deal with one angle, and then play in for later? That will be the decision that they have to make. Also, because Ozarox still have one player, they're up to 4th place now. He's been keeping very, very quiet for a long time now.
He's just been biding his time, waiting, hoping that everyone else gets eliminated before his turn comes. But that's not how this works. And look at that. That bridge, still center zone, my lord. I still cannot believe it turned. Yeah, I was going to say, I cannot believe that things turned around in this way for Kara after seeing them be on that bridge so late into the game. Well, because it was still like zone 2 or 3 and they were still held up there.
Now they're going to have to be forced back down closer to the water, but still a chunk of this ridge in, which could change things up. There's a loot crate as well in the mix as a little bit of cover. I believe that the circle on the minimap is slightly offset, giving a slightly false perspective. The south side is not in of this next circle, which means it won't be just centering up straight onto the bridge there or onto the water. So we're slightly further north than that. Asgard, though, they're going to pull the trigger on their rotate. They've made a decision, and it looks like they're going to flank out towards Kara. Actually, they've pulled short, and that might expose them to both flanks. I feel like this might be a bad choice. And there's the nade coming in from the last player of Ozarox. There's another knock coming on through, but it's over towards the Noisy Boys this time around, and a second comes through from Rogo from Ozarox. He is taking Asgard to task. Do they even know where he's coming from? I have no idea, but a third nade! Ozarox have just taken Asgard's wind out of their sails, and now it's going to be all up to what Kara can do in the midst of it all. The nade over the top could be the end of them, and I don't believe it! Ozarox plays spoiler in a massive way.
What did I say like 2 minutes ago? Never underestimate how much damage one player can do. He took out 3. The game was supposedly theirs. And Rogo robs it all away. And now it's a 2v2 between the Noisy Boys and Kara. A chicken dinner here essentially guarantees you being in the top 20. One chicken dinner out of the 12 games that you play, along with a consistent performance in the rest of the games, is more than enough. Poser, again, finds the opening onto Oron, takes him down, and is one step closer to that chicken dinner. I still cannot believe it's ending up being this close. But Mozaro in a 2v1. He has the high ground, but that's not going to help him. And it is going to be Carya who take the chicken dinner in the end. I still cannot believe that's the way that game ended. The way Carya managed to go from being on the bridge on the zone 2, zone 3, towards ending up under a bridge in the very end of the game. One player wiping out 3 from a squad and just giving the game away. What an ending.
I mean, that was absolutely crazy, right? 3 nades, 3 coming through from Rogo. They had no idea where he was coming from. I think it might have not even been them that got the shutdown on him. I think it might have been from across the way, right? From coming through. I'd have to go back and watch that one again, because that was absolutely nuts that he was able to do that. I wonder what it was like from his perspective, because that is crazy. I also have to question how many elims he was able to go and get for that as well. I wonder if they all were credited to him, despite having a massive impact. No elims before that. We'll see if they go to him. But I believe we've got a short break before we come back with Miramar. We'd be going at a fair pace, and we've been non-stop since game 1. So we'll see you guys in a few minutes where we come back for the last games.
We're back! And guess what? 2 games to go. I know, right? You're thinking, wow, you guys are flying through the games today. How quick has today been? Extremely quick, because we finished 4 games. Yeah. Listen, relatively, it's been quick. We have 2 games to go. Just hold on, and we'll be done with the day soon. But you know what? It's been a heck of a day so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 2 hours, 30 minutes, 4 matches. We've been crunching through this business. You know, that's what is that? It's like under 30 minutes a game normally, which means that there's been very minimal breaks, which has been really good. I'm loving the pace. I'm loving the energy that's been delivered after what was admittedly absolutely nothing that happened at the start of the show. Don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, no. It was the
solid performance from our admin team.
It was our podcast, no? It was our. We had a lot of fun.
That makes more sense. Yeah. Okay, fine. Yeah.
You know, I've had one with Hot Jukes, and now I've had one for you. You'd have to get in touch with your agent.
Oh, okay. Yeah, cool. I'll.
Get your people to talk to my people, and then our people will talk to their people.
Okay.
And then their people will tell our people that we get nothing.
Not again.
You know what? Exposure. That's what you get.
Okay.
You get exposure.
I'm putting that one away. I'm not touching that. I've done my time on the esports circuit. All right.
We've done our fair share of exposure dollars, but here we are with almost the end of our first day for PMSL EU, and this is the result of our last game. After Carya were, I want to say, a precarious position in the early stages of the game, the zone decided to bestow upon them a chicken dinner alongside with massive assistance from Ozo, who did secure the 3 eliminations. So the 3 knocks that he got were claimed by him and his team. Rogo secured those, and I think the knock, or the nade rather, from the side of Carya only secured 1 elimination then.
Yeah, it's not ideal for Carya, for Ozarox rather, not getting all of those. But yeah, they. Oh, sorry. Yeah, no.
They got 3
for Carya not getting any of those. Those points for that nade. They do get that last one, but yeah, they won't be able to get the full shebang. But Ozarox able to rectify what was a pretty shoddy situation for a long time and getting 7 points. Lovely to see. I'm seeing Fenerbahçe as well with 7 points on the cards, able to get a lot of work done to stay towards the top of those tables, ever more solidifying their position as a potential qualifier. It's going to make their time a lot more easier in their last 2 matches today, in their next day of games, to feel a lot more secure in terms of that qualification spot.
Yeah, because I want to say consistency-wise for the side of Fenerbahçe, they should be over the 40-point mark. So at the moment, they are maintaining an average of 10+ points per game, which is exactly the kind of average you want to be looking for at this kind of competition. You want to consistently be pumping out 8, 9, 10 points every single game. 45, so yeah, you're even higher than that. 11.25. Exactly. That's the only math I can do properly right now. But yes. 11.25 points per... no, it's 11.2.
Yeah, no, you're right.
No, 11.2 because it's 4 games. No, 2.5. It's 2.5. I was so close. 5. I should have believed...
No, 11 times 4 is 44, which means there's 1. So 1 divided by 4 is the remainder, which is 11.25. You're right the first time.
Okay. Yeah.
Anyway, yes, very good. And in general, it's what you want to see when you're talking about a first place contender, right? You're talking about around that 10-point threshold, over that 10-point threshold. That's what you need. That's what you need to go for there. So it's brilliant to see that. I thought we had a 37 as well. So that's around that barrier too. So a couple of teams still keeping up neck and neck. We're looking towards the bottom of the tables, being at 11 points here, which is nice. You know, it's not a fantastic result, but it's still fairly decent. And it's comebackable at this stage, certainly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, look, you just need to have, I feel like, out of the 12 games, you need to have 1 fantastic game. 1 chicken dinner, decent amount of eliminations, and then you just consistently perform, trying to get top... you don't even have to get, like, consistently top 3s, top 4s. Just make sure that you're constantly getting 6, 7, 8 points every single game. Again, this is the formula for this stage of competition. This is the formula for the group stage. When you go from the group stage to survival, it gets a little bit more difficult. And then obviously from survival to the main event, that's when difficulty is going to be up to maximum, because then you're going to need to get top 3 to continue your esports journey for 2025. Otherwise, you'll be done for the year.
That's right. It's not necessarily a glamorous exit, but it's one that several of our teams must take. There's no two ways about it, unfortunately. So we'll see who's going to be able to jump on up. Our next map will, of course, be on Miramar. We've had our 3 Erangels. We had our Rondo to start the day, and we're going to be heading over to the desert for our final 2 matches. In general, one of the it used to be the biggest map in the rotation. Now Rondo takes the cake on that one. A little bit more landmass there, but it is still very vast and a lot of rotational gameplay to be seen. Will certainly not be as messy as Rondo early game either. We'll be seeing a lot more separation of teams, I imagine, especially around the early stages.
Yeah, you know what? I would love it if they personally imagine having the recall mechanic in all 3 maps. Just crazy fights. I would say like the point system would go mad if we had something like that.
I mean, it would be homogenous across everything, right? It would be the same across everything. So it wouldn't necessarily be unfair, but I think it would really change how games are played. I can't emphasize how much the recall system alters gameplay at an esports level. I mean, in terms of IGL decisions, in terms of risk-reward analysis, there's so much depth there that I think is yet to be plumbed. We'll only have to wait and see it. I think adding that to the rest of the game would change the viewing experience incredibly significantly, and it would certainly change how in-depth strategies that we know are going to be applied. Right, everything would change at the drop of a hat. So it would be about who can pick it up the first.
I'm just thinking of like the craziest strategy where you have 3 people hot drop 3 different teams, and then you just have one person that just insta drops on a recall. Just that like send out stinks. One soul. Yeah, 100%. Listen, you come to me for the horrible ideas.
That's an eggy fart of an idea right there.
100%. Like you send a 1-man army to fight off like a couple of different squads through like steal a couple of limbs here and there, and then just go into the fight, get eliminated, get recalled, and then regroup with your team, and then run it back.
Yeah.
You have one safety. It is crazy, and it is a horrible idea. Do not try it. This is why we're here and not in game. This is why we're here.
Yeah, that's really less of the we. Thank you very much on that idea. Anyway, I mean, I think you're essentially just wasting lots of time by doing that. I think
100%.
The impact that you have needs to be significant enough. I could see an argument maybe going 2 and 2. And I think that might be a strat that we see. If you know hot drops are happening, you send 2 of your players in, you send 2 of your players to somewhere else, potentially. I think that's slightly more likely. And then whoever dies first, the other duo regroup to a recall beacon. Could potentially be a little bit more viable. But we're not seeing that in the main maps still. We'll have to wait and see how this all develops. As time goes on, I'll wait to see what's going on. I believe not all players were in when the lobby was started, because we did see a lobby flash up on our map feed. And I think it got started with 63 players in the lobby. So a little bit of a false start there. We're getting it sorted. Don't worry, guys. This is definitely
someone just decided to jump out right before we started. I don't know who did it. I'm not pointing fingers. I'm not naming names.
That sometimes happens, doesn't it? You should be like, oh, not ready. Got to go for a wee. I've disconnected, guys. There's nothing I can do.
Oh no, I've DC'd. Oh no, you have to wait for me. Nope.
Oh no, we're gonna have a break now. Goodness me. No, we're getting all our players and our observers and everyone back in the lobby. It does take a little bit of time to go for these rehosts, unfortunately. But still, we've been making good time since we started our games.
You see, I think production was like, they said we're making good time.
Let's
destroy that, shall we? Let me throw this into the works. Yeet.
Yep. Hell yeah. Why not? Fair enough. 2.5 hours for 4 games, 2.5 hours for the next 2. Let's go.
No, God. I mean, look, it's already Miramar. It's already going to last like 45 minutes per game.
That's true. Yeah, no. So probably, like 3.5 hours for 2 games.
Yeah.
For sure.
Because I'm thinking, I was looking towards one of the Erangels that we had was around like 24 minutes, I want to say. Just because of the way it ended towards the last couple of zones. And the last Erangel that we had also looked like it was 21 minutes and we had 5 squads. I was like, okay, we could be looking at another
for
early
a little
finish.
bit longer than that, right? Like, I mean, like you get to 5 squads and it lasts for 3, 4, 5 minutes more. And I think Erangel tends to end between the 25 to 27 minute mark generally. And then towards Miramar, you get a little bit longer than that, up towards your 29s potentially. I mean, we saw Rondo go to 30 minutes at the start of today. So obviously, bigger maps in general do take a little bit longer, just because of how the circle staging works there, by a couple of minutes. So yeah, we'll see how long it's going to take this time around. Oh, hopefully they generate a new lobby because we haven't seen what's going on here. Let's see how this pans out.
And the waiting begins. Dun, dun, dun. But you know what? This kind of just, I want to say, adds a little bit more intensity to those last 2 games. And one of the things that the players have definitely gone through today, I would say, is a lot of waiting. And again, like that does tend to affect a player and their performance, whether you're on stage or not, or whether you're online or not. Because you can... Best way I can describe it is you can only be on for so long before, I want to say, like, you crash at the end of the day. I feel like that's the best way to describe it. These teams, these players have been ready for hours, so any kind of delays or anything like that is definitely going to have, I want to say, like, some sort of impact. But even in those kind of situations, it happens in, I want to say, like, all kinds of competitions, all kinds of tournaments. Whoever deals with that the best as well, whoever adapts to those situations the best, is the one that's going to come out on top at the very end. So I was saying, like, it's part of the ride eventually.
Yeah, and that's what we were talking about during our podcast segment at the start of today.
Yeah. So we're back to it.
Is like that mental strength, that mentality is something that is generally underappreciated by a lot of people. I think it's fair to say. So hopefully our teams can keep it together. I did just see the lobby joined by our observer, and immediately it was full, which is a good sign. And I'm seeing it starting to load in now. So we're fingers crossed getting a game of Miramar going on in, which would be great to see. I've missed the old desert. We've got to go back every now and again, and I need my fill. So I'll see if they can deliver on that promise. And I did see 64 players there.
That's right. We don't even have to do the math. We just have to read the numbers, and it did say 64 out of 100.
And there's 64 players in the lobby. Okay.
No, I see 63.
Well, wait. No, on the map feed. No, on the 64. You need to refresh. You need to be.
Okay, I had a delay. I'm sorry.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Well, okay. I'll forgive you. It's okay.
For a second, you were like, "No, not again."
Yeah, no. It's one of us had a delay, and if it was me, then that's worse. So I'm being optimistic here. Yeah, there we go. So we're up to 64 players in this lobby. I think that the game is about to start. I think the plane's gonna go. They're wasting no time here. Let's head on in.
Let's go. Yeah. You know what? And I want to say this now. Quick shout out. Thank you very much to our. I want to say to the tireless efforts of our incredible production team to keep us on track for today. It's been a difficult day, but we've been able to deal with it thanks to them. Thank you very much, guys. We appreciate you and all the work that you've been putting in today. And now, here we go. League stage, day 1 of PMSL EU 2025 Fall Split continues with our 5th game of the day, our first Miramar of this evening. Let's see how it kicks off.
There we go. We're in again. Let's see if we get any weird hot drops. Looks like El Pozo could be a little bit warm right now. I'm hoping... Look, Picardo isn't going to be a hot drop. I hate to see that. It's my least favorite hot drop. Things like El Pozo might actually be hot here. Shockwave, have their work cut out for them, or is there going to be a split away and a regroup? I think, yeah, that is Falcons, I believe, going to be up there with them in El Pozo.
Alrighty then, boys. Looks like that's going to be one of our hot drops for Miramar, and instantly we see Carya Poser with that M249 just letting it rip, taking down one, and instantly on the hunt for the other. Not looking to finish off the elimination just yet. Their focus is to get the rest of the squad. That's going to be 2 down already. What can FVG do here? They do retaliate. There is a trade. There is a 1-for-2 so far.
Ooh, Turbinus clipped over the rooftops there. The shingles slide away from underneath him, and he has to take a knee. Lewis now pushing forwards, putting pressure on with the UMP around the corner. He does go down, but his teammate's there for the refrag, and that is Carya coming out on top with all 4 of the elims. They will be happy to take that one down. Up into 3rd place with those 4 elims as well. They'll get that full reset, and they've got plenty of looting time. This is a great start for them, an abysmal start for FVG.
Abysmal start indeed. 5 games, 12 points. Not an average you'd be happy with. But again, keep in mind, you still have 1 more day to compete. You still have 6 more matches. Well, 1 more today and 6 more later on. You will have a chance to make up for it, but it will be more difficult for you to climb the ranks then. So do your best now. As tomorrow, one of the groups that played with us today will be taking a break. One team, or one group rather, will be finishing their journey tomorrow, and then they just sit, wait, and watch if what they did in the first 2 days of the competition was enough to get them into the next stage. But Carya, very, very surprised by their performance in the first day, honestly, and very happy for what they've been able to achieve so far. 36 points. 5th map of the day. They're getting up there to that healthy average that you want to be securing every single map.
Falcons trying to keep up some pace now. It's starting to get a little bit late in the day to have that resurgence performance, and it's a similar story for Regnum Carya. This is not good news for them, although if you're looking at around a 40 to 50 point bubble, then perhaps it could be definitely achievable here. So we'll have to wait and see if they are going to be in a spot to qualify, which is not a sentiment I thought I'd be having towards the end of the day, but here we are in match 5. Having a pretty rough time of things, all things considered. IDA Esports going to be making their way on past San Martin, or at least leading out the charge that way. Beşiktaş over towards Crater Fields on the north side, dropping around La Cobreria. They will look to try and move a little bit further south with a circle, dropping up towards San Martin, centered as well. A lot of that northern area in.
I'm surprised, honestly, that we didn't see a fight between Falcons and SHOCKWAVE in El Pozo. Surprised there wasn't any kind of fight, any kind of skirmish between the two of them, and it looks like a decision by Rauf and Falcons, because they're abandoning El Pozo at the moment. It looks like it's time for them to hunt for a position in the zone. See where they decide to end up with that rotation. Some of the teams that already seem to be in a fantastic position, I'm looking at IDA. Carya is very happy with where they are right now, just smack dab in the middle in Hacienda. And maybe even the likes of Fenerbahçe, who are leading the pack at after 4 games with 45 points and an 8-point lead ahead of 4FS at the moment. So far, so good. But still, we're not done, boys. There's more for it to be done by every single one of these teams. And that just looks... How does the card do that?
Hey, man.
Well, how does...
Just got to nail the kickflip. What are you going to do?
Nail the kickflip?
Hell yeah. That's a standard driving maneuver, right?
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, for sure.
I'll try that with my car right now.
Yeah. Let me know how it goes.
Oh, you'll see it on the news.
Have you updated your will recently?
Wait, you guys have wills out here? I don't.
No, well.
Oh, well.
That's right. Anyway, nades being exchanged now between 4FS and XS. They will try and find one another with the ordnance, but there's already a shutdown going on the sidelines, so the advantage for 4FS, but the third party comes on in. Asgard have sightlines to potentially both of these two rosters.
Yeah, Asgard, XS, and 4FS. All these teams going for a fight. 4FS hold the church, though. They're the ones that are enjoying cover from all sides for now. unless a team decides to breach. But XS not in a position to do so, with Asgard just waiting for an opportunity to third party. Lation decides, okay, it's time to get in, and he finds a nice little nook to hide in. Okay. Where do you go from here for the side of XSLAY? Do you just let the other two squads fight it out and just eliminate all the noise for now? Or what will be the plan?
I mean, you don't have too much agency in this situation, right? I think it is a case of hold a corner, hold a strong fort, and if you get naded out, well, that's too bad, but you might be able to pick up an elim or two if you're lucky on the back of this engagement. It doesn't need to conclude super fast, so there's no real impetus for Asgard to put more pressure than they currently are on this engagement. They know that there's a fight going on, and 4FS have two options. They either challenge, well, maybe three options. One, they stay put, just hold the sightlines, see what Asgard do. Two, they try and sweep through this building, clear out the remnants of XSLAY that are around them. Or three, they could potentially push out of the compound towards Asgard's positions. And I think that that's probably the most risky choice, because you're going to get shot in the back by XSLAY as you try and make that push forwards. They have multiple off angles. It's going to be a tough time. I feel like the choice really is between sweeping or staying put for them.
I think definitely stay put for now. There's no need to risk anything at the moment. But the elimination feed says Yekta found an opening. An opportunity. But what are you going to do with it, though? Because you guys are kind of split up at the moment. Asgard decide, okay, we're going to dip out of this conversation. We don't want to be part of it. As the zone shifts towards the north, and every single one of these teams realize, okay, we need to move. As this is now a dead zone. But hold on, elimination feed shows XS are doing quite a lot of damage to 4FS. 4FS have two players down, and now Lation hoping to go for a push. Just one bullet is all you need, and the zone taking damage away. Oh my lord, I cannot believe 4FS lose three members.
That is nasty stuff coming on through for 4FS. They're losing three. They went a little bit too bold, got picked off, and the big nades coming on through as well. That's what they were waiting for. And XSLAY biding their time has paid off, but there's still players in there, and Asgard might wait around for a little bit longer. The good news is the circle's going to draw all of the positions around this area away from them, unless Asgard want to really commit for this one, which I think they can do for maybe another 20 seconds, at which point they're probably just going to have to get on and get out of there in order to have a position in this next zone, right? Because it is a big shift. Everybody's going to rotating. That southeast side is going to be chock-a-block, and so the longer you spend here, the less likely it is that you're going to be able to get into this next circle, unless you want to play really hard edge, but I'm not sure if Asgard really want to be doing that yet. But however, they are entrenching themselves on this fight.
Yeah, they are surrounding them on all sides, and looks like they might just be waiting for the players on the inside to make a move. They're waiting for 4FS and for the last two players of XSLAY to make it out. But Yekta, again, finding an opening and then dipping out of the conversation. And they're going to be holding their ground. And Asgard now thinking this may not have been the smartest move, but we will commit. Akron looking to join the fight. Sefkan as well. Trying his luck through the smoke. No bullets will find their way just yet, but at least they managed to get the revive onto Lazy. And they're back to their full force.
Yekta down, bleeding out now in the stage 2 circle. Could be Resable. Let's see if Asgard have better luck against Lation. Has two nades, and he has been pretty on point with them in that first engagement. Spots the players pushing forwards, swats for the DBS, goes for the corner peek, gets one, but the second is not strong enough. Asgard will be able to pull their player back up to his feet, but that is XSLAY fully down and out now. Asgard, however, they've spent a lot of time to make this happen. They've got 2 points for it, sure, but is it going to be worth it? They might be able to pick up a third if they're lucky, because 4FS still have a player in the vicinity. As we hop on over, Ano having a scrap with the Noisy Boys.
Ano Famagusta taking the fight. Oron not able to do anything about it. Will get knocked down. T, the last member from 4FS. We jump back one more time to the side of Asgard. And we continue that fight, but once again, we set our sights onto this zone and looking towards Asgard. They did actually lose out on one of their players. We're jumping in and out of 2 fights happening at the same time. Noisy Boys were also able to trade a 1-for-1. And here we go. What's up, Kenzo? What's up, Paiso? Show us what you got, boys. It's you versus Ano. It's a 2v3. Default. Playing with that Scar, playing with that DPS, and now he's... Oh my god, I cannot believe he's in that position at the moment. The question is, do they know that that's where he is held up? Or do they think he's outside?
Yeah. They'll have to know. I mean, Default now scaling the building. Hopping on over. Melaz should spot that. No, he doesn't quite catch it as it drops there. Oh, no, hang on a minute. Same team. Default has now got the door frame under control with Melaz. And they actually want to step forwards inside.
Oh!
Goes down, and that is brutal coming on through from Mazzara with a pump action. That is Ano Famagusta eliminated. Going down to 13th place. A little bit lackluster there. Teams now making their way in. I'm looking on the southwest side where we were just briefly looking, and actually Asgard still making their way on in and could potentially make a pretty good deal out of this. Falcons, though, very central on this circle, and with 4 players alive, again, this is a good chance for them. Regnum Carya, again, a chance, but we'll see if they can convert this time, because they've been presented with these things before. They don't quite know what to do with a chance, it seems, this time around.
Yeah, they had the Wizard Tower in Erangel last time. Constantly moving about. They managed to get top 3 at the end, or top 4. Decent amount of points, but you want to be able to get more with the position that you are given. You want to do something with the position that you are given, rather than just sit and wait. And right now we're sitting and waiting for Fenerbahçe to do something in this fight between them and Ozarox. As 2nd place has been eliminated, 4th place has been eliminated, so this gives Fenerbahçe an opportunity to run away with the lead, considering the fact that Carya is also down to 2 players. Yes, you have 4 eliminations and got a little bit closer, but with 2 players left to go, maybe will not have the same opportunity, definitely will not have the same strength to go for aggressive plays or anything like that. So maybe just play for placements if you are Carya.
Could be an option, but we've seen what they can do with 2 before. Around that bridge, it's fair to say, but still.
True.
They're able to enact quite the match from that position. See if they can repeat that performance from that last Erangel. Still, it's early doors here. We're not even at 15 minutes yet. Ozarox spotted. He's not going to be giving them any trouble this time around. Rondo goes down, so no more shenanigans from him. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Let's have a look. I'm just getting a general idea for the rest of the squads. Beşiktaş, decent position at the moment. Just depends on whether the zone will favor them or favor other squads. And the zone will be shifting. Well, it has shifted already, rather. The zone will be moving very, very shortly. Fenerbahçe, full squad, decent position. Noisy Boys have to make it out, but we'll get back to that later. As Papara SuperMassive, Nico. A lot of people going for this push, and he is dipping. He does not want to be there. He gets the hell out of dodge. As the fight with BOARS seems to be making them suffer, and so is Regnum area. 2 squads applying their pressure onto SuperMassive at the moment. Tronby deciding to throw that molly, not giving any room for anyone to walk up those steps. And Kamikaze gets held up in a different corner on his own. He might actually be spotted out though. Will secure the elimination onto Havlik. Gets that knock.
The high ground from the west side on Regnum Carya there is so impactful on this fight. You can see what Wild can see there, and Snowix is kind of dead to rights in a way. The res is coming through from BOARS are just going to keep them inside the building, and you've got to wonder how much longer they can last. This is a 2-team fight that's just completely penned in right now by Regnum Carya, and there's really nothing that either of them can do about it. They might just have to wait for another team to take on Regnum Carya, and you can see Zedwolf. He's on the hunt. Exo down yet again, looking for that res now. Kvik has to pull him back. Papara SuperMassive aren't going to let them slow.
Yeah, they really can't. Trumpy tries his luck with a nade. Not able to get the right bounce in the right location. Will be attempting again if he has a couple more nades. But the question is, once this fight's done, what do you do then? Because you still have so many squads with their sights set on you at the moment. BOARS thought this fight was going to be very easy, but Regnum Carya changing everything up. Silas, I see on the minimap, he's making a move closer and closer. He wants this fight to wrap up, and Regnum Carya want to take over this position, and I think that's the right call.
Kamikaze back to the corner now. Regnum Carya, I mean, making the decision to roll down. They've read that there's not too many people in the fight, and Zedwolf, of course, is leading the charge. Kamikaze crouching in the corner might be dangerous for him to deal with, but he just needs to keep his wits about him on the stairwell. Spots him!
Oh!
Doesn't have a clue there's a player in there. That is unpreparedness. That is a lack of scouting, and I feel like the decision to go down was ill-informed here for Regnum Carya.
Yeah, definitely after running the way that you did. No reaction, no weapon out, nothing. Definitely no idea that someone was there.
They thought that, the building just was clear, right? But it just wasn't.
Yeah, I mean, still, like, this late into the game, you'd still have to check it, right? Regardless if you think it's empty or not, you'd still check your corners, no?
Well, yes, in theory. Easier
Maybe just a momentary lapse in decision making.
Well, I have to question the flow of information here in Regnum Carya for that decision. Unfortunately, it's a very difficult question to have answered right now, so we'll have to get back to that one. But in the meantime, the rest of the team now do know that there's a player in. They've used an effective scouting tactic called sacrificing Zedwolf. It's not the best of strategies, but it certainly is a choice.
I wouldn't have made that choice. Because look at that, the compound's outside the zone. So you went in, you lost a player, and you left. That's very unfortunate for Regnum. Are you at least going to trade? Are you at least going to get an elimination in return? Let's find out, as Kamikaze and Tronby still stuck in this location. But Regnum, they sent Loxy out to scout, and they left 2 other players to hold this ground. And keep in mind, BOARS are still here.
I mean, they've really kind of sunk their own ship here a little bit for Regnum Carya. They had a lot of lateral movement. They had oversight on this fight. They had it completely under control. It felt like they got a little bit greedy on this engagement, and they have paid the price for it. Now with Wild kind of stuck in this fight, as well as Silas, a little bit less for Silas, but Loxy might be able to have an impact, but in general, it's just going to be very difficult for them to now get away from this one. And they might have to fully commit now to the position that they've decided to go for. In the meantime, the rest of the map is being worked by the Falcons over on that west side. They've grabbed the compound. The team's over towards the northeast side as well, having a much better time. And actually, Carya very happy with their duo.
Regnum Carya deciding we don't want to lose anything else from this fight, and we are going to dip. Loxy provided the cover. And looks like Regnum Carya will be making it out. You lost Z-Wolf, but still, at least the rest of the squad is here. And this is something you mentioned about them before. They have a position, but sometimes they just don't know what in the world to do with it. And that was a perfect example of, let's say that right there.
I mean, the idea there is fairly solid if there is no player in that building, right? You take an outpost, you look for through those windows, you leave an outpost on the top of the hill, and you come back to fight it. BOARS now popping off and taking a player from Papara SuperMassive. Tronby bites the dust. But, yeah, and that's what I was talking about, right? The decision looked wild because it was given the situation. Unfortunately, they didn't have all that information, which is the big question for me. What happened with that scouting, with that information gathering? Who confirmed that that building was empty? Who fed that information back? And was that miscommunicated? When you bring a new player into the team, these things can happen, you know, that the entire communication dynamic can change.
And it definitely showed in that scenario. But as long as they make up for it, and they got a couple of eliminations. Well, not like that! Silas goes down to EXO. EXO looking to get that third and final elimination onto the likes of Regnum Carya here. Loxy not able to hold down his ground. Rita from IDA steals it away, steals Silas away as well. Regnum Carya bite the dust.
Ooh, I feel like that was deserved after
100%.
After their decision-making chain. It was a bit of a rough road for them. And it is unfortunate that they're going to be once more out of luck on the point-scoring front here, only getting the 1 point for the match so far. They'll have one more opportunity today to see how far they can go. Falcons, they have a lot better chance here. But they are now on the western edge of this circle with just a little bit of their building cut in. They can survive, but it is a little bit of a divot that they sit in.
Yeah, and the opposite side, Fenerbahçe will have a much bigger compound to hold on to, a much bigger building. I think with a lot more areas to be able to view from as well. Be able to scout out a decent amount from whatever's left in the zone at the moment. SHOCKWAVE, we haven't really heard much about them. They're coming in from the northern side to Beşiktaş. ASG, Asgard, they still have 2 or 3 members left alive. They have 3. I believe Sefkan is getting the revive and the team is making a move, but the question is where? You either have to push Falcons or you push Beşiktaş. I don't think you can hold on between the two, but let's see what they decide to do. IDA moving in. One will get spotted out. SnowX picks up the knock. EXO picks up the elimination. Falcons not able to steal that away. And the IDA will be able to find themselves a compound. Question is, how safe is it? Because I think they're right next to another squad. No, it should be fine for now.
This north side that I'm most... Well, actually, the north and the south sides, right, that I'm thinking about. Falcons can bide their time for a lot longer here and just chill out in a lot of ways. But the Boars are at the back of the queue. They've been through the wars here. A lot of fights on their card so far, but maybe Fenerbahçe is one step too far as they try and move a little bit further out to the east side. Teams remaining, we have 9 of them as it stands, but I'm sure that number's fairly soon to drop as SnowX careens himself into the smoke, and we are indeed down to 8, so the placement points start to kick in. Boars out with 4 points, and they'll finish their match number 5 in 9th place.
Not a bad start for the Boars on their first day, but they still have 1 more game to go. Definitely one of the teams to look out for the rest of the day. Well, for the rest of the competition still. IDA have been showing up bit by bit here and there. A couple of fights, couple of elims, and then they tend to dip and disappear. If they manage to surprise us with 1 game left to go, and with 2 players left alive in this situation. But we're focusing on Beşiktaş and Asgard, as Asgard is able to deal a decent bit of damage. Real finding another, almost securing that pick. SHOCKWAVE hearing everything that's going on. I bet they're going to be coming into third party within a moment's notice. Well, we'll get back to that fight later as Fenerbahçe now jumps into THENOISYBOYS.
Oh, and immediately Razy peppered down, taken down. The vehicle has to slam into reverse. Beşiktaş not having a good time either on the north side of this massive high ground that's overlooking the circle, but it's going to be pushed off by this next zone. They will have to try and descend here. Asgard picking up the pieces of getting scrapped away at. And the Falcons rotating up towards the north side with Ralph. He's poking his nose in, the rest of them in tow, but they're being seen off by Asgard, who have managed to find their feet with 3. Ralph, not to be deterred though, leads the charge for the rest of his team to get pushed on through, but they're opting for a different approach here. Real, though, with a big nade, could be huge. Doesn't quite find the knock. He's being chased down through the corridors and can't quite escape. He's circling Falcons, who managed to usurp the position up on high, but Novalo goes down, and there's more to do.
There is still so much to do, as there is another squad hiding in the building that you just invaded. And guess what? It's not even in the zone. Asgard with Sefkan and Lazy holding on to that second floor of the building. Will Falcons make the decision to go for the fight, or will they dip? Rauf gets spotted out, gets taken down, and gets secured. Nade comes in onto Asgard, but still no damage from the side of SHOCKWAVE. And as the zone decides to close in bit by bit, forcing these teams to make a decision. You fight now, or you die to the zone. What choice will you make? Asgard making the move, coming down those stairs. Koa waiting with the pump shotgun, taking a 1v2. Lazy will take them down. 1-for-1 trade. Falcons at the end will make it out alive with 2 members still remaining. SHOCKWAVE, they lost 1 on the high ground, and they still need to move in as the zone forces them.
That's so nasty for the Falcons. A team nade, finding a knock into their teammate there, unaware of the crossing, a little bit mucky in those final moments, but they do survive for a moment longer. With 7 teams remaining, though, they want to get a little bit more going. We're into stage 7, so having 7 teams remaining is pretty notable here. And actually, nobody has 4 players alive. SHOCKWAVE trying to move forwards, having a tough time of it, and will be all right for the time being. A nade in from Rookie, tries to withhold the storm from Shockwave. On his own, there is no teammates at his back. Zeptimus drops a nade, plays low. Door being flung open this way and that way. Drops the Molotov, slows the approach, and again, forces a potential third party coming through for the Falcons. Sprays on the corner, good for one. Looks for more, going to run out of ammo though, and he's going to run out of life power as well, as he has to fall down, will fall out. That is Beşiktaş eliminated.
Beşiktaş eliminated, and Fenerbahçe still pushing that lead further and further away from the rest of the squads. And looking towards the rest of these squads here, Carya with 4 and that duo still alive and well, still in the zone, and able to continue pushing through. But they're going to have the trio of Fenerbahçe, maybe pushing them in a few short moments. Noisy Boys on that little bit of a high ground, catching them out though. Mozaro forced to go back as Lux finds that knock. But the question is, now that you found that knock, now that you know the Noisy Boys cannot peek you, do you go for the push on Carya and secure that building in the zone, or what do you do?
That is the question. It's a difficult position to find yourself in. Allo last for Falcons. There's plenty of difficult decisions to make. Surviving for placements is probably a good idea here. Picking away an elimination point equally valuable. The Noisy Boys down to just Kenzor now. He has to kneel up for that revive. See if he can do it. Shockwave eliminated. 5th place now guaranteed for all of our teams. Everyone's in dribs and drabs right now as well. For Fenerbahçe, they have got the numbers if they can get this res, but not sure if they're going to be able to. Not the easiest of positions. We'll have to wait and see. Navallo finally found with a nade and will go down in 5th place. So 4 teams remain, and only Fenerbahçe have 3 players alive. Could they find 2 chicken dinners today?
I don't know about that. As Carya's applying some of that pressure. Yes, one of them was getting a little bit cooked, but they're still alive and well. Kenzor in an angle that's completely unexpected for the side of Ida. They will lose Rita, but there is a peek from Amre. And he secured it against his S12K in close range. Kenzor not able to do it. Amre uses the cover perfectly well and is able to hold his ground and gets 3rd place for his team. Lewis now with a 1v3. Not able to take it, and Fenerbahçe secure it. Fenerbahçe looking to get that 2nd chicken dinner of the day and cement themselves in their 1st place at the end of day 1 for PMSL EU Fall Split 2025. Yes, we still have one more game, but it's a 3v1 for the end. A 3v1 for a 2nd chicken dinner of the day. Amre not in a position to fight, not with all these angles peeking him.
Looks like Simple Domac wants to flex out. The rest of the team should be approaching up towards the close side of the hill. Lux with the off angle at long range with the Mini 14 is able to seal the deal. And it is 2 on the day so far for the chicken dinners of Fenerbahçe. They should be very, very happy with that. That's going to really solidify them towards the top side of those tables. They have put up a phenomenal result so far over the course of their games. They're going to be well ahead of that 10-point average. I don't know how many elims they were able to get, but they were able to get quite a few in those final circle situations coming on in. So I'm imagining that they're going to be very, very happy with today's performance and a brilliant turn up for them.
Yeah, I believe they managed to get 7 eliminations after securing the last one onto Amre from IDA. So 17 points. That will definitely put them around like the 15-point average, I want to say, so far per game, which is incredible for this lineup. And with still one more game to go for the end of day 1, this team should be very, very comfortable, very, very relaxed. But I guess, look, yes, you definitely guaranteed yourselves in the next stage of the competition, but now you just have to keep pushing and hold on to that #1 spot. Guarantee yourself that 4K prize for 1st place of league stage only, because it's $200,000 on the line across all 3 stages of the competition. And of course, there's $250 for every single chicken dinner. So today, they already made 500.
Hey, yeah, exactly. So they're having a good day so far. Dinner's on them, I guess. They've
do we fly over, or
they've done pretty well? I don't know, man. I've got to figure that one out. We'll be trying to. I need to figure out what I'm doing for my dinner actually, because it's getting late and I haven't eaten. So because I've been commentating non-stop for the last, I want to say 3 hours now, coming on up. something like that.
Yeah, I want to say something like that. Yeah. We've been going for a while today, and I agree. This is why. See, I do this for work days. I batch cooked some pasta, so I just made a ridiculous amount of pasta. So I'm just gonna heat that up, and that's me for the night.
Yeah, sorted.
See,
Very nice.
we get pasta. They get chicken dinners. They got two chicken dinners today, and we got zero.
Rude, actually. They should share. They should share with the
sharing
class.
is caring, guys. I thought we talked about this.
Yeah, we did. All the time. Can't stop me talking about it. But we have now seen our 5th match of the day. We've got one more match to play, and hopefully that will be right around the corner, unless we have any false starts again. But we are going to be heading into that one fairly soon. In general, Miramar was fairly standard, I think it's safe to say. There were some interesting decisions, I think, towards those final circles. That position, obviously, from Regnum Carya, I think, stands out the most in terms of their decision-making there. A big fumble in terms of what info they'd been able to gather and transfer across their team, obviously, with Kamikaze kind of ruining their day, and then they got stuck in a situation they just didn't want to be in with 2 players close by. They managed to retreat up the hill, which I thought might be a little bit harder for them, but at that point everybody knew where they were there, that they were there. They didn't have the element of surprise on their side in a way that they would have liked, and they were taken to task for it. The rest of the teams were able to move around them, not least of which Mazzaro with 5 elims and 797 damage.
797 flying away with those eliminations and those points that he secured for himself and for the squad. Noisy Boys. I want to remind everyone that's watching right now, Noisy Boys shouldn't even be here, but they made it, and I love that for them. I love the fact that they were given essentially a second life, a second chance in PMCO, and they made it through that competition, and now they're here. And it's not like they're just going to be participating in the group stage and then be done with it. No. They want to try and see if they can go all the way. And if they can consistently keep up this kind of performance and improve day by day, can definitely see them being one of the teams that make it to PMGC. But of course, reminder, Noisy Boys, every single one of these teams isn't even showing their real strength in this competition so far. That shows up on the finals. For now, this is all just a taste.
Hey, well, we'll have to see. We'll have to see if people are able to step it up, because I sure hope it's just a case of Regnum Carya
100%.
Not doing that, or Falcons not doing that, because the alternative is pretty grim in terms of their prognosis. They're going to be having a pretty rough time there.
How's it looking, Doc? What is the prognosis? Just give it to me straight.
Pretty much, currently a wingless Falcon is the prognosis. Normally Wolves move as a pack, and I guess there's a reason this guy doesn't.
Yeah, no claws, no fangs, nothing on that.
That's
wolf.
That's more veterinary, to be fair. So I'm sorry to have gone outside of my
but vets are doctors too, right? Or are you? Okay, hold on.
I mean, to be fair, medical doctors have usurped the term doctor. It wasn't theirs to begin with. They stole that. From people who have doctorates and PhDs. That's what it's supposed to be. But they were like, no, we have that too. It's like,
because it's supposed to be like MD, like medical doctor, or right? Medical doctorate?
I don't know if MD stands for medical
degree.
doctor.
No, it's medical degree. No?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I have no idea. I actually don't know, but I would be very surprised.
Again, computer science graduates, guys. You don't come to us for this kind of information. You come to us for PUBG Mobile knowledge, and that's why we're here. And we have one more game for you. Just one more. So again, I ask you, nay, I demand that you show your support for every single one of these teams, because they have been through it today, and they need your support as they go into the final game of the day. Spam those hashtags and show me who you're supporting in PMSL EU.
Yeah, absolutely. What he said. That's yeah.
Do it now.
No, right now. Like, I'm actually waiting. Like, you're not doing it right now, and we can't.
I'm disappointed in you guys.
Yeah, no, it's a big problem. It's a big problem that you guys are causing right now. So
And you know what? Think about that. Maxman is disappointed in you guys too. Just saying.
Yeah, that's true. He actually just phoned me up and said, "What the hell?
Not good. Yeah, not good,
what
guys.
The hell?
Not good.
This is not cool. I like One Piece." That's what I said. That was his whole phone call, and then he hung up, and I was like,
sounds
whoa.
like Max. That sounds exactly like something Max would say. This is not cool. I like One Piece. Bye. That's it.
That's pretty much it. Yeah. Well, you know, isn't it like the longest running anime? Or no, isn't there like something that's like from the 60s?
Isn't it Naruto?
Naruto
or One Piece. One of those has been running like crazy.
You think? I reckon it's some like really obscure one that's like been on since like the 60s, and it's some like kids cartoon that's like technically an anime from Japan. Okay,
would not be surprised.
Longest
you know what?
running anime.
Ooh.
That's what I'm googling.
Okay, let us. You know what? We need to know this before we jump into our last
Okay, do you want to guess how many episodes?
For which is it Naruto or One Piece?
The longest anime in general.
As in how many episodes?
Yeah.
I mean, I know that Naruto and One Piece are like over 1,000 apiece. I'm gonna go with I'm gonna go 3,500.
Oh, why'd you do that? It's 2,600.
So close.
Yeah, but it's neither of those two series. It's
what is it?
It's an anime called Sazai-san, which has been airing since 1969 and holds the Guinness World Record for the longest running anime television series. It has 2,600 episodes, but contains over 8,600 segments. The total runtime will take an estimated 36 days to watch consecutively.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to absolutely destroy 36 days in a row, that's what you do.
Not even in a row. That's with no sleep.
Don't do that. That is not healthy. I recommend you eat, sleep, and work out, and then just spend the rest of the day watching it. As long as you're being productive, be healthy. Take care of yourself.
That's right. Well, there you go.
We preach self-care over here.
Yeah, that's interesting. It's a slice of life anime about a Japanese family in the suburbs.
Well, you know what? That's one thing I'm going to be looking up in a bit. Once we're done with... If I've learned anything from today, it's that anime is very, very long, and Fenerbahce's lead is 21 points. And I like that. 62 in 5 games. Incredible average for this lineup. 2 chicken dinners, 35 eliminations, averaging around 7 or 8, if not more at this point per game. So good job for the side of Fenerbahce, and I want to see consistently more and more from this squad. Beşiktaş doing well so far. Still, more can be done. Regnum, Carya, definitely. I mean, you mentioned it yourself, John. A couple of times, good positions, not able to do much with it.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. You do need to be capitalizing on those opportunities when they present themselves. Fenerbahce obviously getting 17 points, you're right, on that last match, and able to keep converting their top of the tables position. Very, very happy about that for them. And it's good to see them starting to really start to resurge here. That's not right. But I'll tell you why that's happened is because our next lobby has just loaded in. So the stats just got overwritten there, which is why we're ready fairly soon to get into this next game. Getting into this next game is our top priority. And Computer science graduate.
It will happen very, very soon.
Not graduate.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Oh dear.
But don't worry. It should. Listen, John. It should be fine. I can't. You know what? I cannot believe we are almost there. We're almost there. We're almost at the end of our first day. It has been an exciting one. It has been a straining one. It has been a stressful one. But it's been a fantastic one too.
We did very little for a long time, and then we did a lot for the last few hours. We're coming up on. This is going to be complete our 4th hour of games. 6 games in 4 hours. That's pretty good going.
That's a decent average. I'll let you know that when we're talking about when this started, 6 hours 20 minutes ago.
Is that true?
Yeah. Damn. If not a little bit more. Like actually, yes.
That's crazy. Wasn't it half? Wasn't it half? I can't remember. Anyway, I'll believe you. 6.5 hours. 6 hours 20. Sure. Yeah, that's fair. But yeah, we're
like an hour a game.
Yeah, if you average it out over the whole show, sure. Yeah, that's probably true. That sounds right. I'm seeing 64 players running around in a lobby right now. So
the lobby started already. Yeah, I mean we're just waiting for the plane.
The game's actually nearly over, guys. Have you not been watching?
Yeah, you know what? This has all been a plot twist. Here we go, John. Here we go. Match number 6. Final one. Let's get it. Miramar, here we are. Just south of Puerto Patricio. to north of Torre Ahumada. What you got
This
for me,
game's
John?
been running for 2,700 episodes since 1969, so I don't know why you guys haven't been watching it, to be honest. Oh, dear. Well, in any case, let's size up what's going on here. East side playing path, pretty chill in general. Not too worried. El Pozzo Hot Drop might be dissuaded on this because, of course, it is too far to go straight away.
Easy peasy start to the game with this playing path, but everything's going to change once we see where that first zone is going to be. And again, this is Miramar. We're not expecting a lot of fights in the early stages of the game, but we are expecting it to be a spicy end to our first day of the competition for PMSL. I am looking forward to Rondo for the video. Gotta load up fast and then head straight to the zone. Play edge. Maybe go to Montenuevo, power grid, kind of centralize yourself, get control of some high ground maybe. But we'll see what they decide to do at the end of the day. Some teams will be starting their game already in the zone, and they're going to be perfectly comfortable with that. Stress in the early couple of minutes of the game, so they can take their time.
Yeah, this is a little bit of downtime, right? We're into minute 2. Wouldn't expect to see big conflicts until maybe minute 6, the earliest, when teams start to really rotate across the open ground. Maybe towards stage 2 circle pops, that's where we see big decisions being made, because a lot of teams will be softly adjusting to this first circle and have plans for it, but things can really change in that second circle. There could be a lot of dramatic shifts, a lot of readjustments needing to come on through, and that can lead teams to run into each other, which is sort of what you're looking out for there. So we'll be waiting for that sort of mark there, the stage 2 pop, to see too much conflict.
We'll not be seeing that much conflict right now, so would not be worrying about it just yet. But I'm kind of looking towards some of the splits these teams have. Nothing too crazy, nothing too special either. I can see Rauf is instantly deciding to scout towards that southern side. So you have the rest of the squads that are very, very south of Los Leones. And then the Rauf is kind of driving just south of Minas del Valle. And then we'll see where he heads from there. I think he might go all the way to like Valle del Mar, and then from there head into the zone from the likes of Ladriera up to Montenuevo. Might even head all the way towards El Pozo and have a nice little skirmish with Shockwave as they're just hitting that area. But looking to our screens, Farvoice Gaming, 12 points in 5 games. The way I see it for that squad, they need to hit 10 plus points this game. You're looking at just making things easier for yourself going into the second day of competition. 20 plus points makes that pressure feel a little less difficult on your shoulders.
I think
shouldn't be
the interesting thing I'm looking at for the teams towards the lower part of the table here is what will happen at the start of their next day, right? Because of course it will start with a Rondo. And I'm wondering if they're going to be really aggressive on those situations, right? Because they can be in terms of going for big splits, big hot drops with a backup for the recall beacon, and just trying to farm those points early, trying to extract as much value out of the lobby at the start of the day that they can to give themselves that chance, while they still have other opportunities left to do so as well in a more standard format. So maybe if Farvoice don't do so well here, we could see some very aggressive positioning for them coming in tomorrow at the start.
Yeah, I see and the thing is, like, the better way you end it today, I want to say, like, the more motivated you're going to be tomorrow. If you come in tomorrow with like 15 points and you're thinking, oh boy, I'm going to finish my points today and then I'm just going to have to wait, sit and watch for that third and final day. The stress levels, crazy.
Yeah,
so definitely want to make it easy.
Not ideal. Not ideal. Falcons moving fairly quickly. Going to be moving on over towards Miramar on that south side. They'll be rotating in later towards the center. The center of the circle, just a little bit northeast of Monte Nuevo, puts it in some pretty... there's so much area that's covered by it, so sort of not too important generally, but quite hilly terrain that splits down the north side of it. The Crater Fields area is a big feature moving into this next circle.
That it will be. And one thing I'm on the lookout for is the high ground that some of those teams have been able to secure as well. IDA have a fantastic one. I want to say smack dab in the middle of the zone, just north of Monte Nuevo. Question is, will they be able to use that location to their advantage? I've seen teams hold on to them, and now 20 is trying to hold on to the recoil of this M4 and secure something onto Wagner. Not able to, and lost senses. Hey, there might be a free elimination on the other side of this wall. Let's try my luck. Nade not able to deal the damage needed for that. And the rest of Anno is here. So at least they'll be able to revive or support their teammate if need be. But it looks like the situation did not get any worse. So they're all good to go at the moment.
There's a lot of pressure on this northwest, on the west quadrant of Monte Nuevo, and it will be defended stalwartly as Anno have to pull short and look for defense over towards their forward position. It'll be a difficult rescue mission, but they'll try and enact it for now. No full flushes coming through just yet, and no one breaking out of ranks to try and go for that flush either. So a lot of potential to get rezzed here. We'll see if they're able to do so. South side, XSLAY are there. As 4FS still, they're still fighting away, trying to scrap them down. But the healing isn't quite on board. We're into minute 8 and coming up to minute 9 soon. No major engagements so far, and we haven't seen the stage 2 pop just yet. Finally, is that a flush? I think that was the flush.
No, it's
just a reknock.
But it doesn't look like there's going to be a revive opportunity. Could be too early to tell. But we still don't have our first elimination. We could in a few short moments. And looks like we do. 4FST at 7:47. Not the latest first blood I've seen in this game so far. Actually, what's the latest first blood that you've experienced in a competition?
I don't remember the exact time, but I think it was at least minute 12.
Okay.
So yeah, it's and it is on Miramar, I'm pretty sure. But it's I can't recall exactly, but that's I have a sense that did happen at some point in my casting history.
Yeah, your history is extensive as well. You see, I don't think you'd make up something like that. You're a very trustworthy person, John. I mean, I'm not going to comment on that.
I'm not going to comment on that because I feel like that's something that, you know, maybe I am, maybe I'm not. You know,
look.
What's it matter to you? Let's look at the circle because that's a big shift.
Let's look at the circle. I agree. It's a
you can trust me on that. That's a southwest shift.
Listen, anything PUBG Mobile related, I trust you. Outside of that, we'll have another conversation about it. But towards that zone. 4FS, center zone, Monte Nuevo, IDA, when they had that higher ground. They see that shift instantly. Okay, boys, let's dip. And that is going to be the move. But the question is, where is that move going to be? With Monte Nuevo seemingly occupied by the likes of 4FS, especially with how split they are, I want them to be playing together. Not necessarily in the same building, but at least neighboring each other to make it easier to provide assistance if needed.
We'll see if they are going to be friendly or not.
Speak friend and enter.
Yeah, well, that's easier done in the minds of Mori than Monte Nuevo, unfortunately.
Do you think so?
Yeah, probably.
One has a Balrog and one doesn't, so yes.
Yeah, only if you throw a skeleton down a well, and you know.
Okay, technically he didn't throw it down the well. Okay, he kind of slightly shoved it. If we're gonna get into the semantics of it.
All right. I'm worried about the Guardian at the entrance, to be honest.
Fair, yeah.
That's like that happens, right? It's not. Anyway,
that's
all the Hobbit's fault in the end. So we'll see whose fault it's going to be as Monte Nuevo does start to heat up. A couple of shots being exchanged. And right now, looks Looks like
Emery.
Ida have
Emery.
lost one, but there is a refrag there. Emery makes him look a fool of a Took.
Definitely made him look like a fool with that one. Not peeking around the corner, not checking those angles. And now IDA in a little bit of a pickle, but still, it's the Noisy Boys in a 2v2, 2v3. Hyso now down on his own. Honestly, what an absolute mess. IDA come out on top at the end, and Hyso gets spotted out by 4FS, third party. Secures
4FS
that one. Yeah,
across
that's unfortunate.
the way. I mean, they're just causing a roadblock on that entire fight. Not really too much to do. These late crashes, not ideal. I think sending into Montenuevo, unless it's your only option, is a bad idea at this stage. So we'll have to wait and see who's going to go for it. As we have 15 teams remaining now, and players are dropping faster and faster. Kamikaze tries to take a shutdown, but has some bullets sent his way, and that will put him on to the ground. Yusuf as well, similarly sprayed down. And Lewis loses no time in shutting him up.
As the zone inches closer and closer, closing in on our competitors, on our players, on our teams. Like you mentioned, they will drop like flies. Falcons will be fighting Beşiktaş. 4FS are going to have quite a few teams looking at their location as well, so they have to stand their ground. Do not give an inch. Let's jump over to BOARS. See what they're going to be doing against Regnum Carya. As Regnum are still... No, it looks like they're not going to be going for a push. They're just repositioning here rather than going for a fight with the BOARS. Understandable decision, considering there's still quite a few teams left in the game.
BOARS with the South Quadrant kind of all to their own right now. Should be pretty happy about that. But there are teams in the hills marauding around. Going to make their life hard, I'm sure, in the coming minutes. Depending on where the circle shrinks, it looks... I mean, it's mostly centered up on that southern quadrant, right? So all these teams on the west quadrant can have a tough time of it here, especially with Falcons on that ridge line, sat to the southwest.
Teams are starting to get closer and closer to Montenuevo, and feels like they're making a gamble. Because some of the teams decided to take a northern rotation of Montenuevo, go towards the eastern side a little bit. Regnum Carya being one of those teams. Fenerbahçe, as they start to pull up on AFS's, or 4FS's territory rather, they get closer and closer, and they will be fighting SHOCKWAVE, who are just entering the zone. More and more teams will be joining this fight in about a minute or so. A lot of teams are going to have their sights set on those compounds.
It's calmed down a little bit. Everyone was making those mad dashes before. But now it's settled, obviously. Some people losing their go-around for this, the last match of today. And that's just how it has to go sometimes. Most devastating for XSLAY, obviously. With their one player alive, 16 points so far today. Farvoice Gaming have a lot better of a time on this one. They do have all four of their players alive, but they've still got to make the most of this match. A fairly even, medium elimination count across the board right now. No one running away with it. And it has been fairly chill, but Beşiktaş looking to add to their tally. Will add one more. Zeptimus able to pick that up. You can see SHOCKWAVE waiting to try and find it.
Oh my god, Zeptimus.
Lovely.
I mean, it looked like he was tracking every single one of them. Eyes of a hawk. And securing those eliminations. Well played. I mean, there was one of the games where he ended up... I think the Beşiktaş had 5 eliminations, and he had all 5 of those eliminations. He's been having a heck of a day today.
Has been on form. And that's exactly what you need in these short-form sprints, is to have those firecracker performances. It's where you can much more heavily rely on that sort of gameplay, rather than in a longer-form tournament where you can take multiple different approaches and do so very reasonably. And Falcons, They want to find a sprint of their own, right? 24 points. It's okay, but it's not going to be enough to feel safe with this game. They have got all 4 players alive. They've got oversight. They've got a good split here. And again, this is an opportunity. They haven't been able to convert on these opportunities before. They've had some pretty good rotates, I think it's safe to say, in terms of success rate. But in general, the end point of those rotates haven't been as successful for them. The positions that they find themselves at the end of those rotates not being as strong as we've seen from them in the past.
And now we look towards the present for these teams and what they're able to do with these games to build themselves a better future over the next couple of weeks. 16 minutes have passed in this game. 14 teams still remain, fighting tooth and nail, fighting for every inch of this map, as every point they secure matters. Fenerbahçe, who have secured the most so far in the day, and only seem to be focused on increasing the number of points, the number of eliminations, and make their presence known in this competition.
Nade over the
Nice
top,
nade.
over towards Anno. Gets that first knock. Lux taken down though in response. Should be resable by Savian, and they are in the zone, so they have time to operate with here. And can play a little bit slower now, which will mean that that forward duo for Fenerbahçe has to take a little bit of a breather. They were quite close to getting stuck in with Anno there, but that's going to slow them down, which might not be favorable and might leave them a bit high and dry here, actually, on this compound.
These compounds, these buildings, we've talked about them a couple of times already in Montenuevo. Oh my god. SnowX and Havlik. Let it rip on Supermassive. Just like that, a couple of them bite the dust, and now we're left with Tronby on his own. In a split second, they just disappeared. Blink, can you miss it?
They get evaporated. That's just what happens sometimes. Day done for Shockwave and the Noisy Boys as well, obviously earlier. A lot of these players starting to fall now. Next zone will reveal itself in just a second. As we see where we're going, a little bit more south here, southwest of the road. Does keep a little bit of that western quadrant in, but really does start to focus up down south. And again, Carya, good spot here for them on this shift. The Falcons split. Look at this. Look at where Redox is, and then look at where they are on the south. This is a big split this late in the circle. He's going to have a lot of oversight, and to be fair, there's not a lot of threat at all of him getting rolled up on right now. He knows that there's loads of teams there. The danger is, once those fights conclude, he's going to be a lot more at risk and will have to try and make his way back to the rest of the team. So we'll have to see if this is going to pay off for the Falcons.
Do you think it's better for them to regroup with him and use that high ground? Or do you think it's better for them to hold on to that southern side and fight, and take the fight rather to Ozarox? Or Falcons, that is. Because I'm looking at it, and I think maybe Redox's position might be better! Ooh. We'll get back to that in a moment. It's 4FS and IDA bring us out of that conversation and into this one, as it's 4v4, and Fenerbahçe are also making the move into Montenuevo, and all hell is about to break loose in this little tiny city.
This north side getting crunched on together. As Fenerbahçe do have to keep pushing forwards. They do take another knock again. They will have to stop their roll, but back of this fight is heating up as well. You've got Farvoice pushing in from the eastern side. The fight on the inside now starts to pop off. Savian can't quite defend his teammate there. There's an insurgent on the top floor, and Simple Domac taken very, very low. Lux is bleeding out fast. He's been knocked a couple times before, and they are just going to try and keep this one together. I don't know how long they're going to be able to survive. Lux does bleed out, but T is spilling plenty of blood on the downstairs descent, and he's doing the dirty. It's beautiful stuff coming through from T. He has managed to wipe away Fenerbahçe. Top of the tables. Yeah, no bother.
My lord. How many times have we had a team just run into this kind of issue? Due to either lack of scouting, lack of checking, lack of information, lack of communication. just lacking something. And the fact that it was one player from 4FS, one took them all down. They didn't decide to rush. They didn't decide to move. They just stayed there. They played on his terms. They played his game. And T just took him to town.
Goodness me. Regnum Carya, suffering their last injury there, will fall. The Falcons, meanwhile, have been extracting value. They got 4 elims now. They have spread their split a little bit wider as well. So we'll have to see how they can... How can they keep this one together? Because they are still taking risks here. Luckily, the team with them down on the south has actually spread out to the east side rather than trying to roll towards the duo. And in general, I'm becoming more and more of a fan of this split strategy, but only because Ozarox look like they're playing more for the east side than the west side. If there was more pressure on this south side duo, I feel like it would be way, way, way more risky for Falcons to do what they're doing.
Yeah, 100%. And with Rauf in the middle, we see the zone shifting. So Redox will still have access to some of that high ground. So now the question remains, where do the Falcon duo go? Do they go to try and maybe take that last building on the southern side of the zone, right next to the roads? Maybe hold on to that. Maybe play with Rauf in his location. Maybe use a little bit of that high ground and hold the back that Ozarox might be invading later on. I'll wait and see for Rauf's decision. But so far, yeah, it did look like a very risky, very dangerous split. But so far, it does seem to be paying off. As long as they continue to play it this way. As long as Redox doesn't get knocked down. As long as Rauf doesn't get scouted out and knocked down as well. Any one of their players goes down, the plan fumbles and falls apart.
If there's going to be a fumbling or a falling apart from Ozarox, they descend with a duo towards the outpost from Asgard. They've left 2 of their players up the top and will be waiting for the reloads to happen before they make their dash, which is a little bit maybe of a missed opportunity, but they're going in dribs and drabs and will try and maintain as much of their team as possible. Looks like they might all manage to make the cross. T goes down to the play zone, which is unfortunate. In the meantime, though, on the north side of this engagement, Asgard are going to have their attention turned as Exo puts the pressure down. Goes 1-for-1 on the trade. Is backed off the angle, though.
Backed off the angle. They forgot to throw a couple of smokes to provide themselves some cover, because we definitely had a couple of teams that are engaged in this fight from a further distance. They're not really just up close and personal. You got to watch out. So many different teams. We still have 9 teams left alive and 27 players. Falcons, slowly but surely showing up on that elimination feed. A couple of elims, but our focus is still onto BOARS and what they're able to do against Asgard. They're finally able to secure the eliminations, build themselves a little bit of a smoke road. I wonder how many smokes they have. But that smoke launcher is definitely being put to use for the side of BOARS.
Absolutely, it's...
Look at the Falcons split now. I just want to bring your attention to that for a moment.
Okay, all right.
So now we got Redox joined by Narvalo. Yeah, and then you have Rauf playing with Koa a little bit closer to Kara's location at the moment. I'm wondering where do they go from here, but we'll get back to that later. As IDA are focusing on FVG. And FVG are in desperate need of points. They need something. You have to break through that 20-point threshold in this game. You need to get yourself a couple of elims. You need to jump into some fights. You need the third party at the right time. You just have to do something.
Absolutely. You do need to pull out all the stops, and placements won't cut it. You need a couple of elims here to get as far as you'd like. Falcons are racking them up now. 7 elims. They are still putting a lot of pressure over this one. Kara hold the buildings down to the east of their second outpost, and the 2 up the top are going to have to make their move as well. Looks like they might want to think about regrouping now, as the rest of Montenuevo has filtered its way on through. They will start to lose the value of that position up to the north. Sure, it has high ground. Sure, it has overlook onto a lot of the positions, but they'll be losing pace. moving forwards into these next circles. 2 players sit beneath them, and you can't really assault that as 2. There is potential to do it as 4. I might let Ozarox go for it first and then try and nade it out. And maybe that's what they're waiting for, to go for their regroup, to wait for Ozarox to make that approach and then try and take the fight.
Looks like for the side of FVG, they're forced into the fight, and they're also forced out of it, just like that. Out with a whimper and 0 eliminations, 13 points, getting themselves 1 only from placement. Looking towards Falcons and that high ground. Redox gets knocked down, but Narvalo is there to provide with the revive and hopefully be able to make the move into the zone. Unless other teams have something else to say about it. Because now with the 7th stage, you cannot stay out of the zone for that long. Open Koa starting to feel a lot of that pressure. Rao finding that knock onto CEO. Koa also goes down. I don't know where those bullets coming from. They're coming from BOARS. They're letting the bullets fly, but they're not finding what they need just yet. Except they did finally onto Darkin. Now IDA down to 2. Falcons trying to regroup once again. Redox will be revived. Or rather, no, Redux is trying to rejoin the rest of the squad. And it's Koa who's getting the revive.
Yeah, he's the last to get picked back up here, but they are still 4 players alive. It's them and BOARS on full 4, with 6 teams remaining. The west side, a little bit dangerous. Ozarox also trying to move in with 3, but the BOARS, a major danger right now on the northeast side of this circle. They've got these ridges to play around. Obviously, the difficulty will come when they have to move away from them, but still a little bit away, and they do have a northern shift that favors them somewhat. They can play up towards this high ground and try and leverage their existing position. The Falcons going to be a little bit more unsteady after only just having regrouped, gotten that healing back on board.
And now that they're back at their full strength, the only other team that I can see threatening them might be BOARS, because they're the other one that is currently sitting at full strength. I would say so about Ozarox, but I haven't seen them be proactive enough. Outside of that one play from Rogo where he knocked down 3 players with 3 nades. Outside of that, that was the peak that we've seen from Ozarox. Outside of that, I haven't seen much to warrant me worrying about what they might be able to do. I want to see more before I can feel that.
Yeah, I'm on board with that. I think that's a decent read onto the team as they stand right now. Lacking a little bit of dynamism. Dropping out for Ida, actually making the cross there against Kvik on the hold. Had to dodge in and out. Matcat makes the most of it. Emre, yeah, there's no way he's getting out of that. The blue zone's going to take him. He will be claimed. And who's getting that point? That's the question. Looks like, yeah, it's going to be BOARS picking up that point. They're up to 11 elims now, Sandstorm, which is great news for them. Ida spot Narvalo, but will not go any further than that. They'll see something that they want to shoot. It's not going to work, though. Falcons, in the meantime, they've lost 1 and have another knocked. This is far from favorable. Carya, they've been holding these buildings for a long time, but it's finally a challenge for them. Ozarox with the chance to spoil the day. With a hop, skip, and a jump, we'll take the shotgun around the corner.
And secures that one. And Ozarox, bad boy, getting that last one. Falcons getting pushed by BOARS. They were the only ones that were able to take down the Falcons. Numbers-wise, they're the only ones that had the opportunity. EXO going for the push. Falcons bite the dust, and now it's the final one, and BOARS! Let it fly! They may have been absent the first couple of games, but they are here. They're registering their attendance with a chicken dinner. And I believe quite a lot of eliminations at the end of that one. Maybe 16 in total. Yeah, that's right. 16 eliminations by the end of the game. 26 points for that roster. And I believe the most amount of points that we've seen so far in a single game. I think we've had 13, 14 eliminations in our previous games, but this has to be the most. And BOARS came to play. This is exactly what I was waiting for from them. And statistically, Erangel was their best map. I did not expect them to do that on Miramar, but still, well played, boys.
Hey, absolutely. You know that they've been on the ramp up towards the end of the day. They picked up Snowix, you know, as well, from who obviously used to play with the Falcons roster, replaced by Redux at some point. So he's probably going to be feeling pretty good about being ahead of Falcons right now on the tables. So you know that's going to be a great debut here at the PMSL. Well, not debut for the BOARS, but it's going to be a great first day for the BOARS to close things down. With that final Miramar in the bag, that does end our day. So we have all 6 of our matches played, and we'll get a really good look at the lay of the land as it stands. We'll have to wait a little bit longer for those tables, but we'll get them to you as soon as possible. I think that I'm happy with what the Falcons did that game. I think their final moments were a bit messy potentially, but overall, it was a much improved game coming through from them. They were confident in their split that they opted to go for, and it grew on me over the course of observing it. Unfortunately, after the regroup, they lost a little bit of momentum, right? It felt like their game plan was like, let's just split and see what we can do. And then beyond that, they were like, well, we probably we should like shoot some guy. I don't know. What do you want to do? Kind of thing, you know?
I agree. The second they got together, that's where it all fell apart. So you're telling me the Falcons are better playing alone. So you're saying they should all just fly solo, if you will.
I'm not telling you that. But if that's what you hear, I'm not going to say you're wrong.
Okay. I mean, look, that's what I heard. If you boys and girls heard the same thing, please, for the love of God, let me know. But hey, 6 matches done and dusted. And I think I can confidently say that Fenerbahçe should still be able to hold on to that first place and still be able to hold on to that lead. But the question is, who are the other teams that put themselves in the best position possible to make it into the next stage of the competition? First of all, let's have a look at the MVP from that last game. 1,103 damage. It is Havlik. It is BOARS. 6 eliminations with those 3 assists, and of course surviving towards the very end of this game. And BOARS,
very nice
with the performance that they've put up. Very, very impressed, considering that, you know, this time, of course, it is PMSL. It is against tougher opponents, tougher teams. But still, it's only the first day of the competition. I still want to see what their numbers are going to look like when they go up against the second group of teams that we have. And it feels like a more experienced group of teams that are going to be joining us as well. So, great start, regardless, for the BOARS.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a good first day. A lot of teams have been really accelerating well. I'm looking at Carya, who have had good results in Europe in the past. Unfortunately, not quite able to keep them running, so I'm worried about that. I think Asgard is a bit of a surprise coming in as well. Over the course of today, they've been able to actually rack up quite a lot of points, all things considered. Although they've done it quietly, they have been able to step up quite nicely. So I'm interested to see what more they've got. We'll be seeing, obviously, where everyone is a little bit later on. But yeah, the MVP Havlik definitely doing work for the BOARS. They had a lot of fights to get through. They went through a lot of danger, and being able to come through as a full 4 as well in that situation, I think is admirable. And a much deserved MVP there coming on through as we take a look at our match statistics. And overall, yeah, Havlik definitely topping the tables there. Kvik, the only person, or well, the person with a nade kill, with a nade elim there, so maybe a little bit to go. Redox, though, long range on the fight. You can tell he was up on that high ground, right? That's where that's come from, on that big split for such a long time, overlooking Monte Nuevo. That's how he's able to get such a long distance elim. And, I mean, they're rotated. They did some rotation early and played from the south up towards the north. What are you going to do? That's longest distance covered for Ralph.
Oh, yeah. They drove from what? Very, very south of Los Leones, all across the southern coast to Valle del Mar. And then he drove up all the way to just shy of El Pozo. Then the zone shifted, and he again rotated all the way south to regroup with the team. And then that's when they had their lovely split. But let's have a look at the rest of the squad from the BOARS. 5 eliminations on Kvik, 3 for SnowX, and 2 for EXO. Great numbers for this roster. Incredible performance to wrap up the first day for them. And the question remains, after a game like this, where does that leave them in the overall leaderboard? And is it comfy to be top 20?
That is the big question, right? After getting such a huge elim count, I mean, you're most of the way there, right, to being in the top 20 almost immediately, no matter what has happened in your previous games. But they started the game, I think they started on what, like in the high 20s already. So I'm imagining that they have secured themselves as a top 20 already with that game. We're going to see more and more teams looking to do so over the start of tomorrow as well. So that would be very interesting to see, especially with the bumper bonanza point scoring fiesta that is Rondo at the start of the day. That is going to obviously take our breath away. Why wouldn't it?
Yeah, Rondo was definitely something special. Not just, I want to say, like, being used to, seeing eliminations. Okay, then we know this is the amount of players that are left. But then we look here, it's like there's 15 eliminations here, but there's still 64 players. What? I love it. I love seeing that. It just makes everything so exciting, just for that first game, and then it's back to normality.
Yeah, I think I have my issues with the recall system. I think I'm not necessarily its biggest fan in an esports context. Obviously, in a gameplay context, I think it's great. It sucks when you just go down on a, like, you're dropping in with your mates and you go down and they're like, we want to play this one out, and it's like, okay, well, that's me for 25 minutes, instead of being able to get you back in. I think it's a very, very cool feature. But I think in an esports context, it adds an element that I would say reduces the amount of cerebralness behind the early game specifically. I think that it's the sort of thing that you can potentially solve theoretically, and then sort of just play that, and that's kind of the strat. I don't know what that solution will be, but it feels like it is a solvable deadlock kind of situation. So I wonder.
I see what you're thinking, and I say, I'm trying to think, and I'm trying to cook something here as well. Okay. What if it? I mean, then again, we don't make the decisions, but what if? Because I feel like having that freedom to be recalled, essentially, it feels like an unlimited amount of times for the first 3 zones. I would say maybe they'd be able to get recalled once, or like if you or twice.
The main issue is loot.
One recall, and that's it.
The main issue is loot, right? You get recalled, you don't have what you started with, which kind of sucks, right? You're down a bit on your luck there.
Might be changed in a way where, for example, you would drop in, let's say, with maybe one of your 2 primary weapons, but no attachments, a clip or 2.
I mean, you do get a weapon on your like you do have some stuff. It's not everything that gets taken, but like it's I'm not necessarily too concerned about that, but there is a slight loot penalty, also time penalty. People are going to know where you are, things like that. But points are very, very valuable things, especially when you're talking about teams towards the lower end of those tables. So if you're able to get 1, 2, 3 extra points, that's kind of what you need to kind of make your tournament in a way, in terms of what you're looking for. So we'll have to see what the impact of that is. Where are those points going is the big question that I think is on my mind. So maybe I'll have to aggregate some data at some point, do a little bit of spreadsheet wizardry, and spit out a number that I have no verifiable way of proving is true.
It's like, this is the number I've come up with. What does it mean? I don't know. I just like the number.
Why don't you tell me what it means?
What does the number mean to you?
Yeah,
it's like, the art is in the eyes of the beholder, or whatever people say.
How do you feel about 54?
How do you feel about 73?
What does that say to you? Is it speaking to you? Well, how do you feel 54? About 26?
26. That's the most amount of points that we've had in a game so far, and 14 for Falcons IDA, who haven't really been that present, I want to say, in these games today. But 9 points. Nice little resurgence from them. The consistency for Carya still present for FS. Proud of what they've been able to do on the first day. They got themselves a chicken dinner. Their consistency is there. Love to see it. SuperMassive started off strong and then just disappeared. And this is the first time that we've seen Fenerbahçe with a horrible score, which is 1 point. But outside of that, they should still have first place, which they do, but it's only 10 points ahead of BOARS.
I mean, still, that's 10 points. And it is, again, very, very unlikely that they're going to fall out at this point. With BOARS in second place now after that match, so a big jump up from them. Carya and 4FS, who were in third and second, respectively. Carya now on 49, 46 for 4FS, so they're keeping pace. As we swap over to our second slide, Falcons didn't make it off the second page with that game, which is unfortunate, but they are on 36, so it's rectifiable. They have got their chance to make things right. Regnum Carya with 23 points, much lower down than we would have liked them.
Yeah, not where we'd expect them to be, but they still have one more day to prove themselves, 6 more matches. And of course, we're going to be having a fresh new group joining us tomorrow. We're going to be seeing the likes of, I don't know, I mean, let's have a look. Who haven't we seen? We haven't seen Galatasaray, Jetgo, S2G, KAOS Black, ULF, and NRX. Those teams are going to be the ones that join us tomorrow. The majority of them, I want to say, are partner teams as well. Yeah, the majority of these teams are partner teams. So they haven't participated in a PMNC. They haven't participated in a PMCO. So I want to say it's been quite a while since maybe they've been in a competitive kind of atmosphere. But a team like, for example, NRX, they made it through PMNC. Jetgo made it through PMNC. A couple of the other teams made it through PMCO. So they're it feels like they're a little bit more warmed up. But then you're looking at, like, I want to say warm-up versus teams that are very experienced in the field in general.
Hey, look at that. That final performance there, sealing the daily MVP title for Havlik. I have to feel that something's wrong with that damage number. I feel like that can't be right, because he got more damage than that in his last game. Unless that's an average damage, in which case that would make slightly more sense, potentially.
Yeah, but why would it be average damage, but then regular survival time, regular assist, regular score?
I don't think that's
what if he actually
either.
Yeah, what if he... there it is. They added a 0.
There we go. Okay, that makes way more sense. There we go.
Saying,
over 500 average damage. Only 4 assists, though. Okay, I thought that might have been a mistake as well, but no.
For a second, I was like, what, it's going to be 40? No, they just add the 1 and it becomes 14. Production just loves to play with our feelings at the end of the day.
There we go. 2 hours of games, almost on the nose, but if he could have lasted 2 seconds longer, that would have been great. But no, denied.
Unfortunately, did not work out. But hey, at the end of the day, for Havlik and for the BOARS, it's an incredible way for them to wrap up the day, be able to jump all the way to second place, surpassing, I guess, the performance that I thought they would be able to show on that first day. But hey, proud of what they've been able to do. Still, the job is not done for any one of these teams. We've only finished 1 day. We have 2 more. For the group stage, we have 3, of course, for the survival, and then we have the 3 days of the grand finals. This is the true test that all these teams are going to be going through, or whoever makes it through these stages. They still have to keep proving themselves time and time again to get to PMGC. That is everyone's goal here, John.
Yeah, there's only 3 spots, obviously, directly from this tournament. There's those points total qualifications as well. Of course, one from the 3 regions of Turkey, East Europe, West Europe. So there's potential for some of these teams to be out-earning their opponents there. I'll be fully brushed up on those points actually coming into tomorrow, because I think that's going to be quite interesting, because it could be that, it's a team like, it's likely Falcons are going to be getting one of the Europe spots, given that they won Season 1. If they do any semblance of decent in this match, it's very likely that they're going to be seeing their chance to go to PMGC through the points totals. And I actually could see them straight to the group stages. But if BOARS keep playing like this, maybe they're going to be the ones to take it away.
Yeah, maybe. It's all just open. And it's all there for every single one of the teams to try their best and claim those spots. But I mean, look, the journey is, I was going to say the journey is long. It's not as long as it used to be, but it's still a difficult journey for every single one of these teams. But I feel like it got even more difficult because of how much shorter it became. It used to be like 3 weeks and then super weekends into the grand finals. But now it's just 2 weeks, 3 days every week. We're done and dusted. And then we move on to the grand finals, wrap it up, and then we keep going.
Yeah, I mean that's what they need. That's what they need to do. Just keep on trucking, get into those finals, keep earning those points. See if they can jump up there with the big dogs and take on the world, either in the gauntlet or in the group stages of PMGC. It's going to be brilliant. We haven't been out to East Asia in a while, actually. For these, I think the last time was Jakarta, if I'm not mistaken. And then, what was that? 24? I thought I had
24 is
Turkey
Turkey.
and. Okay, yes,
Turkey
we had
was
24 in Turkey. We had 25 in London, which is my hometown. Great for me.
Sorry.
Much shorter travel days.
23 in Turkey, 24 in London.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. In Jakarta.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Oh, I wasn't the wrong way around. Yeah. Either way, it's be good to be heading back out there, and for our teams, that is their goal. We'll see if they can achieve that goal, but the only way to do that is to get to the next day's games, and the only way to do that is to finish today, and that's what we're going to be doing right now. We'll see you guys tomorrow, and we will definitely have some games of PUBG Mobile ready for you.
Okay, I go sleep. Bye bye.